Twitch spot won't stay up. I don't know why. It won't stay up. I'm about to reach out to Discord and try to figure out why the Twitch spot won't stay up. It will not. Hey Gino, good morning. The V-Dog, good morning. Crashing. Wow, slow day today. Slow day today. Zero people pretty much everywhere except for Rumble and YouTube. Oh yeah. I'm starting to think I'm streaming in the wrong time slot. This isn't my time. Something's already slowing the PC down too. Oh, there went the it's the bot, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. The bot is not working right. As soon as it shuts off, the PC starts acting. No, it's still acting slow. Yeah, that's not good. What's going on? I'm starting the day fresh with a new PC restart and it's already slow. So I don't know how long I'm going to be here today. If viewership stays like this and people are just sitting here, I'm probably not going to be here all day today. Everything breaking. It's getting pretty uneventful with viewership, man. I'm starting to wonder what the fuck I'm doing with my life again. see if that's possibly it, since that's been acting up. Stays on. Start turning off scripts one at a time to see if they're what's causing it. Hey, Stay, good morning. I'm trying to fix the Twitch bot right now. Shut the J right, I'm finally using the mug. J right? J Wright's in the mug, didn't he? It's been so long since I've seen him, it's hard to remember. But y'all, when y'all disappear, information that I once knew about you starts deleting. Because there's all these other people that I'm remembering stuff about. So don't... Like, if you come back after being gone for, like, I don't know, a month, I might not remember that you sent me something at that point. Because, like, dude, there's a lot going on here, man. So, let's see. If that happens... Yeah, it just turned off. It just turned off. Right before you did that. Bing. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's not working, dude. I have no idea how to fix it either. Right now I can try doing a different script turn off. That'll help. Next I'll just turn the YouTube bot off and let it stay off and see if it'll stay on. Because I don't remember it messing up so much before I did the raffle. So that might be it. I can't even test this without streaming, so I have to do this while I'm streaming. Interesting to hear a prayer to call here. Got Gino Fast tea in here. This one's a licorice and peppermint. It's pretty good. It doesn't even need sugar. It's sweet on its own. Why is the Simon finishing his food? Ah, Simon. He forgets that he has food or something. I don't know. You're gonna meow me too, dude? Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm not down. I'm not doing this right now. I mean, oh, now you're gonna eat. I just had to push you away. Fucking cat's crazy. He really is, man. He has to know that he's not gonna get whatever the heck it is that he's meowing for him to get over it. Like, I have to be, like, I don't know, dude, I have to be forceful. Now he's actually grubbing down right now. We're a match made in heaven. Nobody else know how to deal with this shit, bro. I don't know, man. It's a lot to deal with him, though. He's got a lot going on. I'm trying to reduce his heart med also at the same time, and I'm trying to, like, his eyes have been watering a little bit lately. I don't know what's going on with that. He slept with me all night last night. I brought him in the bedroom with me before I was going to bed, and like I've been going to bed pretty early, like around 7:30, and then I wake up at 9 to give him his heart med, and then yeah, he stayed with next to me all night. So I gave him his heart med while he was still laying in my bed, and stayed there until it was food time this morning. So I had to be like, "Hey Simon, get up! I'm making your food now." But he came in. But ever since then, he's been Mr. Meowie. Hey, the bot's still up. I think I found what the problem was. It was that script, hopefully. Hey, the want dose, anything, 60 seconds. That script is messing things up, I think. I'll know in a few minutes. Hey, Rumble. Did you try fucking saying something? Oh no, one of them did. Never mind. When was that? Rumble's so annoying, dude. One person talks on Rumble lately. Dirty Bit. I appreciate Dirty Bit for doing that and being there. I feel sorry for the fact that there's nobody else there with them to communicate. It's just most of you Rumblers are like antisocial assholes. Pretty sure that's a statistical fact. Why else are you in Rumble? Sorry, Dirty. For real, man. It sucks, doesn't it? Like, are all the chats like that only have like a few viewers, nobody talks in them? I had 17 people on Rumble, and just everybody just sitting there. Antisocial platform. I think it's the most antisocial platform that yeah, it is actually, because the other ones I just don't get viewers on. That's not antisocial. That's not, the people aren't there. Rumble, people are there. They just don't talk, man. Definitely the most antisocial platform I stream on. Good boy, good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I love Simon. Ow. Oh, he's scratching it up at me. Going at it. Get it. Get it. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretending that's my face right now. I've replaced that rope 3 times, by the way, and it already needs replacing again. That's how often he wants to scratch my face off. Not much going on? This is going on. What do you mean? Don't have much to say. There's all kinds of shit going on in the world you could be bringing it up in chat. Are you kidding me right now? There's nothing going on in the world. Like, tell me none of y'all come through knowing something that's happening that I don't know about. You could be like, hey, since it's a downtime, share about this that's happening too. That doesn't mean I'm going to stream it, but it's a conversation piece. Like, I get on here, I don't have time for shit to research what's going on in the world, none of that, pretty much. I gotta take care of Simon first thing, along with myself, get all ready, and then setting this up takes like 45 minutes, dude, now, without everything extra that's going on. The fucking bot turned off. Man, I can't get the bot to work on Twitch, dude. I'm gonna have to reach out to fucking Discord nerds to figure out what the hell's going on. I was trying to make sure nobody else had the same problem. Okay, all right, I'm gonna try shutting YouTube bot off just to see if it'll allow Streamlabs or Twitch bot to stay up. Just to do some troubleshooting. I need to know if it's somehow interfering. No, it's just I was an electronics tech. I work on stuff like that. I worked on stuff like this. You know, like I got a thing for it, and so whenever it breaks, I get OCD about it. I feel like I have to fix it, or I'm an idiot or something. Why can't I fix it? About 5 minutes and see if it stays up. He forgot to put his tongue back in. Nope, that didn't work either. Oh wait. No, that didn't work either. Bruh, I've noticed that my neighbor, he actually didn't cut his grass yesterday. I think he only cut like a strip this big so his dog could shit. What a guy, man. He's literally the only guy on the block that doesn't cut his grass. guess I'll cut the YouTube bot at least back one. It's the only one that chooses the word. Sorry, you can't. You're still getting hours on Twitch. You're just not getting them on the main Twitch bot. Wisebot still adds them up. Guess I'll turn first back on for YouTube also. Store for YouTube. I get Twitch show. Yeah, Twitch show is not the same though. It's not really. It's not counting your hours. Your hours. It's when you do exclamation dough, that's not going to work. That's totally different. But has nothing to do with Twitch's system. That's not gonna. I just said that's not gonna work. You didn't believe me? In case you wanted to check it to see for yourself. That sucks though, dude. That's the longest running bot I have. The stuff on there is like, it's been there for years. The Wisebot sign is old. But hey, you guys got Awesome now on YouTube, and as well as the gifts are open on YouTube, so there you go. And I'll be waiting to hear back from the Discord nerds. And ever since I messed with that other bot yesterday morning, the computer's been acting wonky too. I guess the West Bank's down.
Managing a conflict that clearly cannot be managed. Thank you.
This is live.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm like I'm 7.5 minutes behind. It's live enough.
Mr. Winnisland.
Palestine's about to talk.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Riyad Al-Maliki, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Observer State of Palestine.
Yeah, there you go. It's a different dude, though. That we're used to seeing talk for Palestine.
Mr. President, I thank you for your decision to hold this meeting at ministerial level and for sharing it. I thank all the ministers who decided to attend, and notably the Arab and OIC ministers who have been touring the world to advocate for an end of the Israeli aggression. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his efforts, and the United Nations for their vital role on the ground. Mr. President, Khalid, a grandfather, held his 3-year-old granddaughter, Reem, smiling at her, kissing her, saying comforting words to her, opening her eyes repeatedly, calling her the soul of my soul, just before laying her and her 5-year-old brother, Tariq, to rest.
Dude. Viewership should go up with this. This content. Okay. I'm going to be watching very closely. I'm going to fucking chicken hawking y'all right now. Alright. Oh,
so many lives turned into names on plastic bags, leaving this earth way too early and in the most brutal way. And so many shattered lives and bodies are yet to be given the chance to mourn and heal to the extent possible after such tragedies and pain. Anyone still not sure they are against what is happening or that it needs to end should check their humanity. Life in Gaza must prevent
I lost fucking 3 viewers.
Those who aim
Fuck
to
you.
destroy it or uproot it. We thank Qatar and Egypt for their efforts that led to a truce. But the truce must become a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. The massacres cannot be allowed to resume. This is not a war. This is a carnage that nothing and no one can justify. It must be brought to an end.
I come so close to just grabbing this microphone and bending the bitch. Bending the motherfucker. Ain't no more punching it anymore. That'll definitely fuck it up.
Mr. President, we had said early on that the humanitarian catastrophe cannot be prevented. People held captive cannot be released.
I know I can bend it.
Regional escalation cannot be avoided
Got
without
perforations all along the side of it
against the Palestinian people in Gaza. What we see now confirms what we have said then. Thousands of lives could have been spared. The momentum we are finally witnessing now must be sustained. Families must be reunited in life, not in death. The dire needs of our people in Gaza must be addressed throughout the Gaza Strip without further delay and constraints. People must be allowed to go back to their homes and start rebuilding their lives. The siege imposed by Israel must be lifted. Mr. President, over 15,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. Over 10,000 of them are women and children. They have been killed by Israel. They did not lose their lives. It was taken away. No one is safe in Gaza. Not the children, not the doctors, not the humanitarian personnel, not the journalists, not the UN staff. They were killed at an unprecedented pace in modern history. Nowhere is safe in Gaza. Not the north, not the south, not UN shelters,
awesome works
not
now on
schools,
YouTube.
Not hospitals, not ambulances, not homes, not streets, not mosques, not churches. People were being killed everywhere.
VH sample, welcome back.
International humanitarian law was enacted to protect these people and these places. And instead of being spared, they were targeted. Israel keeps giving examples from the Second World War to justify its crimes.
Yeah, it does.
Ignoring that it is the very horrors that occurred then that led humanity to enact the fundamental rules Israel is breaching now.
Yeah, they love to bring up the Holocaust
How many
every
times
fucking day.
can the world afford to fail the test of humanity in Gaza, in Palestine? How many times can it afford to fail the test of legality? Mr. President, we are at a historic crossroad, and we are out of time. A solvable political conflict is being turned into a never-ending religious confrontation. Our people are faced with an existential threat. Make no mistake about it. With all the talk about the destruction of Israel, it is Palestine that is facing a plan to destroy it, implemented in broad daylight.
Can you fucking believe that the Reuters, 2.98 million subs, doesn't have their closed captionings enabled? Doesn't that seem a little fucking stupid as shit? You know how many old people are watching this?
Enacted in laws and in policies, carried out with brutality by soldiers.
It's mostly
and by
old
settlers.
people.
We are being erased.
And they don't have closed captions turned on?
Literally.
Fuck Reuters.
Netanyahu from
This
the
stream
podium
either.
of the General Assembly announced a new Middle East where Palestine had vanished. It is no coincidence that in the map he raised at this occasion, both the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip were considered part of Israel, alongside the Syrian Golan. We are being pushed out of history and geography. Israel calls it voluntary resettlement. They are just suggesting it for our own sake. With siege and bombs that have led to the displacement of 1.7 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and with incursions,
I feel like they're
and attacks by
overestimating
occupation forces
how
and
many
settlers.
people are in there.
They have turned Gaza into hell
Somehow.
on earth, and the lives of Palestinian communities in the West Bank into a living hell.
You know what I mean?
On the 75th, and
Here's why I say that. Because where are they all at? A million people. A million people have been displaced, by the way. A million people. Because their tent city that they have in southern Gaza ain't housing a million people. That's not a million tents. That's not even 500,000 tents. That's not even 100,000 tents. Are you serious? Bro, I don't know. I think that they're somehow able, like, to... Maybe their birth rate isn't actually as high as they say it is. You know what I mean? Since Hamas is in control of all that shit, maybe they're making fraudulent birth certificates or some shit so that they get much more humanitarian aid. Because you damn well believe if people that are on welfare could just, and they do it. They say that they have a kid when they don't or some shit. Or they try to claim somebody else's some shit, or you know what I mean? They're definitely doing that in there. I doubt very seriously that many people were moved, dude. Because how else? Where are they? And how are they surviving off so little food now? Yeah, no, I don't buy it.
in the West Bank into a living hell. On the 75th
Liars.
anniversary of the Nakba, the Palestinian catastrophe, they are trying to finish the job. 75 years later, Israel should rather be convinced that no force on earth can uproot Palestinians from Palestine, nor Palestine from the hearts of Palestinians wherever they are. The Palestinian people are here to stay. They are from this land and of this land, and their destiny is to live
most of their
in
population are
freedom and
kids that
dignity
don't
on this
exist, I
land.
think. Sister T.
Isn't it time we found a way to live side by side? We don't even need to search that hard for that way.
I think that their fertility rates might actually be bullshit. There's a possibility that West Bank, why is West Bank, how is that even possible? That that Gaza is number 1 and West Bank is number 3 for fertility rate in all of the Middle East. And they just happen to need the most humanitarian aid out of all the Middle East. That's kind of an odd coincidence for me. It's same with Africa. Are they even having that many kids either? Is it all real, or are their fertility rates right too? Because they're getting the most aid also. They depict how much aid these countries get by their population size. They know that.
It is enshrined in international law and the relevant UN resolutions. The fulfillment of the Palestinian people's inalienable rights and 2 states living side by side in peace and security on the pre-1967 borders. Mr. President, there are calls to avoid escalation in the West Bank.
Let's think about this. How many pregnant women have you seen walking around Gaza? Huh? Have you seen that many? You would think if they're having that many kids, there would be pregnant women everywhere, right? There aren't. At least they're not showing. I don't know. You think there would be tons of them ready to pop?
Is there?
And that, especially, they're in such a small area, dude. They're in the equivalent of Philadelphia, now half of Philadelphia, and they have a birth rate of almost 4 kids per woman, supposedly. They should be pregnant constantly.
Since the 7th
like their life expectancy isn't that long, so if they have 4 kids, they're having like a kid every couple of years or whatever, probably. So yeah, there should be pregnant women everywhere.
Over 230 Palestinians.
You can't too see it underneath that shit because it would be all bubbled out, dude. Have you seen a pregnant woman?
Injured. 1,250
the fuck out of here. This shit's massive when they're ready to pop. There would be, that's why I specifically said there would be women ready to pop all over the place. And that is extremely obvious with the fucking burqa, dude. Because they would have skinny arms, it'd be like big ass belly, and the rest of them would look normal. I haven't either. I mean, it's starting to piss me off a little bit because I'm seeing that they're lying to the world.
Arrested, maimed, humiliated, harassed.
These people are
so
fucked
escalation
up.
Is there, or does it only become an escalation if Israelis are harmed?
The liars.
The entire world rejects Israel's colonial policies and violence and has been calling for accountability. But that
I don't even care if the viewers drew dropping. Those people can fuck off and go suck a cock.
Whose agenda is the settlers' agenda, led by settlers, funding
when I'm saying realness and people leave,
settlers,
I don't give a fuck.
And the protection of our people cannot be ensured by the occupying forces who are complicit in these crimes. We need international protection and international action to end impunity so as to prevent the recurrence of these crimes that occur daily and in broad daylight. What our people are enduring now is a result of the international community's failure to provide such protection and accountability. Mr. President, Israel kills our children one generation after another. Today in Jenin, Israel killed 2 Palestinian children, gunned down by Israeli snipers. Adam, 8 years old, was shot in the head, and Basil, 15 years old, was shot in the chest. Israel maims our children one generation after another. Israel arbitrarily arrests our children one generation after another. As you feel relief to see those held captive in Gaza reunited with their loved ones, don't feel shame if you have the same feeling when you see a Palestinian mother reunited with her released son. Feel shame if you don't. Israel calls our children terrorists to justify killing them, arresting them, torturing them. They arrest them from their homes, from their beds, before dawn, traumatizing them and their families every day of every year. That must stop. The dehumanization and demonization of Palestinians have reached such depth, some could still wonder if there was not some explanation for flattening entire neighborhoods, leaving thousands under the rubble. Children, women, elderly, men killed indiscriminately and with total disregard for every legal rule and every human value. This dehumanization has consequences far beyond our borders, including here. It led to the stabbing of a 6-year-old and the shooting of 3 university students in the United States. Israel targets our children and then says we teach them hatred. The problem is not that our children are fed falsehoods, but that they are fed bombs and bullets, occupation and oppression, blockade and walls. We will confront those who try to justify the killing of our children and all those promoting double standards in the physical world or the virtual one, trying to silence those who convey their truth from under the bombs and those who stand in solidarity with Palestine. Israel believes there is an international law specific to it, designed to be compatible with their crimes. An international law that allows war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, an international law that applies not based on its actions, but on the identity of the perpetrator and the identity of the victim. Our stance remains unchanged. Vengeance is never the answer.
So fucking adamant
Justice
about it, dude.
is. Our people should not be denied justice any further. The lives of Palestinians are not less scared, sacred than the lives of any other people on earth. Justice will help us chart a path where no Palestinians and no Israelis are killed. Mr. President, Israel is trying to intimidate those criticizing it and defending the rule of international law across the globe, including governments that consider themselves allies of Israel. The Secretary General and the UN agencies, human rights and humanitarian organizations. It also did not stop its undermining of the Palestinian National Authority on the political, financial, and security levels, nor its attacks against the Palestinian people as a whole. Israel is never to blame. Everything else is, starting with the Palestinians, of course.
Man, I want my lap.
We are responsible for our own disposition, for our forcible displacement, for the occupation of our land, for the killing and maiming of our people, for the oppression and subjugation we are victims of. None of it is Israel's fault. Even as its leaders confess to their crimes, deny the very existence of our people, and pledge to spare no effort to prevent the independence of our state, they tell you that the obstacle to peace is not them. They are most than willing to make peace once we are dead or displaced, of course. Mr. President,
pretty much.
We are a nation, and we have earned respect as a nation. The respect and solidarity of peoples around the world that is manifesting itself yet again these days, including on this International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. We are human beings, and we are owed respect to our inherent dignity as human beings. No one should dare to justify the killing of Palestinian civilians. Israel has no right to self-defense against the people it occupies, and that it is obligated to protect under international law. Israel has no right to security that trumps our right to life, to freedom and self-determination. Israel is not seeking security. If it was, it would choose peace. Israel and this Israeli government, more than any other, considers that a strategic threat it is confronted to is Palestinian statehood. Netanyahu's selling point to keep his post is that he is the best positioned to obstruct Palestinian statehood in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. And he repeated that in the last 2 days.
Oh, really?
The man in charge of the assault against our people is one whose very political survival depends on prolonging the massacres and continuing to deny Palestinian rights. His interests do not only conflict with our inalienable rights, but with all those who seek peace and security for all. Mr. President, Gaza has a very special place in our national history. Its name today is how many people spell Palestine around the world. It cannot be erased. Our people cannot be uprooted from it. Its Palestinianness cannot be altered. There is no Palestine without Gaza. Gaza bleeds. Gaza suffers. Gaza acts.
Dude,
but Gaza's rubble.
Lives.
It's crazy.
And Palestine lives. Free Palestine, that is the only path to peace. Thank you.
Like, I don't know how that's going to not be rubble.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Maliki for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Should be good. I'm going to shut up on this one.
On November 29th, 1947, the UN voted to adopt the partition plan and the establishment of the Jewish state. Yet, while Israel joyfully accepted this resolution, the Arab states rejected it and instead tried to annihilate Israel. Today, exactly 76 years later, history is somewhat repeating itself. Foreign ministers of some Arab countries have arrived here today in order to support a terror organization that aims to annihilate Israel. Thankfully, the plan to eliminate Israel was unsuccessfully then, just as it will be unsuccessfully today. Despite Arab opposition, Israel was born. And not only did Israel survive their attack, but we thrived, becoming a powerhouse of impact, benefiting all of humanity, including our neighbors who live with us in peace. Distinguished Council members, this deep-seated hatred of Israel and Jews from even before its establishment until this very day stems from the very same genocidal ideology that drives Hamas. This is not a political conflict or about partitioning land. It is solely about the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews. Please look at this picture.
We'll say the same thing.
This picture tells you everything you need to know about this conflict.
Who's that? The Palestinian dude back in the day with Hitler?
This is Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, and one of the founding fathers of Palestinian nationalism. Al-Husseini dedicated his life to ensuring that there would be no Jewish presence in Israel or in any Arab land. The Mufti's hate spread across the Levant, and tragically, he was partially successful in creating a Judenrein, Jew-free Middle East. His followers led the 1929 and the 1936 massacres in Israel. They were at the helm of the Farhud massacre in Baghdad in 1941 and other massacres against Jews in the Arab world. And it was the Mufti's ideology which sparked the expulsion of Jews from Arab countries and Iran. A century ago, Council members, over 1 million Jews lived in Arab countries. 1 million Jews. Yet today, there are only a couple thousands.
2,000?
Where did all the Jews disappear
Really?
to? The Jews of Lebanon, the Jews of Syria,
America.
Yemen, Iraq, and Iran, they were expelled. So enough with the hypocrisy. The word genocide is often, or carnage, is often thrown around here in a libelous context, as if it is something that happens every day or at all. But we, the Jewish people, know exactly what genocide looks like. We have experienced genocidal attempts and attacks more than once, from Hitler and the Mufti to the terror organizations that follow in their footsteps. And their name is not even mentioned here. Sadly, the Mufti's genocidal ideology continues to poison many Arab Muslim minds to this very day. It is the same ideology that Israel is currently defending itself against. An ideology that doesn't accept a Jewish state in any borders or the existence of Jews anywhere. The Palestinian Mufti is no different than Yahya Sinwar or Ismail Hania. Their names are not mentioned here. They are not connected to these discussions. He is no different than Hassan Nasrallah, the Houthis, or the Ayatollahs in Iran. They are all the same, driven by the same goal of Israel's annihilation and the mass murder of Jews. It's time for the Security Council to address this evil before another atrocity is committed. Council members, on October 7th, Hamas unleashed an unprovoked act of pure evil upon Israel, massacring the most Jews in one day since the Holocaust. Yet, shockingly, here we are nearly 2 months later, and Hamas' savage crimes still have not been condemned by this body or any other UN body. How do you expect me to react to this? How would you react if a terror organization massacred thousands of your citizens, abducted hundreds of them, and the Security Council refused to condemn the terrorists? Hamas has publicly stated, you all saw it, that it will repeat October 7 over and over again until Israel is no more. How would you respond and defend your citizens from such a clear threat? With a ceasefire? How can one call for a ceasefire and at the same time claim to seek a solution to the conflict? After all, anyone who supports a ceasefire basically supports Hamas' continued reign of terror in Gaza. Hamas is a genocidal terror organization. They don't hide it. Not a reliable partner for peace. Don't you see the contradiction here?
Yeah.
Calling for both a ceasefire and peace is a paradox. Colleagues, humanitarian aid is very, very important. But more food, water, and medical supplies will not bring us closer to a solution. Hamas doesn't care about the people in Gaza. All they are interested in is implementing Hitler's final solution. And nothing can change a genocidal ideology. It must be uprooted and eradicated. Every call for a ceasefire means Hamas gets to live to see another day, terrorizing Israelis and impoverishing Gazans. Every discussion focused only on humanitarian aid, which is extremely important, but ignores Hamas, the root of all the suffering in Gaza. Israel, as you all know, fully withdrew from Gaza 18 years ago. Not a single Israeli community or a soldier was left. Did Hamas cultivate Gaza after Israel's disengagement, or did they invest every possible resource in terror and death? Look at their subterranean city of terror and their hundreds of kilometers of terror tunnels, billions and billions of dollars. How many schools, how many hospitals, how many power plants could have been built in Gaza if all funds, UN funds, were not diverted to terror? This council must also not remain silent about the Shiite elephant in the room. Iran armed, Iran funded, Iran trained Hamas. But the Ayatollah regime's central role in the ruin of the region has not even been addressed here. It's not as if Hamas is fighting Israel alone. Hezbollah missiles have been raining down on northern Israeli towns, and Iran doesn't hide its aim of Israel's destruction. Iran publicly supports the October 7th massacre, what started everything. Does Iran's central role in destabilizing the security of the Middle East not deserve to even be raised here? It is clear that the UN has been co-opted by those that have no real interest in a solution. Every UN body has been weaponized against Israel. Today we will be hearing from some foreign ministers of countries that have not even condemned Hamas's massacre. Can we honestly expect them to provide a productive option? The only input that can be valued here is from parties that have condemned Hamas's massacre. This is the basic thing. This should be the bare minimum. Just look at what has been taking place at the UN over the past week. UN briefers from UNICEF did not even bother to mention Hamas's indoctrination of Gazan children to terror. UN women did not brief the Council on the savage rape and sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas against Israeli women. And this entire week has been dedicated only to Palestinian solidarity, despite the fact that all of this started only because Hamas carried out a deliberate and unprovoked massacre of Israelis. On Monday, the Council held a private meeting focusing on the humanitarian situation in Gaza only. Yesterday, the General Assembly discussed the Palestinian question, and not once in the past 8 weeks has any of the UN's bodies held Hamas accountable for their war crimes. This only proves that advancing a real solution, sadly, is not the goal. Council members, from the day of Israel's establishment, we have shown that we are a willing partner for peace. 76 years ago, we accepted Resolution 181, while the Palestinians rejected it, just as they rejected every other peace plan ever presented, be it by Clinton, Obama, or any other president. Israel was delighted to sign the peace treaties with Egypt, with Jordan, the Abraham Accords. This is because Israel strives for peace, while the Palestinians strive for war, for terror. For them, the only solution, accepted solution, is one that prevents the existence of a Jewish state. Colleagues, Israel's value of preserving life can also be seen on the ground now in Gaza. Israel is upheld and even gone beyond the quotas of humanitarian aid entering Gaza. Israel has shown deep willingness to work with any international body to improve the situation. Israel has facilitated the entry of equipment to establish field hospitals. We have opened safe humanitarian corridors and approved the entry of fuel. Hamas has separated mothers from their children during the hostage release in a clear breach of the agreed upon outline, all while threatening Gazans and preventing them from evacuating an active war zone. Hamas wants more violence. They want to raise Gazan casualties. Why? They want to exploit falsified death tolls just so this council will ignore their crimes, focused on condemning Israel, and tie our hand. This is their script. Hamas knows that the international community is their only hope for survival. Mr. President, the only way to dramatically improve the situation is to support Israel's mission to eradicate Hamas's terror capabilities. I reiterate again and again and again, this war can end tomorrow, even today, if Hamas returns all of the hostages and turns in all the terrorists who took part in the massacre. A real ceasefire can be achieved that will last decades. Demand this of Hamas. This is the solution. The time has come for this council to fully truly focus on its mandate, security. Security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, I'd like to thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland for your briefings. Since the outbreak of the latest Palestinian-Israeli conflict, China has all along devoted its efforts to realizing peace and saving lives. President Xi Jinping has stated China's principled position on the current situation on a number of occasions. He called for an immediate ceasefire and ending the fighting, preventing the expansion of the conflict, and ensuring that the humanitarian corridors are safe and unimpeded. He stressed that the fundamental way out lies in the two-state solution and working toward a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement of the Palestinian question at an early date. As the rotating president of the Security Council this month, China has all along taken the Palestinian-Israeli conflict as the most urgent agenda. This month, the Security Council adopted Resolution 2712, beginning initial steps toward a ceasefire. Soon after the adoption of the resolution, under the mediation of such countries as Qatar and Egypt, relevant parties agreed to and realized the release of some persons held captive and several days of pause. Although all this have not come at the earliest time, they bear important significance. This also shows that dialogue and negotiation is the best way to save lives and the fundamental way to settle disagreements. Colleagues, the ongoing Palestinian-Israeli conflict has led to an enormous loss of innocent lives and an unprecedented humanitarian disaster. Its spillover effects are still emerging. War tests humanity's conscience and justice, and peace appeals to our rationality and wisdom. Standing at the crossroads of war and peace, the international community must take more active steps to save lives and restore peace. First, we should work for a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire with the greatest urgency. There is no safe area under gunfire, and letting the fighting drag on would only bring more death and damage. There is no firewall in Gaza either, and resumed fighting would only most likely turn into a calamity that devours the whole region. What happened between Palestine and Israel over the decades show, time and again, that resorting to military means is definitely not a way out, and addressing violence with violence will only exacerbate hatred and confrontation and lead to a ceaseless, vicious cycle. China strongly hopes that the past days of pause will not be a hiatus before a new round of offensive, but rather the beginning of further diplomatic efforts for a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire. China appeals to the international community to take a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire as an overriding priority. And we appeal to all parties to pool all efforts to achieve the common goal of ending the fighting in Gaza. Second, we should protect civilians with more practical and robust action. In armed conflict, protection of civilians is a red line in international law that cannot be crossed. Any violence or attack against civilians is unacceptable, and any action that violates international law, and particularly international humanitarian law, should be condemned. China reiterates our opposition to the collective punishment of people in Gaza and our opposition to the forced transfer targeting Palestinian civilians. In the same vein, all those held captive should be released. Easing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is most pressing. It is imperative to fully deliver on the Security Council's Resolution 2712, clear the obstacles hindering the access of sufficient humanitarian supplies, and create conditions for humanitarian agencies to carry out their work safely. Relying only on the Rafah crossing to transport humanitarian supplies to Gaza is far from enough. More assistance corridors to Gaza should be opened, and the United Nations should play a greater role in monitoring and coordinating humanitarian efforts in Gaza. Since the conflict broke out, China has provided to the National Authority and the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East cash assistance, respectively, and we have provided to Gaza food, medicine, and other emergency humanitarian supplies. I'd like to announce that the Chinese government will provide to Gaza another batch of emergency humanitarian supplies. Third, we should revitalize the political prospects of the two-state solution with stronger determination. Israel has long established an independent state, and the Jews are no longer without a home. But the right of the Palestinian people to statehood, their right to existence, and their right of return have long been ignored. This is the crux of the repeated turbulence in the Palestinian-Israeli situation. Fairness and justice on the Palestinian question lies in the two-state solution. This is
what? I gotta put this motherfucker on overdrive.
The true and comprehensive implementation of the two-state solution can restore peace to the Middle East, realize peaceful coexistence between the two states of Palestine and Israel, and achieve common development of the Arabs and Jews. China calls for ramping up international and regional diplomatic efforts, reshaping credible multilateral processes, revitalizing the political prospects of the two-state solution, and restarting direct negotiations between Palestine and Israel. We advocate holding a more broad-based, large-scale, and effective international peace conference, and we support Palestine in becoming a full member of the United Nations. No solution to the current crisis should go against the two-state solution, or violate norms of international law or relevant UN resolutions. Any arrangement concerning the future of Palestine should fully reflect the will of the Palestinian people and accommodate the legitimate concerns of countries in the region. Fourth, we should work for responsible and meaningful action taken by the Security Council. The Charter of the United Nations confers on the Security Council primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Security Council should shoulder its responsibility on major issues of war and peace and life and death. It should heed the calls of Arab and Islamic countries and the international community, and in light of the development on the ground, take further action promptly. China has submitted our position paper on resolving the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, laying out principles and positions of the international community in 5 areas, namely implementing a comprehensive ceasefire and ending the fighting, protecting civilians effectively, ensuring humanitarian assistance, enhancing diplomatic mediation, and seeking political settlement through implementing the two-state solution. And China will continue to strengthen coordination and pool consensus with relevant parties to see that the Security Council assumes its due responsibilities of performing duties for peace and speaking up for justice. Colleagues, today we are joined by many high-level delegates from Arab and Islamic countries. Previously, they visited multiple countries as a delegation of 4 ministers, and I exchanged views with them in depth in Beijing. Their mediation efforts demonstrate a strong desire to end the fighting in Gaza and achieve peace in the Middle East. And today's meeting carries the keen expectation of Arab and Islamic countries for the United Nations and its Security Council. I hope you will pool your insight and answer our common question and contribute your part to realizing a ceasefire and ending the fighting at an early date, easing the humanitarian crisis, achieving peaceful coexistence between Palestine and Israel, and realizing lasting stability and security in the Middle East. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brazil.
Mr. President, I thank the Chinese presidency for elevating this meeting on the situation in the Middle East to a high-level event. The matter is of utmost importance and urgency to Brazil, of which is example the current official visit of President Lula to Saudi Arabia and Qatar, where he is exchanging views with the main stakeholders on the situation in the region. As we convene today on the International Day of the Solidarity with the Palestinian people, we are compelled to acknowledge that the time is not for commemoration. After hearing the Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the Special Coordinator Thor Wennesland on the unprecedented horror taking place in Gaza after the terror attack of October 7th and the 48 consecutive days of unrelenting bombardments that followed it, solidarity is certainly not the first word that comes to anyone's mind. Solidarity implies unity, and in the Security Council, we too have to stand in unity and solidarity for all those in need. The situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question, is, however, one of the most vetoed matters of the Security Council. Such record is an unfortunate testament to the fact that more often than not, disagreements triumph over common interest in this body. Yet the conflict in the Middle East has not disappeared, as we have been failing to see eye to eye in the Security Council. Much to the contrary, we have continuously heard reports of actions that have been undermining the viability of a Palestinian state and the fulfillment of the General Assembly Resolution 181 of 1947 on the establishment of the two states living side by side in peace and security within mutually accepted and internationally recognized borders. The worsening situation in the past years between Israel and Palestine has not compelled us to unite and take action towards the shared goal of achieving peace to the Palestinians, the Israelis, and the people in the Middle East at large. As we are now appalled by the spiral of violence and intolerable loss of innocent lives, both in Israel and Palestine, as we worry at the very concrete possibility of regional spillover, we have to hold the Security Council accountable to in its main obligation to uphold international peace and security. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, what's worse? We did not unite in the past, and we do not seem to be ready to unite now. The Gaza Strip is grappling with unacceptable levels of violence. More than 5,000 children have perished. We have heard Catherine Russell, director of UNICEF, state unequivocally that the Gaza Strip is the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. The number of civilian lives lost exceeds 14,000. The plight of women, particularly pregnant women in Gaza, is deeply disturbing. The displacement figures are staggering, reaching nearly 1.7 million people, or 80% of Gaza population. An estimated number of 41,000 houses were destroyed or severely damaged. A total of 18 hospitals were shut down. The number of trucks with humanitarian assistance is utterly insufficient to attend the basic needs of the population, such as food, water, medicine, and fuel. Alleged alleged violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law continue as civilian infrastructure are destroyed. The alarming death toll of over 100 UN staff people is a tragic record in history. In this light, Mr. President, this Council and the international community must join forces to ensure that the end of violence, as well as to grant unhindered, sustainable, and predictable humanitarian aid to Gaza. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we also stand unequivocally in solidarity with the Israeli families whose innocent members were made hostages. In this light, Brazil welcomes the release of 74 hostages in the past days. However, 167 individuals are still held in captivity. We share the pain and unbearable suffering of their families. We cannot bear the idea of children taken from their families under no circumstance and without any justification. This is why we reiterate our call for the safe and unconditional liberation of all innocent people. Brazil welcomes the recent truce deal between the parties achieved through the mediation of Qatar and supported by Egypt and the United States. Although contingent and temporary, halting hostilities and facilitating the release of numerous captives is a sign that agreement is possible even when it seems unreachable and unattainable. While acknowledging the efforts of the mediators of this encouraging diplomatic development, Brazil also welcomes the news of the extension of the truce for another 2 days. Violence, terror, and forceful measures only breed hatred and fuel a never-ending cycle of hostilities. We therefore urge all parties to cling to this spark of hope and encourage them to uphold this vital agreement. Mr. President, the truce is a first step towards a de-escalation of violence. It should encourage us to overcome difference and cooperate ambitiously, while recognizing the relevance of the Security Council Resolution 2712 of 2023 and its call for humanitarian pauses and corridors in Gaza. Brazil is of the view that the Council must do more. It must unite to adopt a more decisive and comprehensive course of action that can consolidate gains, sustainably and predictably address the dire situation on the ground, and foster a safer and more hopeful future. Echoing President Lula's recent remarks on the matter, we very much hope that this agreement on a short humanitarian truce, a modest sign of hope amidst an appalling human tragedy, can show a way to peace and lay the groundwork for the resumption of the peace process between Israel and Palestine. In this endeavor, we must not lose sight of the need to address the root causes of the Palestinian issue through dialogue, political will, and good diplomacy. This process needs to be fully inclusive, considering the perspective of all relevant stakeholders. Every country and partner with influence over the parties must be called to shoulder their responsibility to reach a lasting solution for this central issue. And of course, this Council should also live up to its responsibilities. Bearing the two-state solution is bearing any prospect for peace. A viable Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel within mutually accepted internationally recognized border is the fulfillment of the Palestinian self-determination. But it is also the most crucial interest of all peace-loving countries that belong to the United Nations. Any initiative in the form of an international conference, as some member states have proposed with a view to implementing the two-state solution, counts with the Brazilian unequivocal support. Mr. President, the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian and Israelis for peace and security in their own countries cannot be overlooked or neglected any longer. As I tried to convey here today, solidarity is not only a moral obligation, it's the Security Council's duty. In order to discharge its responsibilities for the maintenance of international peace and security, as enshrined in the UN Charter, the Security Council must unite around the common good and raise above any individual interest of its members. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vieira for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency of the United Kingdom, Lord Tariq Ahmed of Wimbledon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, may I begin by thanking Secretary General Guterres and Special Coordinator Tor Wennesland for their detailed briefings. As we look towards the Middle East, a tragedy is unfolding in front of our very eyes. Israel has suffered the worst terror attack in its history, and Palestinians are experiencing a devastating and growing humanitarian crisis as a result of the ensuing Israeli military action. Mr. President, every life matters, Israeli or Palestinian. Every innocent civilian life lost, Palestinian or Israeli, is a tragedy. Indeed, we also collectively mourn the loss of all innocent lives lost, including those of UN personnel delivering vital life-saving aid in Gaza. Yet the past week has provided much-needed respite in hostilities. The agreement was an important opportunity for providing hope and relief to the families of the hostages and for allowing vital humanitarian assistance into Gaza. But this should not be a one-off. We must collectively build from it and create the opportunity for more, including follow-up and ensuring more humanitarian grounds for such cessation. Hostages must be released, aid must get in, and civilians must be protected. I've had the opportunity to visit Qatar recently to discuss this very conflict and take the opportunity to recognize their pivotal role in this agreement together with that of Egypt and the United States. Just last week, the United Kingdom Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, where he met with Israeli and Palestinian leaders. During their meetings, they discussed the importance of securing the release of hostages, addressing the humanitarian crisis, which included the British Foreign Secretary announcing a further $38 million in UK humanitarian aid, and also emphasizing the need to find a long-term political solution to this conflict based on the two-state solution. In Israel, he discussed the need to immediately de-escalate in the West Bank, where tragically more than 200 Palestinians have been killed, and to prevent further escalation, which disrupts regional peace and security, concerns we all share. And whilst we welcome statements condemning settler violence, the United Kingdom is clear. There must be justice, and Israel must hold those responsible to account. Equally, the UK's position on Israeli settlements is also clear and long-standing. They are illegal under international law and contrary to the cause of peace. The UK is also clear that Iran poses an unacceptable threat to the region through its destabilizing activity and long-term support for its proxies and partners in the region, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We condemn the unlawful seizure of the MV Galaxy leader and call for the immediate and unconditional release of the ship and its crew. On our part, across the region, the United Kingdom is working intensively with all partners on this particular issue, on the importance of humanitarian relief, on the importance of hostage release, on the importance of preventing further escalation. The UK also further echoes UNIFIL's call for a cessation of hostilities across the Blue Line and for a renewed commitment to implementing UN Security Council Resolution 1701. The UK, from the start of events through the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October, has been clear that Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorism. But in doing so, Israel must act in accordance with international law, of which safeguarding civilian life is key and pivotal. Frankly, tragically, too many innocent civilians, including many children, have lost their lives. And we must work collectively to find solutions to this long-standing conflict. Ultimately, we must find that pathway to peace and ensure, yes, events like October the 7th never happen again. And therefore, equally, let us commit ourselves to ensure we deliver sustainable peace. The United Kingdom believes a negotiated settlement in line with Security Council resolutions leading to a safe and secure Israel, living alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. A vision, but to which we must now all work together to turn that vision into a reality. A reality of ensuring security, a reality of ensuring justice, a reality of ensuring peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike. This must be our shared, long-term, deliverable objective. Peace may seem difficult, but, Mr. President, peace is achievable. Peace is attainable, and we must work together to deliver that noble goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Lord Ahmed for his remarks. I now invite the representative from the United States, Ms. Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Secretary General Guterres and Special Coordinator Winsland, for your briefing. I also join in welcoming the many ministers with us here today. Colleagues, we're now on the 6th day of the humanitarian pause in Gaza, a pause that, amidst the darkness of a conflict that Hamas set into motion, has been a glimmer of hope. A pause that, quite frankly, would not have been possible without the leadership of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States. From day one, the United States' approach to this conflict has been driven by direct, personal, presidential diplomacy. Diplomacy is hard. A lot of it takes place behind the scenes. And while the work we do in this chamber is tremendously important, oftentimes progress happens outside these walls. Take the humanitarian pause we helped to broker. Water, food, fuel, and other essentials are now reaching Palestinian civilians in the south and, crucially, the north. And this week, the United States is airlifting UN medical items, food aid, and winter necessities to the region. Just yesterday, we delivered over 54,000 pounds of assistance to the humanitarian logistics hub. During the first 5 days of the humanitarian pause, we saw approximately 1,000 trucks enter Gaza, and there are more regular shipments of fuel going to UNRWA. But more humanitarian assistance is needed, much more. So we must do everything possible to scale up aid, and all parties must do everything possible to protect civilians, including UNRWA staff and journalists. The United States has urged Israel to take every possible measure to prevent civilian casualties as it exercises its rights to safeguard its people from acts of terror. We know Hamas continues to use civilians as human shields, purposefully, cruelly, putting Palestinian civilians in harm's way. But this does not lessen Israel's responsibility to protect civilians, consistent with international humanitarian law. Colleagues, during this pause, we have welcomed the release of hostages who were pried away from their families by Hamas. We've seen emotional reunions, children running to embrace their parents, families back together, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after weeks of agony. I simply cannot imagine what these hostages and families have been through. None of us can. I think about Abigail Eden, a 4-year-old girl who was freed this week, but whose parents were killed by Hamas right in front of her eyes. And Yafa Adar, an elderly woman, bravely showing her face steelily, now free, now able to smile once again. This is Hamas. Clearly, there's no one too young or too old for its terror. These are horrors they celebrate, and these are horrors some member states still refuse to condemn, and it is unacceptable and it's outrageous. Colleagues, even as we welcome the release of these hostages, so many others are not yet free, and their families are still living in hell, unsure when or if they will see their loved ones again. And I think of Hersh Goldberg Poland and his parents with whom I met. To those families, I want to say this: we will not rest until all hostages held by Hamas and other groups are released, every single one. Toward that end, we want to see this humanitarian pause extended. Israel has been very clear that it is prepared to continue the pause in fighting for every day that Hamas releases an additional 10 hostages. The ball is now in Hamas's court. And if Hamas decides not to extend this deal, the responsibility will rest squarely on its shoulders. Colleagues, while the last week has been a source of hope, I want to raise 3 deeply troubling developments. First, we continue to be concerned by the possibility of further spillover of this conflict. In particular, the United States does not want to see conflict in Lebanon, where escalation would have grave implications for regional peace and security and for the well-being of the Lebanese people. Restoring calm along the Israel-Lebanon border is of utmost importance, and fully implementing Security Council Resolution 1701 is a key component of this effort. UNIFIL plays a vital role along the blue line, and we expect all parties will ensure the safety of peacekeepers. We also call on this council to condemn in the strongest terms the recent Houthi attacks in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. which pose a significant risk to the maritime security of vessels. These attacks must cease, and the MV Galaxy leader and its crew must be immediately released. Second, we are deeply troubled by the sharp rise in violence by extremist Israeli settlers against Palestinians in the West Bank. Extremists that attack civilians in the West Bank must be held accountable, and this violence must stop. And President Biden has made clear that the United States is prepared to take action, including by issuing visa bans against these extremists. We strongly oppose the advancement of settlements in the West Bank, which undermines the possibility of a contiguous Palestinian state. Third, we call on all parties in the region and people around the world to refrain from inflammatory rhetoric that exacerbates tension and hate. That includes dehumanizing language. Over the past 2 months, we've seen a spike in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We see this playing out online, across social media, and we also see it in our communities, where hate begets violence. The violent attack on 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont was horrific. We all have a responsibility to condemn all of these attacks. Colleagues, even as we focus on the immediate tasks before us, we must look forward to a better future, so the next generation of children will never know the horrors of terror and conflict, so that we can stamp out the distrust and the trauma that continues to plague the region. And so Israelis and Palestinians can secure a future free from Hamas and free from terror. Because let's be clear, an outcome that leaves Hamas in control of Gaza would deny Palestinian civilians the chance to build something better for themselves, and it would also expose Israel to the possibility of future attacks. We need a 2-state solution, where Gaza and the West Bank are reunited under a single governance structure, ultimately under a revitalized Palestinian Authority. This is the only guarantor of a secure and democratic Israel. This is the only guarantor of Palestinians realizing their legitimate aspirations to a state of their own. This is the only way to end this cycle of violence once and for all. Progress will not come overnight. Peace is never easily won, and diplomacy requires hard work. But that must not deter us. Let us work together. We must commit to diplomacy, and let us do everything possible at long last, deliver on the promise of peace and the hope for a brighter future. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Thomas Greenfield for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Khalifa Shaheen Al Mahar, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, I thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Special Envoy Tor Wennesland for their critical briefings. We greatly appreciate the efforts of the UN and the sacrifices by the UN staff to provide assistance to the Gaza Strip during this difficult time. Mr. President, in an area no larger than 365 square kilometers, more than 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are enduring a brutal Israeli aggression that does not respect human values or adhere to international laws and norms. More than 15,000 targets were bombed in this confined space, killing at least 14,000 Palestinians, predominantly women and children. According to the United Nations, medical teams, journalists, and humanitarian workers have not been spared. This has profoundly shaken the global conscience in an unprecedented manner. These scenes of complete destruction in Gaza are horrific and reveal an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. Entire neighborhoods have been razed to the ground along with their residents. 60% of housing units and more than 300 education facilities were destroyed.
You gotta get Hamas, man.
Residents stand in long lines hoping to get a piece of bread or a few drops of water as humanitarian aid is prevented from reaching Gaza. The limited assistance that does arrive is a mere drop in the ocean compared to the overwhelming needs. Even the wounded and the sick have been deprived of their right to health care, as Israel has deliberately and unacceptably targeted hospitals and health facilities, compelling their evacuation. Concurrently, there have been deliberate disruptions to fuel and medical supplies. In some, these actions have caused the health sector to entirely collapse. Children's limbs were amputated without anesthesia. Premature infants were removed from incubators, and patients in intensive care units have died, transforming health facilities into graves. Furthermore,
dude, kids' legs were amputated without anesthesia, but the anesthesia means knocking them out, right? So they had to, like, oh shit. That means they had to be awake for it, right? At minimum, they had to be awake. But does anesthesia mean they didn't have any kind of painkiller for it? They had painkillers, right? Like, they injected, like, some shit up in them, right? They didn't just cut kids' legs off with no painkillers or knocking them out, right? Because that's some Civil War shit right there, ain't it? At least they had alcohol, but they didn't have anything either back then. Can you imagine? We have a museum called the Pink Palace in Memphis, and part of it is dedicated to the Civil War, and it shows like the dentist in the Civil War times, and that's crazy. And also like this dude like sawing into this guy's leg like on the like outside or something. Yo, yeah, it's pretty trippy. I know what I'm talking about.
hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were forced to relocate from northern and to southern Gaza amid extremely difficult conditions and dangerous. This occurred despite the absence of any safe havens in the Strip, and this painful scene evoked memories of the 1948 Nakba. The fact that nearly 80% of the people in Gaza are displaced since the beginning of the offensive, with more than 1 million people taking refuge.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Did he say 80% of the people in Gaza have been displaced? Maybe Gaza City. But if you displace 80% of the people in Gaza, where are they? This is a lie. They're scamming us. There aren't that many people there. There aren't that many people there, dude. They're saying there's like maybe 250,000 people there or something. You know what I'm saying? They're somehow making their numbers look bigger than they are. Because where are they now? And how are they able to survive without food if there are that many of them? There should be so many tents set up, dude. Can you imagine if 1 million at once? Just envision this for a second. 1 million immigrants come here and have to move within 2 weeks to half of Philadelphia. They would be fucking everywhere, dude. And if these women are having 3.5 kids apiece, that's fertility rate there. It's like 3.6 or something. If it's really that, there would be pregos all over the place, dude. They'd be everywhere. They're not. They're lying about how many kids they're having because Hamas is in charge of that shit, and they know they get more humanitarian aid because of it, dude. Not many people didn't have to move. They didn't have to move. That's why they're able to survive off this very little humanitarian aid. My fucking God. We're being scammed. The whole world's being scammed by this little bitty ass fucking area, dude.
Taking refuge in UNRWA facilities demonstrates the magnitude of the catastrophe, especially in light of
if we can't trust their numbers on their death rate from this, as Israel says, how can we trust their numbers on their birth rate? Are light bulbs clicking here?
humanitarian aid. The UAE reaffirms in the strongest terms its condemnation of Israel's collective punishment policies against the Palestinian people, as well as the attempts to displace the Palestinians, which we categorically reject. The future and the governance of Gaza must remain in the hands of the Palestinian people. Any presumptions or plans that seek to separate the Gaza Strip from the state of Palestine are unacceptable. We also stress the need for the international community to adopt unified rules condemning violations of international humanitarian law. This includes the indiscriminate bombing of civilians, civilian objects, and UN facilities. Applying double standards across these matters causes chaos and undermines our international order that must remain based on the respect of international law and the UN Charter. Mr. President, following weeks of dangerous escalation, the UAE believes that the truce reached by the two parties last week represents a sign of hope, especially given that it included a 4-day cessation of hostilities, which was extended for 2 additional days, as well as a limited amount of aid delivery and the exchange of Palestinian prisoners and Israeli hostages.
Oh, she cooked it on that rust, though.
This includes scaling up humanitarian aid and agreeing on further extensions to allow sufficient time and space for the implementation of critical humanitarian activities, such as reaching thousands of people trapped under the rubble simultaneously. Ongoing efforts must persist in reaching an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We express our appreciation to Qatar, Egypt, and the United States for their tireless efforts to reach this agreement and support its implementation. We value their diplomatic efforts in addressing one of the most difficult crises in the history of our region. We also stress the importance of ensuring the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2712, which demands all parties to respect their obligations under international law and calls for urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and the unconditional release of detainees. In this context, we underline the relevance of the Secretary General's briefing today and stress the importance of introducing proper monitoring to ensure the effective implementation of this resolution. It is also necessary to improve mechanisms for the safe, permanent, and unhindered access of aid into Gaza in a sustained manner and at sufficient scale, ensuring the distribution of aid to all those in need without restriction or delay. We commend here the efforts of Egypt in facilitating aid access through the Rafah crossing and allowing the sick, injured, hostages, and other civilians to exit Gaza. For its part, the United Arab Emirates continues to implement its humanitarian efforts to alleviate the crisis in Gaza. A few days ago, we began delivering the necessary materials to establish a field hospital in the Gaza Strip under the supervision of a UAE medical team. We welcomed groups of children from Gaza to UAE hospitals. This is part of our initiative to host 1,000 children and their families to receive the necessary medical attention. In addition, we receive 1,000 cancer patients. Additionally, we have announced contributions to UNRWA and launched a public campaign to support those affected in Gaza. The campaign has raised more than 16,000 tons of relief materials so far that were delivered to the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, as the world is focused on the catastrophic situation in the Gaza Strip, we must not overlook the worrying conditions in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. These areas have been facing mounting Israeli aggression since
Why
the
are
beginning
different
of this
people
year,
talking today?
resulting in the killing of 400 Palestinians in this year alone. Repeated incursions into Al-Aqsa Mosque by extremist groups under the protection of Israeli authorities have become more frequent. Settler violence has also reached unprecedented levels, manifesting in increasingly serious and severe forms while Israel has bombed refugee camps in Jenin and Nablus. Concurrently, Israel continues to build and expand its settlement activities, further dividing Palestinian land and violating international law and Security Council
is our main
resolutions.
representative for America. Because Aunt Jemima is, we have so many Aunt Jemimas here.
Endure additional provocative
But it's
measures
racist to have a white man up
speech.
there. You know.
The security of both peoples as well as the region is at stake. Mr. President, the recent events have demonstrated the need for the international community to stop merely managing this conflict. Instead, we must work to revive hope for the possibility of a just, lasting, and comprehensive political solution to the Palestinian issue. Moving forward, we must begin thinking on ways to create a suitable environment for serious negotiations based on the agreed references to achieve the two-state solution, so that these steps may begin as soon as a ceasefire is reached. We underscore that achieving sustainable peace will not be possible without ending the Israeli occupation of all Palestinian and Arab territories and establishing an independent Palestinian state on the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in security, peace, and mutual recognition. Meanwhile, we must persist in our efforts to prevent the region from sliding into war, which would have resounding repercussions affecting the entire world. Therefore, the ongoing skirmishes in southern Lebanon, the Syrian Golan, and the Red Sea must end. We cannot allow our region to remain hostage to crises and conflicts. Our people deserve to live in security and stability. Our youth aspire for a better future, and in the UAE, we are determined to strive for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll see Israel doing that.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Malha for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Thomas Guibert, State Secretary of Switzerland.
We rebuild it.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I would like to thank you for facilitating this meeting, attended by many ministers and representatives.
I'm skipping Switzerland.
Babies without mothers.
Let me know if you see someone talking over here that actually matters.
85. So
I mean,
nobody knew
of the shit what Switzerland thinks about the conflict.
I should say that there are some
their military shit,
in Arabia, mainly about that Hamas has transferred the Israelis to the Red Cross. This is the kind of thing we hear every night, not confirmed.
If it was the EU talking,
it's starting to move,
the EU rep, that's a little different.
How do you see the deal so far? We're on the 6th day, Ori, and it's been working more or less. Right?
I'd like to be very frank with you. From day one of this so-called operation of exchanging kidnapped people, I was of the opinion that it should be only one stage for all. One stage from our side,
Gaza.
one stage from their side, and exchanging everybody who is agreed. I was totally against this process, which is stages by stages, being prolonged on a daily basis, and it's a real unhuman torture. And nowadays, I see that I feel that I was a little bit naive of not thinking of Hamas doing such a torture, because every day when I hear the families, those who their deals are coming. And those who their deals are not coming, it's unhuman.
It's unhuman. Okay. Yeah, there's psychological warfare in the families of these people for sure. And okay, but I got a video I wanted to show you guys because this is part of it. This is part of what he's talking about also. Okay, this lady right here. This is from I'm gonna full screen it. This lady right here from yesterday. Well, I got this from yesterday. She was a captive. The day before, they're going to tell you this. The day before she gets released, she wrote them a letter, and this is the letter. Okay, and I'm just going to let you see this also first. Look at the comments. I'm so happy for Israeli mom and her daughter. We believe in humanity. I'm not believe my eyes. Israel's call these people terrorists. Just look at how huge contrast between how the idea of treats Palestinian hostages and how Israeli hostages are treated. Proud to be a Muslim. Like, they're all positive. They're all like, yes, the Hamas is so loving. Okay. Now look at this letter. Remember, she was captive at this time when she wrote this. This is wild. Is there not any? No one says anything. Okay, I'm about to read this shit. Let me do that. Al-Qassam fighters showed extraordinary humanity. This is the letter. Okay, she's about to read it. Freed Israeli woman thanks Hamas for kind, humane treatment. Oh, so they're making me read it, dude. Sorry about that. How long is this thing? 4 minutes. Okay. A freed Israeli captive thanked Al-Qassam fighters in Gaza from the bottom of her heart. It gets longer. Israeli women hailed Hamas for their extraordinary humanity and kind. It starts off with really small things, but then it gets bigger once they start reading her thing. Treatment towards her and her daughter, Amelia, while held in Gaza since October 7th. Come on, get to the point. Here we go. The now freed Israeli woman Danielle Alano has written a letter to Al-Qassam. Have y'all seen this? This is crazy. They definitely made her write this. And people are believing it. To the generals who have accompanied me in the recent weeks, it seems we will part ways tomorrow, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the extraordinary humanity shown towards my daughter, Emilia. Come on. You were like parents to her, inviting her into your rooms whenever she desired. She acknowledges feeling like all of you are her friends, not just friends, but truly beloved and good. Thank you for the many hours you spent as caregivers. Thank you for being patient with her and showering her with sweets, fruits, and everything available, even when it was not. Children should not be in captivity, but thanks to you and other kind people we met along the way, my daughter felt like a queen in Gaza. In general, she acknowledges feeling like the center of the world. She hasn't met anyone on our long journey from the rank and file to the leadership who didn't treat her with gentleness, affection, and love. I will forever be a prisoner of gratitude because she did not leave here with a lifelong psychological trauma. I will remember your kind behavior, granted here despite the difficult situation you were dealing with yourselves and the severe losses you suffered here in Gaza. I wish in this world we could truly be good friends. I wish you all health and well-being, health and love to you and your families, children. Many thanks. The letter dated November 23rd was written in Hebrew while Lana was in detention. Alani. Danielle was freed along with her 6-year-old daughter, Emilia Alani, on November 24th. Good. Oh. They were part of the first prisoner swap between Hamas and Israel, and they went, oh, that's right. You write the letter, we'll let you out first. Several other hostages, too, have thanked Hamas for their treatment during their captivity. Have they also been released? You've got to thank us first, and then we'll release you. 11 more Israeli hostages have been released as ceasefire in Gaza gets extended by 2. So this came out yesterday. So as you can see, this is from last night, I think. No, this is from we didn't see this one, actually. Out of 11 hostages freed, 4th swap, 9 are children, while 2 are moms. That's interesting, dude. Some things I just got to keep up and show the stream, so I have it here. And some people get to see it, not very many, but at least I have it recorded over here as part of what happened with history, with all this. It's crazy. Okay, that's not content. We're still waiting on a bus to go in here. Once the bus goes in here, they're going to go pick up the prisoners.
100 Palestinian children have been killed in the occupied West Bank so far this year. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Marwan Bishara. And Marwan, as we have been talking about all year, 2023 was already the deadliest year.
How do you think Ghana cares?
Those mediating the conflict to build confidence with further mutual measures.
She just wants it to end, right?
The need for additional humanitarian aid, even though the deal has significantly
more
increased the number of trucks entering
Gaza
through the Rafah border crossing. The supply of food, medicines, and fuel is an important factor to prevent the population of Gaza from being pushed into an unimaginable public health catastrophe.
One of the richer African
We therefore support practical arrangements that can increase supplies through different border crossing public health catastrophe. We therefore support practical arrangements that can increase supplies through different border crossing and restore a minimum level of public health capacity.
Super nice. He's so nice, dude.
That UNRWA's facility, including storage facility, should be separated from the conflict, and strongly appeal for a positive response by donors to the flash appeals of UNRWA and OCHA. We believe that the continuing efforts of this Council to preserve lives should hinge first on how we can ensure that those not consumed by the conflict are provided support to live. We emphasize the protection of civilians. It's a cardinal responsibility
I don't know
of the
how they
Council,
do with the
which
civil
requires
rights
a strong
thing, though.
reminder to the parties of the obligations to respect international humanitarian law
Those are all the
and
African
protect
nations.
civilian infrastructure, which are non-negotiable principles that preserve our common humanity. Mr. President, events over the past days reminds us of the consequences of elusive peace in the Middle East in the last 75 years.
Security forces, they do have a constitution and a law providing for freedom of expression, including for the press and the media, and the government generally respected this right, although security forces committed isolated acts of violence and harassment against journalists. Whatever that means. That is a civil right, though, issue.
We also contemplate a Gaza after
Not
tomorrow.
too bad, though.
We cannot overlook the totality of peace required in Palestine. We demand of the parties their full commitment to seek the narrow and difficult path for a renewed and constructive dialogue on the political horizon. Ghana, like many others, does not see an alternative to the two-state solution. Whilst the unacceptable settlement-related activity...
Of course she wants the two-state solution.
Differences, I should say, between the United States...
We get this guy out of here.
Also need to be more steps taken to protect Palestinian civilians, bring in humanitarian aid. Did not repeat support for taking down Hamas's military capabilities, or even explicitly saying ending Hamas control over the Gaza Strip. So maybe some questions for him tomorrow about where the U.S. stands on those goals.
Very complicated.
I think they have civil rights issues, dude, the more I'm reading.
We'll be right back with more.
Because there's a report here by the State Department.
While the United States is providing Israel with unconditional support, arms, political shield, and so on and so forth, Israel still rejects American advice, American red lines when it comes to the management of the war and the red lines for the end game of this war, which is kind of both audacious and rude, if you will, when it comes to a country that basically embraced Israel and supported its war crimes to its own detriment, to the detriment of its own credibility and standing in the world. And still the Netanyahu government tells the Biden administration no to all its red lines. So I think probably Secretary Blinken is coming to say, look, we cannot continue to support your war unconditionally if you don't start listening to us on a number of things that we need to ensure that you do. Otherwise, we're going to lose the entire Middle East.
And it's mixed messages coming from the U.S., isn't it? Because at the start of the war, the U.S. was saying that there were no red lines. And so to now impose red lines when so much has happened. Marwan, just want to draw our attention to hearing from Israeli media, and these are just Israeli reports that the next batch of captives are going to be released. So they have been released, rather. The sixth batch of Israeli captives have been released. How hopeful are you that this ceasefire can be extended by another few days?
I won't use the word hopeful, neither optimistic, because I think the idea that we might have a couple of days of peace in order then for Israel to carry on with its killing, there's a certain absurdity.
The trash thing.
True. Some Palestinian prisoners are being released. True, some aid is getting into Gaza. But in principle, the idea that the United States and others are not calling for a permanent ceasefire, stop the war and start talking diplomacy, that idea, of course, is rather inhumane to the people in Gaza. Because the idea for the people of Gaza now to lick their wounds and try to put their life in order in as that is possible, only for them then to watch as Israel destroys more of their lives in other parts of Gaza, especially in the south. It's a kind of absurd. So what I'm hoping for is a permanent ceasefire. What the world is hoping for is a permanent ceasefire. What the UN General Secretary just spoke about is a permanent ceasefire. What the majority of the American public opinion want a permanent ceasefire, not those 1-2 days pauses in order then to be succeeded with more killing.
Let's see if that pressure does come to bear and make a difference. Marwan, thank you. As always, that's our senior political analyst, Marwan Bishara. And just to recap, we are hearing from Israel reports that the 6th batch of Israeli captives have been released from Gaza. We will bring you more on that as we get it. Still ahead.
Hurry up, lady. Hey, look at this. This is happening right now.
She saw people in forgotten corners of forgotten places as people.
This is what a first lady's funeral looks like.
My grandmother used the Carter Center to continue her 50-year mission to end the stigma around mental illness. And she built programs such as fighting for mental health parity and teaching journalists how to write about mental illness. That was the strategist at Roseland. That was her political savvy. But the reason that she built those programs in the first place is the same reason she did everything at the Carter Center. Once again, she saw people that were suffering from mental illness as people who also have hopes and dreams and are worthy of love. Roseland went to almost every corner of the world and met with people from all walks of life.
Heck yeah.
She worked with...
Still talking over here.
Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Nkansa Bondu for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Tsukasa Uemura, Special Envoy of the Middle East Peace of Japan.
Mr. President, thank you for calling this important meeting. My appreciation also goes to the Secretary General and to the UN Special Coordinator. Today, it is the 46th anniversary of International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian people. I have been engaged in this Middle East for 4 decades. A lot of my friends are in Palestine, including in the Gaza Strip, in the Arab countries, and as well as in Israel. I feel indescribable grief, but nothing deprives me of hope towards the future. I'm convinced that sadness and hope are shared. The Middle East peace should be built on this common ground. Japan's position on this current situation has been repeatedly explained in this chamber. Thus, I'd like to focus on what we should share as an old friend of this region, not on what we differ. I'm a person who have devoted my whole career to this complex but fascinating region. Despite many challenges and difficulties, this region holds great potential to realize coexistence and co-prosperity. Mr. President, a true peace can be achieved only through dialogue based on mutual trust, not by violence. Japan has consistently supported a two-state solution to be achieved through negotiations. Our approach to a two-state solution has been based on 3 pillars. That is, political dialogue, confidence building, and economic assistance to the Palestinian people. My colleagues and I have worked very hard and strongly promoted important policies such as the agriculture project in Ariha in Jericho and the Conference on Cooperation among East Asian Countries for Palestinian Development we call CPAD. Japan continues to work together with all parties for the peace and prosperity of this region. Mr. President, the current suffering of children, women, and the elderly breaks our hearts. The news of released hostages makes us relieved, but the remaining hostages must be released immediately without condition. I also emphasize that the humanitarian situation in Palestine is still deteriorating. We need to stop further deterioration. All parties must act faithfully based on the Security Council resolution recently adopted. All parties must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. The ongoing pause and its momentum must lead to hope for the future. The current conflict since October 7 must not block the path to peace in the Middle East. The international community should continue to make utmost efforts to bring about the peaceful coexistence between the two sides. Mr. President, Japan's Foreign Minister, Ms. Yoko Kamikawa, issued a message for this Solidarity Day. We need lasting peace and stability in the Middle East. There is no solution other than the peaceful coexistence of Israel and Palestine. Finally, I'd like to remind an important value for Japanese as well as for peoples in the Middle East. That is the importance of moderation. In Arabic, I say, Khairul Ulum al-Satha. It means in even difficult situations, go in the middle is the best way. This is also an important virtue advocated by Confucius, Aristotle, and many philosophers around the world. There is something common running around all of us in a fundamental way of life. Japan is, in good times and bad times, an escort runner for Palestine, Israel, and all the people and the peoples living in the Middle East. We are very much prepared to be a part of any international effort to make a good future, better future in this region. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I commend China on the initiative of this open meeting.
Good evening, everybody.
What can you tell us? What kind of person are we talking about here?
Look, I was interrogated with Yahya Sinwar in 1989 when I arrested him. You know, he was at the management of the Hamas in Gaza Strip. He was the advisor of Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, and he was the officer of the unit called Majd in Arabic. It's Glory in English, yeah, who was responsible for killing people that were suspected as working with Israeli intelligence. And he told us that he killed from 87 to 89 at least 12 people in Gaza streets. Yeah, all of them was killing by a knife of the butcher, by knife of butcher, yeah. And the last one was killing when one of his soldiers was from the Hamas. He asked him to call his brother from the Fatah, and he told him he suspected him that he is cooperated with the Israeli authorities. So he brought him, and after he brought him, he asked him, Yahya Sinwar asked him to get inside. He dig, you know, a hole that he get a cave. He get inside, and they start put assault until he was dead. That was really make me, you know, in a big trauma. Even I was the interrogator and the head of the department of interrogators.
What's his main motivation to do all of this?
I'll let you know. He was a friend of Ahmad Yassin. He was his advisor. You know, the man was, you know, whispered to his ears. He was born in Khan Yunis, but when he was a little boy, he came to pray at Gaza, at Ahmad Yassin Mosque. So he became a very good friend of him, of Ahmad Yassin, yeah. And when he grew up, of course, Ahmad Yassin asked him to be his advisor, and then he told him that he is the officer of the Majd. His motivation was the convention of the Hamas that Ahmad Yassin, asked him to know the convention by heart. Yeah, the convention said, of course, to destroy the Israeli state or the Jewish state first, and then all the infidels.
Is he very religious? Is this the main motivation?
He's really very, very religious. He had the Jew, from all his heart, very deep hate. He knows the Quran almost by heart. Everything is coming from God, from Allah. Yeah, he always talk with his friends about the convention, how they have to do the same what it's written in the convention, how to work, how to fight the Israelis. And he was really charismatic. He was even smart a little bit. I don't think that he is psychopath. I don't think so, but he has a lot of power from the people that believe the convention.
If you have to guess, will he agree, Sinwar, to leave Gaza as a last resort, to get out in some sort of a deal to save himself?
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. He wouldn't leave Gaza until he will be dead. He knows that he is going to be dead because he is sure that the Israelis are going to fight till the end. He wouldn't, go to Egypt or to other countries. He wouldn't make any agreements for going out of the Gaza Strip. He will fight until the last moment. That's what I know about him from his character.
Jacobi, thank you very much for that. Thank you. And
thank you too.
We should also say...
And I hope that all the kidnappers will be back in Israel soon.
Let's hope so. We should also say that Sinwar speaks fluent Hebrew, and he knows the Israeli mentality very well.
Yeah, and also a very good fact to know is that he had a brain tumor while he was in Israeli prison, and Israel saved him and removed that tumor. And it's one of the astonishing facts. And the prison hoped that might persuade him to cooperate, but it didn't. And he said, you're just doing what you have to by UN treaties and international law treaties. And that's what we actually are doing. And we're seeing how he's treating our hostages.
Right. With us now is Danny Engel, brother of Ronen Engel, who was kidnapped to Gaza. His wife and 2 children were released, but Ronen is still there, right?
Yes. Ronen is... Actually, we don't know anything about him because from that morning that he was kidnapped, we don't have any real something about him. What happened to him? Nothing.
Do you know if he was together with the rest of the family or separated the whole time?
No, we know for a fact that he went out of the safe room first. He was armed, and when he started to understand that there are Hamas in the kibbutz, so he went out to fight with them. And after an hour or more, Karina, his wife, also got out of the safe room, and then she fought also with Hamas murderers that was in the house, and she was taken. And afterwards, they took the two daughters.
On the positive side, how was the reunion with Karina and the daughters?
It was very emotional. It was, laughter mixed with crying, and just to hold them, just to feel them, it's unbelievable. All the emotion that gets out of you after these long days.
How are the daughters doing?
Okay, I can say that they are doing well. They suffered. I don't know exactly the word to say that they didn't eat much, so they lost a lot of weight. But they are smiling. They are also crying sometimes. But we are around them, help them with anything that they need. And it will take time, but they will come back to themselves. They are strong girls.
Why didn't they write the letter?
Now, obviously,
about how much fun they had.
No, just the big piece that is missing is my brother.
Exactly. So obviously, you're waiting for some change in this deal that will enable men to come back, not only children and women.
I'm not a big expert, but in my opinion, after that we see that they stop the fight and they release hostages. So keep this. I hope that they will keep on with this
momentum of deal, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
And keep it, bring everybody back.
Yeah, let's hope so, Danny. Thank you very much, and I hope for good news for you and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So many stories, endless stories, unbelievable with families like this, Owen.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jacob. Heart-wrenching, every single one. And the difficulties that these families are, of course, going through. By the way, one of your questions to him about expanding categories beyond women and children, that's a coming attraction, if you will. As the truces are extended, simply the reservoir of women and children hostages are thankfully being exhausted, with the exception of female soldiers, which are seen as a separate category. That reservoir is being exhausted, and the sides therefore are saying that they're starting to look at wider categories, and the next one would be older male civilians. So again, we may start to see that the more hostages that are released, right? And as you mentioned, 5 children being released out of the 10 today. So it doesn't leave, thankfully, many children left in the Gaza Strip. Of course, each one is an entire life and a case, and we've talked to the Bibas family, of course. But we are maybe starting to get to the stage when the sides are, by necessity, if you will, and given the success at bringing back children and women, starting at least to look at male civilians.
Right. On another issue, October the 7th was also a colossal intelligence failure by Israel's security establishment. While a thorough investigation is imminent after the war, some partial reports cast an alarming picture. I-24 News defense correspondent Jonathan Regev has more.
The Israeli intelligence community, seen by many as the best in the world, filled with talented people and outstanding resources, but as we now learn, also filled with plenty of arrogance.
Leaders of Hamas being interviewed 3 or 4 days before the attack, saying that we are going to attack in a few days the whole area. So I mean, where are the people there? Were they asleep? Were they absent?
As opposed to the previous thought, there was no intelligence regarding the widespread attack of October 7th. Various reports in Israeli media now suggest sources within the intelligence community, coming from the esteemed A200 unit, warned about it, but were ignored. They even heard communication in Hamas drills saying, "We killed the entire kibbutz." Why were they ignored? The reports suggest those warning were not high-ranking officers, and those above them ignored the warning, saying there's no chance Hamas will attack. For those who were part of this community, the behavior of the high-ranking officers is far from surprising.
Vanity, vanity, vanity. I know all. I know better than you. Who are you, a sergeant, to tell me that the Hamas is going to attack? I am the responsible.
Cynically enough, October 7th came 50 years and a day after the previous time Israel was surprised in similar circumstances. Junior officers presented plenty of evidence of an incoming attack just ahead of the Yom Kippur War, but those above them refused to listen. The people who fought back then gave their advice to the current commanders but were also ignored.
That's crazy.
We must never think that we know everything and that we are protected from everything. We should always
They wanted
be
it to
worried
happen,
and careful.
dude.
50 years
They
later,
wanted it to happen.
the lessons were
No.
clearly not learned.
No.
Right,
They're
the
not that
colossal
stupid,
failure here,
dude.
Shiri, this will be investigated thoroughly, obviously later. But you cannot ignore.
Oh, they just got cut. That's Israeli news, dude. Pull the plug. You've said too much. For real though, what just happened?
Or the fact that it was all across the board.
Yeah, and I think two things that are elements that I especially have known. You know, I've been there. I've seen it in my own eyes. So one is the gender issue. We've seen tatzpaniot. How do you call it?
Those who are in charge of looking at the border, right? But what Shiri is saying, this is important to explain to viewers. All female.
Yeah. Let me just continue. So all female. They are on the border. They 24-hour shifts to look at what's going on. They saw the training that Hamas is doing. They even saw. They claimed they saw. Sabotaging the fence, and they sent alerts, and supposedly
and they were ignored.
They were ignored, and their officers said, "Stop bothering me with this. I don't want to hear about it anymore." I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they're saying. And there's a very big protest of them saying, not only we were ignored, we were butchered and captured and kidnapped and raped, and we see other professionals from the 8200 that were women as well, and they were ignored. But I want to say something. It's both gender, but it's both a generational thing, because we used to be a more plural army where you listen to the young, the youngest people on the meeting can say whatever they want, and they were actually being listened to. But I think in time, as ego evolved and we got cocky, and I've seen it a lot, and this is an event that the public sees and hears about, and unfortunately sees the catastrophe. But there were other cases that I won't elaborate, that were just that the intelligence corps made a big mistake, strategic mistake, but you don't hear about it because the damage wasn't done to us, but it did on a strategic issue. And there's not enough pluralism. It's too much a herd mentality, where you listen to the most senior person, and he doesn't really listen to the young people on the table, to the women on the table. And I really hope that changes. I'm not optimistic. I don't think a lot has changed.
That's one aspect of it. That's one side.
Yeah.
But these are the people.
A lot of the young people are
left.
leftists. That's why
Israeli intelligence should have information way before people are on the border.
But they did. According to a report, again, entirely female. Again, I suspect one of the obvious takeaways here is that unit cannot be entirely female. That unit has to be mixed male and female, and the officer corps as well. So you don't have this gender imbalance that's just ripe for abuse. Obviously, you have to change the culture at the root, as Shiri says as well, but it's so infuriating. They had information, as they have said in multiple media reports in Israel, months ago. This wasn't only that night, Jacob. It wasn't. It was long ago. And it is just unbelievable to think that the massacres of October 7th may well have happened, maybe not entirely, but largely because of chauvinism and ageism.
Really?
That seems to be the takeaway from what we've learned. It's sad,
definitely a part,
and infuriating.
So it's a intelligence failure, but it's also an operative failure. There's something happened that we still don't know. We know some of it. We know that there was a lack of planning.
Yeah, dude, they're like, speak well of us, or
Hamas using in the right moment.
We know where you live. They had their ID. They have everything on them, dude.
Night and day to see what's going on the border, and once he saw,
I made sure they knew everything they could about those
weakness
people.
Point, he took advantage, and there was a strategic.
They were having them call their family and shit.
Getting to a deal on the missing soldiers.
That's the misconception.
From a political, exactly. So layer after layer after layer failed, and that's how we got.
You know, there always is going to be because going to use the word conceptia, right? It was originally used in 1973 with the Yom Kippur War. Of course, has made a huge comeback 50 years later.
But all the same, these people that are these prisoners that are coming out. They're like, yeah, they were beating us up and shit. Where are all their bruises at?
Always going to be a conception of national security, right? We can't operate, you can't set national security policy without it. The question is, what mechanisms do you have within your system to challenge that conception with contrary evidence? And those mechanisms were there here. Those women at the watchtowers had that evidence. We're bringing it to their supervisors. Also in the intelligence corps as well, from what we know, they weren't listened to. And they weren't listened to because of prejudices.
Organizational culture.
That's right.
In the last decade or two, much less democratization of the meetings, and it's a little bit in connection of the protests we've seen, and this is part of what people were alarming about, and it's very...
But still, having said all that...
Yes. After we said all that...
Having said all that, in terms of hard intelligence, the Shabak and the infrastructure of the IDF should have provided harder intelligence.
We had interviewed a group of teenagers, but a few hours after we left, they messaged us asking not to air the interview. And they told us that the Israeli officer in charge of their village had called each one of them individually, threatening that if our interview aired, they would return to jail.
More than 3,300 Palestinians had been detained.
Dude, they're totally controlling the coverage of all this.
The vast majority held without charge, cut off from the world.
Palestinians must pay the price for the attack, regardless of whether they took part in it or not. And then all those detained are used for exchanges during deals. That's why I say that those who were held after October the 7th are hostages and not prisoners.
When Mohammed Nazzal was released, the priority was to get him treatment. Both his hands were broken in what he describes as nightly routine beatings. Now he's back home, seemingly still in shock, and relieved he survived.
Well, it's the first. I've never actually...
One of the guys was so badly beaten, his cellmates kept calling and yelling for someone to help. When they finally arrived, they felt his pulse through the bars. He was dead. After that, they would just insult us. When the soldier came to fetch me before my release, he said they would hunt me down and bring me back to jail.
Would it be...
All the Palestinians we spoke to...
What if this dude actually just broke both of his hands from punching his cell walls because he was so pissed off of being solitary? But he was like, yeah, and the guys got to him and they're like, yeah. No, tell them they did that to you. This is perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Or off camera, share a feeling of unease.
That's the only way I've ever broke my hand before, though, was punching a wall.
How many nights they'll be able to sleep in their beds before Israeli soldiers come for them again. Hud Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, in the occupied West Bank.
I had a cat just like that, too.
And that's it from me, Elizabeth Thuranum, for this news hour. But do stay with us. We are back in just a few minutes with our ongoing coverage of the war and ceasefire in Gaza.
What? I don't believe that they broke his hands. It makes for good media, though, doesn't it? Makes for damn good media. I need proof of that. I need to see his medical record from prison to believe that story, motherfucker. I'm sorry. And where the hell is a Mazabikwa Kuiwi? Huh? What is this? They got 5,000 people population and they got a voice. They get to talk just as long as America? Fuck out of here. They need to revamp the UN because that shit's weird. I mean, they need to have a minor UN and a major UN. You have to have above a certain population to be in major UN. You don't get near as much time. Like the major UN doesn't have to hear all the fucking small ass countries talk. We don't get wasted with the time of it. They have a minor UN representative that kind of like says who won on their team, you know, on their minor area, who had the most. We had more for this. We had more. I don't know, man. Figure it out. I don't care about what they have to say, though. You know, what are they going to do about it? They're not helping. They're not giving any kind of aid, really. They're not really giving any kind of military assistance. If it all goes to shit, it's not going to matter anyway because they're not. Their GDP is nothing. Like, you know what I mean? So, what do we get from Mazabikwa? Do we get stuff from there? Do we have some trade with them? Let's see. Speak with Trade USA. Let's see what we got here. Trade agreements. What are we buying from them? That's all I want to know. This isn't what I want. Okay, this is kind of it. U.S. good exports. Okay, exports one thing. 235 million. They're gonna need some of our shit probably. I get that. Alright, whatever. That's not much money though. In sales, this isn't shit. Let's be real. Oh damn, it's up 23.7%. It's 2021, so we're starting to give them more stuff. We're selling them more stuff. U.S. good imports though from them, 177 million. That's not shit. What are we importing from them? What are we importing? Let's find out. Down here, trade agreements. No. Okay. Back here. Gotta type it fucking again because YouTube or Google sucks. As it be, dude. All right, I'm just gonna try this. I'll put it up here, and I won't know what I'm typing, but it'll work. Let's see what kind of list here. We should have a list. Here we go. Is this it? This is a bad list. This, well, yeah. Go data, exports. This isn't what I want. Dude, where's what I want? There we go. This should be it. But I want with America only. And with all this shit on the screen, I need to do this over here. There's too much going on for all that. I can't see shit. Here we go. Here's their exports to the US. Oh my fucking god. Get your ass over there. Alright. There. Aureus slag and ash is the main thing we get from them. What the hell is that? Ores, slag, and ash. Oh, France is talking.
Their briefings. France, once again.
Fuck you, France. Mineral fuels, 21.6 million worth of mineral fuels, oils, distillation products. 7 million in pearls, precious stones, metals, coins. Sugar? Wow. Nuclear reactors? We're buying nuclear reactors from that country? Well, not that many of them, apparently. 2 million. How you would think that would cost 2 million on its own, right? Tobacco and manufactured tobacco substitutes. Why do we need to get any of that from them? Fish? Okay, I can see that. I can see fish and fruit. We're not getting much at all, though, really. Salt, sulfur, earth, stone, plaster, lime, and cement. 976,000. What is that? A barge full? What, a couple UPS packages? Who are they? Must be exporting to somebody else much heavier than us. We got $20 in cotton from them in 2020. $36 in cereal. Wait a second, is this really what I'm looking at? Right? Why is it going up so low? We got $5 in residues, waste of food industry and animal fodder. $5 worth of that. That's actually just a shot glass full. $500 of live tree plants, bulbs, roots, and cut flowers. $73 of man-made staple fibers. Who bought that? Who are you? Who's that? $196 of milling products, malt, starches, inland, or wheat gluten. I went to the grocery store, I guess, out there and brought it to America. Does that count? Wait, when you do, when you go, like, if you were to travel to this country and claim this product, is that how this works? Did somebody like travel there and bring back one of these items and they claimed it on their declaration statement? Because how is this so low? So they ordered it off like the internet and had it delivered out here, but even then it would get declared as coming into the country. I think that's how these are here, dude. Somebody bought like a shirt, maybe. Interesting. Only one shirt though? That doesn't make sense either. Clothing would be on here, but they just buy, yeah, clothing is on here. They must have bought. Yeah, I bet that's how this is so low too. 1.5K for clothing, footwear, because someone bought a pair of shoes and they claimed them when they came back. Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't claim any of the clothing I bought when I didn't know I had to. Was I supposed to? Like, I didn't say that I bought stuff when I came back here. Was I supposed to do that?
Very skeptical of the potential for the potential of a ceasefire. So, the Qataris managed, and I think this is where they made a significant breakthrough to convince Hamas and Israel on the need to accept the initial deal, which has been replicated, albeit for just 2 days. Today, when the announcement is going to be made, it will definitely, particularly, I will be looking into whether this is going to be 2 days or 4 days, and it will give us an indication on whether we're likely to see a different format in the near future. And when it comes to that format, Elizabeth, if you see all the statements coming from senior regional players in this part of the world, they're saying this is not going to be enough.
I'll be right back.
You can put together a settlement, but if you don't address the core issues, particularly the two-state solution, this is just going to be one among many other vicious cycles of violence in this part of the world. And by the way, so you have this, in about a week from now, you have the GCC summit, which is going to be held here in Doha. So you'll have the Saudis, along with the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Bahrainis, the Kuwaitis, and the Omanis coming together. And this could be one of those platforms that would be putting more pressure on the international community. And when we say the international community, it's going to be the Americans in particular, for the need to put pressure on the Israelis for a prolonged ceasefire. You know, you cannot sell anything less than a long ceasefire to the Muslim world, because they believe that this could be just an indication. If anything less than that could be just a sign of a capitulation to the Israelis.
That is what we were hearing from the Saudi foreign minister on the sidelines of the UN Security Council meeting. Just the highest level of diplomacy with the most at stake taking place here in Doha. Hashim, thank you very much for that. That's Hashim Al-Bara. Let's go live now to Sarah Khairat. She is joining us from Tel Aviv. Sarah, what are you hearing about today's exchange of captives?
There are reports that they've already been handed over to the Red Cross. That's 10 Israeli nationals. But also Hamas had earlier said that they would be releasing two additional captives at the request of Russia itself directly, and that would be separate to the 10 captives released. We still are waiting to see whether it has been confirmed that they've been handed over. But interestingly, just to note on what you were saying and what Hashim was saying earlier about the talks of a ceasefire, nothing has been confirmed from this end. In fact, at the moment, statements have been released left, right and centre. First you had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, then you had the Defence Minister and a couple of statements from the Israeli army. And in fact, there's also been the Israeli army chief that has now held a meeting, and he's approved, they said, plans for the continuation of the ground offensive and the war. And in their words, they're now for the next phase. So everything in these statements is indicating the same thing, that they are continuing with the ceasefire coming to an end, with the extension, that they are going to continue with this war as they had before this, and that is their plan, and that won't change.
All right, that is something, as we've been reporting, that they have been saying throughout the ceasefire. Sarah, we've also got news over the last few hours that some of the Israeli captives that were held in Gaza were killed in Israeli bombardment. This is according to Hamas's military wing.
Yeah, now the three names that were released by Hamas is a mother in her 30s and her two sons, a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old baby, the youngest to have been held captive by Hamas in Gaza. And they were integral in this campaign in raising awareness to bring back all of those held captive. In fact, just yesterday here in the square behind me, they released balloons calling on Hamas to release the 10-month-old baby because of his age, saying, why does he need to still be there? Why has he not been on the list of those released? But there has been a statement now from the family, from the Bibas family, saying that they've been updated by the Israelis and they're waiting for the news to be confirmed, or hopefully, they said, refuted soon by military officials. We thank the people of Israel for the warm embrace, but asked to maintain our privacy at this complex time. And complex it is, because every day brings different surprises with this ceasefire. And certainly for the family and certainly for the government, they're saying they won't go with that just yet, because Hamas has previously said that one of the captives was killed, and then to the surprise of many, she was actually released. So this just ties also into something the government and the war cabinet and Netanyahu have been saying over and over again, that anything that is put out there by Hamas is what they call psychological warfare, and until it's confirmed by the Israelis, right now they're not saying that it's 100% confirmed just yet.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah Khairat with the latest live in Tel Aviv. Israeli forces have killed 2 Palestinian children during yet another raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. And a warning to our viewers that some of the images we're about to show you are disturbing. This is the moment Israeli forces shot dead 8-year-old Adam Al-Ghul in the head. You can see another Palestinian dragging him away from Israeli bullets in a desperate effort to save him. And this is the moment another child was killed. 15-year-old Basil Abu Al-Wafa was shot in the chest as he was trying to run away. We can also report that Israeli forces were preventing citizens and paramedics from reaching the injured inside Jenin. Israel has detained 55 Palestinians just in the past 24 hours in various areas of the occupied West Bank. A total of 203 Palestinians have been arrested since Friday, when the temporary ceasefire with Hamas came into effect. That exceeds the number of Palestinians released from Israeli jails in the same time period, and families fear those freed could be rearrested. There were 5,200 Palestinians in Israeli prisons before the October 7th attack. But with several arrests in the past weeks, that number now stands at 7,200. Let's go to Nida Ibrahim. She's joining us live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, every evening over the course of the ceasefire, we have been seen people gathering across the occupied West Bank to welcome the Palestinians who are being detained as part of the exchange deal. What's happening where you are?
Where I am is a welcoming, but of a different kind. The families who are here are not to receive their sons that are expected to be released later tonight as part of the prisoners' swap deal, but they're here to greet a 12-year-old. Karim has been detained earlier today when Israeli forces came here, and they've asked for him earlier. So his father took him to the Israeli military officers and prisons to hand him over. He thought it's going to be a few hours or that he's going to come back with him. Now, he returned alone, but just moments before I'm speaking to you right now, we saw this scene over here at Al Jalazon refugee camp. Family members and friends of Karim coming to welcome him after he's been released. He spent hours and hours with Israeli interrogators alone. Let's speak to Karim and his mom, Palestine. Karim,
when you went this morning, why did you go? They asked for me. Who did you go with? I went with my father. They wanted to arrest me here. They didn't find me, so they called us and they asked me to go and turn myself in at 9. So the second we got there, we saw a person whose head was covered in blood, and the same thing for his son. And then they brought me in. They cuffed my hands and my feet. How did they cuff you? They cuffed me to the front, not to the back. What did they use? They used handcuffs. Did they use metal handcuffs? Yes, they used metal handcuffs. Yes, they were a little tight, and they've been there since morning. And then they put me in a room, and they started cursing me, using words that I will not repeat here. And then they were screaming, and then they left me in the room and left. In that room, there were a number of young men from the camp, and they started calling the interrogators because they were feeling pain from the handcuffs, and then they came in and started beating them up. Did you see them beat them up? Yes, yes, I saw somebody getting beat in the face. I stayed in that room alone for 5.5 hours. The guys who were with me left 2 or 3 hours later, but I actually stayed there. I stayed there on my own for 2 hours. They let me out. They cuffed me using metal handcuffs, cuffed my feet using metal handcuffs, and they also used metal handcuffs on my wrists, but they did not blindfold me this time. What did they tell you? Well, they were cursing me. They were using foul words, foul language. What did they tell you? You told me there was a video. Is this the video in question? Is this the video they showed you? Yes. They showed me this video and they showed me another one. Yes, this one. So they told me, if you're going to throw stones, this is what will happen to you. So they told me, if you keep throwing stones, we will shoot you just like we shot these 2 young men. Were you scared of staying there for longer? Yes, I didn't want to spend more time there because they seemed quite angry. Were you afraid? Yes, I was very afraid. And then they started interrogating me, asking me about weapons, and the interrogator started asking me questions. He was getting angry. He was screaming in my face. I was listening to him, and I was answering his questions, trying to give him everything, anything I could give him. And then, towards the end, they threatened me that they would shoot me if I throw rocks, and they threatened me of imprisoning me there for 7 years and forcing my parents to pay my bail, pay 5,000 shekels to secure my release. What was it that scared you the most? The sight of the martyrs, the person who was covered in blood, and when I came in, I actually saw a number of people there inside the prison rooms. What exactly did they tell you about the video? He sat next to me and he told me, if you throw any stones, you will be shot just like him. Palestine, why do you think your son was released? He was released after they threatened him, after they showed him these horrifying videos, and they asked for bail. They asked for 5,000 shekels as a bail, and they asked him about weapons. So he told them, where do you want me to get you weapons? I don't have any weapons. Thank you. Thank God for his safety. They used him as a means to put pressure.
She has 4 other brothers in Israeli jails. 4 of his siblings are in Israeli jails. And just to point out that the video he was referencing now is a video of the killing of 2 Palestinians. One of them is an 8-year-old in Jenin earlier this morning.
Nida, that is Nida Ibrahim joining us live from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And as Nida was speaking, we have been getting pictures. We are looking at the latest pictures from Gaza, where the latest batch, the 6th batch of Israeli captives have been freed. They have been handed over to the Red Cross, and I believe that these are the Red Cross vehicles that are carrying the latest batch of the Israeli captives. Leaving from Khan Yunis, I believe, in Gaza, they will then travel to Israel, where they will receive medical checks. This is what's been happening on the previous 5 days of the ceasefire. The Israeli captives are handed over to the Red Cross. They then travel back to Israel, and after that, Palestinians who have been detained in Israeli prisons are released as part of that exchange deal. Let's bring in Tariq Abu Azoum. He's joining us live from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. And Tariq, how are people there feeling as they wait to find out if the ceasefire will be extended?
Yes, the majority and the vast majority of Gazans inside the territory, they have more growing concerns regarding the extension of the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. But they believe that with all efforts made by Qatar, which considered to be the main broker and the state which did its best in order to narrow the gaps of understanding and disagreement between Israel and Hamas, alongside with the Egyptian authorities and the US administration, they considered that these shuttle efforts made by Qatar will help to narrow the gap and even to lead more extension of a ceasefire on the ground. But they have such a very growing concern and fear in terms of the renewing of fighting between Hamas and Israel in the ground, because they clearly have a kind of understanding that there's going to be much more airstrike, as the Israeli occupation forces had announced that they have set new operational plans inside the Gaza Strip to be conducted by the Israeli ground forces. So the situation on the ground is a state of waiting. Palestinians are waiting for further announcement by the Qatari Foreign Ministry in order to announce that there is going to be more and further extension of the ceasefire. Thus, they can have much more days of relief and calm, away and clear from the Israeli bombardment and strikes.
Tariq, we can hear some very loud bangs in the background of your live. What's happening there?
Well, just a technical matter, whereas the fuel station is a little bit stuck. But this kind of a fuel station is considered to be one of the humanitarian trucks that are allowing to be entering to the hospital in the south of the Gaza Strip. Thus, they are trying to get an entry for the fuel station inside the warehouse.
Tariq, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Tariq, but we're going to go to the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister speaking at the United Nations Security Council. Let's listen in.
And in collaboration with the President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Joe Biden, the President of the United States, this culminated into an agreement to extend the humanitarian pause for 2 more days, and it led to the release of more than 90 hostages in the Gaza Strip and more than 210 women and children who were held in Israeli prisons. This truce has also made way for more humanitarian aid that are badly needed in the Gaza Strip. We would like to thank the members of the Security Council for welcoming those efforts, and we hope that the progress made should underpin the upcoming efforts to put an end to the bloodshed and to lead ultimately to serious discussions that would unleash or relaunch a political process to put an end to the suffering of the Palestinian people and to realize the aspirations of the Palestinian people. We would like also to commend the efforts of the member states of the Security Council that led to the adoption of Resolution 2712 as the first step on the right direction, which includes calling upon the parties to comply with the international law and which also calls for urgent humanitarian pauses and humanitarian access, together with releasing hostages and refraining from depriving civilians from basic services. We look forward to more steps to be taken by the Security Council towards a sustainable ceasefire and taking measures to guarantee the flow of sufficient humanitarian aid and to secure the delivery thereof without any impediments to all people who need the same in the Gaza Strip, including by establishing a monitoring mechanism to monitor the humanitarian aid delivery through all the crossings, and we call upon the occupying power to abide by its obligations according to the international law. Mr. President, we would like to see the international law applied justly, without double standards and without preferential treatment to any party whatsoever, because the double standards which are applied by the international community regarding the carnages and the crimes perpetrated by the Israeli occupation against civilians and civilian infrastructure, together with relief teams, is a stain on the conscience of humanity, and it might also compromise confidence and trust in the international multilateral system. Actually, the current violence makes it incumbent on us, especially the Security Council, not to allow for the situation to continue. It is high time we took real measures towards comprehensive peace, and the recent events demonstrated that any attempt to circumambulate or to avoid the straightforward actions will only lead to the exacerbation and the escalation of the situation, as all these attempts will fail, because the Palestinian people will continue to exist and they will never give up their rights, especially the right to self-determination and their independence. Mr. President, we call for peace. We do not call for war. So instead of launching lies against Arab states, it was better to go back to the references and to the books and to ask this question: where is this peace agreement or peace plan that Israel agreed to and which Arabs refused? Because when we speak now about the day after, we have to reiterate that the Gaza Strip is part and parcel of the occupied Palestinian territory that should be governed by Palestinian, because only the Palestinian people should have the say in this regard. And we do reiterate that the region will not enjoy peace and security without internationally recognized legitimate solutions based on the two-state solution, and without the establishment of an independent Palestinian state on the borders of 1967 with Eastern Jerusalem as its capital, and without the Palestinian people attaining all their rights. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed for his statement.
Okay, we have been listening there to the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani. He's speaking at the UN Security Council that's been talking about the war on Gaza. He spoke about how the humanitarian pause had already been extended by 2 days and said that he hopes that the progress that's already been made underpins the efforts, he said, to end the bloodshed and also to relaunch the political process to put an end to the suffering of Palestinians. That's something we heard from other Arab foreign ministers on the sidelines of the UN Security Council that's been taking place. That's as we wait to hear whether the ceasefire in Gaza will be extended. Do stay with us on Al Jazeera. We have continuing coverage. Another news bulletin in 30 minutes. Thank you for watching.
Hello, the weather is largely set fair across the Middle East at the moment. Lots of sunshine, a little on the fresh side for some, if the truth be known. So here in Qatar, just around the Gulf, you can see that keen shamal just setting in. So a little blowy over the next day or so. Temperature struggling, if I can call it that.
A little blowy.
Around 20.
Not be justified under any pretext. However, surprisingly enough, some states that pretend to defend international law and human rights refrain from describing what is happening as a violation of international humanitarian law. They simply call for the respect of international humanitarian law, and their calls are left unanswered. The concept of self-defense cannot be invoked in grave violations of international humanitarian law. What right of self-defense would allow the occupying force to oppress, to destroy the lives of the occupied people? Which international laws legitimize self-defense against the same people languishing under occupation? International law demands the occupying state to respect the occupied people's humanity and basic needs. Mr. President, we have warned against the danger of targeting civilians in the Gaza Strip. However, the Israeli conduct for more than 50 days can only be interpreted as a deliberate policy to make life in the Gaza Strip impossible by targeting civilian and medical facilities, residential buildings, and pushing the inhabitants of the north to evacuate towards the south of the Strip, which is already densely populated and has been suffering from a harsh blockade for years. The policy of forcible displacement and mass transfer was rejected by the whole world. It represents a violation of international law. This policy is still the aim of Israel, not only through the statements and calls of the Israeli officials, but also by creating a new dire reality on the ground to expel the Palestinians of Gaza from their land and liquidate their cause by isolating the people from their land and confiscating it. This is happening in full view of the international community, which has failed repeatedly to put an end to annexation, demolition, settlements, and extrajudicial killings, which are all unlawful practices happening amidst the silence of the international community. Meanwhile, the occupying state
the recycling bin just got picked up.
Mr. President,
I took it out just in time.
what is happening in Gaza, in full view of the world,
I'll be back.
is also happening in the West Bank. The same policy is expelling the Palestinians from the West Bank, either by unleashing
it was completely full too,
or through demolitions, expulsions, and military incursions in the towns of the West Bank. In addition to the annexation of land through systematic settlements that consolidate the illegal occupation. Egypt reaffirms before your Council its total rejection of any intent, plan or attempt at liquidating the Palestinian cause by transferring the Palestinian people from their land occupied since 1967. Egypt warns against the consequences of such a conduct on peace in the region as a whole. Egypt calls the international community to stand firmly against all the practices which could lead to such a situation. Mr. President, today or the day after, that is the question. The answer is clear, based on logic and on international law. There is an urgent need to end this bloody war, to save lives, to protect civilians from the scourge of war, before contemplating the day after. Egypt is currently working on the implementation of the Security Council resolution pertaining to humanitarian pauses. Egypt succeeded in cooperation with Qatar and the United States in brokering a hostage and prisoners exchange that also includes assistance delivery to the north and south of Gaza. Egypt will continue its efforts to extend the pause, to reach a ceasefire, and to put an end to war and destruction. We call upon the Security Council to support these efforts and also to support holding the perpetrators responsible for the crimes they have committed against civilians, whomever they are. Since day one, Egypt has called for the release of civilian hostages and condemned any targeting of innocent civilians. We wonder, however, what is the position of the international community and of the Security Council vis-à-vis the Palestinian prisoners, the children and women who for years have been imprisoned in harsh conditions without charges or trials. Aren't those as well hostages taken by the occupying state? Furthermore, we are working with our partners and the committee that was created during the Arab Islamic Summit held in Riyadh to secure humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip. In this context, we have tabled a draft resolution before the Council. This draft resolution is not politicized. It solely focuses on the humanitarian aspect and on saving 2.5 million innocent people in Gaza. We urge you to look positively at this draft resolution and to rise to the level of responsibility that this unprecedented humanitarian tragedy entails. We also urge to increase the scope of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza. What has been provided so far, and Egypt has contributed 70% of that assistance, so what has been offered so far does not answer the needs of 2.5 million Palestinians. We also urge you to avoid double standards and to turn your sympathizing statements with the people of Gaza into action. Furthermore, we consider any objection to this approach as an endorsement of the blockade of starving women and children, denying them shelter and basic health care in extremely harsh conditions with the approaching winter. As for the day after, although the picture is not clear yet, considering the ambiguous goals of the current war, we believe that the only alternative is to address the root causes of the conflict and of all the sufferings we are witnessing today. There is a need to address the Palestinian cause in an integrated and comprehensive manner that would put an end to occupation. Anything less, and the results of our collective efforts will remain temporary. New cycles of violence will unfold, and peace and security will not prevail in the region, including in Israel. There's a need to put aside all vain statements and work hand in hand to implement the only internationally agreed upon solution, which is the two-state solution. This solution should be enforced and saved, not only supported by statements. At the same time, the member states that haven't done so yet should recognize the state of Palestine. I call upon your august council to accept the full membership of Palestine at the United Nations. This lies at the core of the Council's mandate pursuant to the UN Charter. In conclusion, to all the actors interested in the day after, yes, it is time to work seriously. We stand ready to cooperate with anyone, with no exception, to set up a political framework and take the necessary measures to end the temporary stage that has started with Oslo. To start implementing the two-state solution by creating an independent, contiguous Palestinian state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital. This is the day after that will restore the rights of the Palestinian people, provide security to the Israeli people, and allow all the peoples of the region to enjoy security, stability, coexistence, and cooperation for development and prosperity in line with our common human values. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Selim for his statement. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia chairs the ministerial committee mandated by the Joint Arab-Islamic Extraordinary Summit. I now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farham Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the Security Council, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to thank the People's Republic of China for the wise manner with which it presided over the Security Council and for calling on holding this important session to discuss the grave developments in Palestine. I also thank the Secretary General for his important briefing on the implementation of Resolution 2712 adopted by the Council on the situation in Gaza. We appreciate his role and efforts in this concern. Mr. President, we gather here again in this Council under difficult and painful conditions in the Gaza Strip. Since the previous meeting, the number of civilian victims in Gaza exceeded 14,000, 67% of them women and children, and the number of persons displaced exceeded 1.5 million people displaced from their homes as a result of the appalling military escalation of the Israeli occupation forces in a continued violation of resolutions of international legitimacy and our shared humanitarian principles. However, we see that there's an absence of international accountability mechanisms, and the Council remains unable to take any measures that would prevent such violations. We categorically reject this bitter reality, and we saw the importance to act swiftly. Therefore, the Kingdom hosted the extraordinary Joint Islamic and Arab Summit in Riyadh. It was with the attendance of heads of state and government of member states in the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The summit issued resolutions that reflect the will of Arab and Islamic peoples to stem the bloodshed, to deliver assistance, to put an end to violations, to overcome this unjustified suffering in Palestine, to stand with the Palestinian people to achieve their legitimate demands, to take back their occupied territory and establish an independent state. And we call on the international community to shoulder this responsibility without any delay. Our message, Mr. President, is clear and unified. An immediate and permanent ceasefire that would pave the way for a serious peace process that is credible. And we call on countries that hope for peace and justice and that seek to maintain the legitimacy and strength of the international system, an international system which credibility was shaken following a slow response regarding this humanitarian crisis. We call on these countries to join us. Mr. President, we welcome the humanitarian truth. We value the efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States in this regard. This truth is a first step. However, it's not sufficient, especially given the continued restrictions on the number of aid trucks entering Gaza. We need to deliver assistance in a continuous, sustainable and sufficient manner without unjustified restrictions or additional complications, because the situation of civilians can no longer bear any delay in accessing this urgent assistance. We also need to implement Security Council Resolution 2712 completely. We need to build on it so that we can reach a comprehensive and immediate ceasefire. This truce does not spare Israel its responsibility under international law and international humanitarian law. These weak pretenses regarding self-defense are unacceptable given the humanitarian tragedy that is unfolding in Gaza every day. The continued military escalation following this truth would be a shameful matter. Mr. President, we heard that providing assistance will not help us reach a solution. What will help us reach a solution, according to Israel? More bloodshed? More death? Israel needs to respond to the peace endeavors that have lasted for decades. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia presented an Arab peace plan in 1982. We also had the Arab Peace Initiative in Beirut in 2002. It was supported by the OIC, and the PLO recognized the State of Israel in 1993. Where is the Israeli peace plan? Where is the Israeli recognition of the State of Palestine? We are peace-loving nations, and peace has always been our strategic choice. But we also want it to be the choice of Israel as well. It is high time for an international recognition pursuant to a resolution from the Security Council of an independent Palestinian state. Palestine should receive a full membership at the United Nations. We call for an international peace conference facilitated by the UN so that we could implement the two-state solution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency, His Highness Prince Faisal for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan.
In
the name of God, the Merciful, Secretary General, President, distinguished colleagues. 33 days ago, my colleagues and I came before you to ask for the adoption of a resolution that calls for an end to be brought to Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people in the occupied Gaza Strip. The resolution wasn't adopted. The aggression has not ended. On the contrary, this aggression has become more barbarous, more cruel, and more deadly than before. Israel considered the Council's silence as authority for its crimes. It has killed 3,750 more Palestinian children since our last session on the 25th of October. And the number of victims of the Israeli aggression has reached 6,150 children, not counting the children under the debris, and the children who have died since the beginning of this aggression in the West Bank. The later is Adam Sameh Al-Khul, who is 8 years old, and another boy of 15 years of age who were killed yesterday by the occupation. Some of these children died due to white phosphorus used by the occupation. Others have perished due to illnesses, medication for which was, the delivery of medication of which was hampered by Israel, and others died under the ruins of their buildings. But we're sure about their death. This is the flagrant reprisals of and aggression of Israel, which is instrumentalized by others and is used under the pretext of self-defense. This is a flagrant violation of international law, which makes it black and white that the occupying power has no right to self-defense. This vengeance has killed 15,000 in the Gaza Strip. It has blocked the passage of 4,775 trucks over this period. And this is in line with the estimations of UNRWA, which indicates that the Gaza Strip needs 8,000 assistance trucks daily. This carnage breathes new life into Israelis that are used to denying the humanity of Palestinians, and they use their parliamentary platforms where they call for the death of Palestinians, where they call for their forced displacement, for their starvation, and to take away the right to their life and even their dignity. Those who wish to protect their populations shouldn't be taking away the lives of other populations. Settlers, they shouldn't be protecting their own terrorism. They shouldn't be occupying the other territories of other people and holding children without trial. The end of the occupation is the viable way to ensure peace for Palestinians and for Israeli people and for all people in the region. Those who purport to say that this conflict is a religious conflict are lying. They are trying to falsify history and to falsify reality, where we see this tragedy which has been exacerbated by the occupation due to this carnage on the basis of the suffering that's been caused. There is a conflict because there is an unfair occupation. There is a flagrant injustice which has stolen the history of a people and which has destroyed its future and present. Ladies and gentlemen, these attacks and the tears of those I call for you to not heed the arguments of those who have attacked the United Nations Secretary General, who have attacked the president of UNICEF, and who have attacked all of those who stand against the blockade and the violations of international law. We, the Arabs, have set forward a vision for total peace in which Palestinians and Israelis can benefit from security. Our Arab initiative goes back to 2002. What did Israel say about it? They refused our Arab peace initiative. What did Israel do with that, not just consecrating this occupation? Ladies and gentlemen, we call on the Security Council to adopt a ceasefire, to bring an end to this aggression, and we demand that the international community bring an end to this occupation, to bring an end to the conflict. You all support the two-state solution. This solution brings an end, by definition, to the occupation. new peace process instrumentalized by Israel is not the solution. There is only one viable path to peace that we all want. This path is that the Security Council adopt a resolution recognizing the Palestinian independent state with Jerusalem as its capital along the pre-1967 borders. This would be a resolution that would set forward a specific time frame and would bring an end to the unilateral illegal Israeli acts that further enshrines the occupation. Israel's acceptance of this resolution would allow us to ensure peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians, and would ensure that the entire region is on the path to a future away from all occupation and hatred. Israel refuses this resolution. It means that Israel wants to see persistent conflict in the region. Therefore, Israel must be circumscribed in its actions, and we must take all necessary actions to bring an end to that. Without that, the conflict will continue. After the war on Gaza, there will be other wars, because freedom has a door as a way out at any time and for anyone. Israel has combated all efforts for peace for 30 years. In this way, it has denied peace and security for the entire region. We mustn't allow Israel to plunge the region into suffering for another 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the willingness for life is stronger than the willingness for murder. Freedom is stronger than pressure. This pause for Palestinians, the Palestinians during this pause have tried to go back and find their homes. And since the Israeli bombs stopped, children tried to go out into the street. We've seen families burying their dead, their wives, children, and then have called for the freedom of people. Those who want to call for justice should also be calling for freedom and for the right to life. Today is the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Let us retain this true solidarity to bring an end to this carnage in Gaza and the West Bank. The international community must reaffirm to Palestine that we are on the side of freedom and self-determination, and the international community is against the occupation. Ladies and gentlemen, occupation and peace must not coexist. Occupation and security cannot coexist. We call for lasting, long-term peace. Peace is the only viable path. We must bring an end to the occupation and establish a Palestinian sovereign, independent state with Jerusalem as its capital, and along the 1967 borders to live side by side in peace and security with Israel. This peace is the right of all peoples in the region. It is the right of Palestinians and Israelis. The path is clear, and it is an international responsibility to uphold it. I call on you to oppose all of those who do not wish to achieve this peace. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, President China for convening this meeting. We meet on the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people to talk about yet another catastrophe that this noble and resilient nation endures. Almost all speakers before me addressed the gravity of the human tragedy in Gaza. Israel's brutal attacks on Gaza and its population constitute war crimes. We urge all civilized nations to disassociate themselves from those crimes. In such dire times, we need strong global institutions to enforce international law and protect moral compass of humanity. Unfortunately, the Security Council, which entrusted by the UN Charter to do so, time and again failed to fulfill its responsibility to maintain international peace and security. it was unable to call for an effective ceasefire with one voice. What is more, the Council cannot even present a remedy to undo the historical injustice that the Palestinians suffering for many decades. This paralysis will surely reverberate in coping with other global crises and further erode the Council's credibility in the eyes of humanity. It also wrecks the rule-based international system that the United Nations was established upon. Without international law, principles, and a moral compass, we are all in uncharted waters. If we do not fix this problem soon, we will all be haunted yet again by aggravated radicalism of all sorts, which will be feeding on impunity and injustice. Millions of people all around the world are rallying for solidarity with Palestine. The outrage and frustration of those masses in the face of Israel's atrocities run the risk of social upheavals in many countries. Their expectation from the Security Council is clear: ensure a ceasefire leading to cessation of hostilities and enable unhindered humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The extension of the humanitarian pause in Gaza, as well as exchange of hostages and detainees to that effect, are glimpses of hope. We are also following some scenarios about the day after with grave concerns. Those deliberations give further ammunition to Israel to uproot millions of Gazans from their homeland and to impose upon them an oppressive regime. Therefore, we should translate this dark episode into an opportunity to address the root cause of the conflict. Otherwise, the symptoms that we see today will be more catastrophic tomorrow. 11 years ago today, we have voted at the UN General Assembly to endorse the non-member observer states of Palestine. Once we allow the Palestinians to have their own functioning state with all rights, privileges, and capabilities of statehood, most of the challenges we face today will disappear. This time, we must all roll up sleeves and finish the work with a peace process based on two-state solution, which guarantees the ultimate safety of Israel and Palestine.
Come on, dude. You're really exhausting, dude.
Israel and Palestine should be able to live side by side in peace and security along pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine. We also have to make sure that such a settlement will be implemented, unlike past experiences. With this in mind, Turkey put forward the idea of guarantorship mechanism. Such a mechanism will safeguard peace and prevent any breaches from any of the parties. This could be envisaged in the process leading to the final agreement and become a part of the package. From the statements of our many partners, we understand that such a mechanism is indeed needed and supported. Before concluding, let me invite all our friends and colleagues once again to join hands and minds to stop the ongoing atrocities without delay and reverse long overdue historical injustice to the Palestinian people. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Fidan for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Retno Marsudi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
The President, I'm back attending the UNSC meeting because I want to be on the right side of the history to defend justice and humanity for the Palestinian. Mr. President, Indonesia remains enraged about the unfolding situation in Gaza. Indonesia is also increasingly very concerned with the evolving situation in the West Bank, with the increasing number of attacks to the Palestinians, including refugee camps. While as part of the humanitarian pause, prisoners are being released. On the other hand, almost the same number of new prisoners are being arbitrarily detained in the West Bank. When can this atrocity be stopped? What is to be fate of Gaza, West Bank, and Palestine? Will they have their future? Mr. President, I want to repeat what I've said last month in this room, that the UNSC has a big responsibility to maintain peace and security. For sure, I welcome the UNSC Resolution 2712, and I also welcome the extended humanitarian pause and the release of hostages and prisoners. Out of this small glimpse of peace, we could see hope. Families are reunited and it's reaching those in desperate need. But is it enough? No, it is not sufficient. Humanitarian pause is too narrow and too fragile and will not be able to create a better situation in Gaza. PM Netanyahu mentioned that he will start again full military operation when the humanitarian pause ends. I cannot understand his statement. And I further cannot understand if the Security Council let this continued threat against humanity to happen. The Council must act to preserve trust in the multilateral system. The Council must ensure that the hostilities do not return with vengeance and work together to move beyond a humanitarian pause into a durable ceasefire. Because another day without fighting is a day worth fighting for. A further action is needed to really give a significant impact in Gaza, West Bank, and Palestine. This action should contain, first, to deliver unhindered humanitarian assistance in a swift, adequate, safe, well-monitored, and sustained manner throughout Gaza. Second, to ensure adherence to international law, particularly international humanitarian law, where all parties safeguard human rights, protect civilians, uphold sanctity of public infrastructure, particularly hospitals, school, places of worship, and the UN places of refuge. Third, the importance of a ceasefire to end all hostilities.
They're all saying the same fucking thing.
Day 54 of the war. Today's list of 10 hostages is said to include women and teenage girls and boys. The Bibas family are not on the list, and the IDF is looking into what it calls a cruel.
They're not all saying the same thing. They're all
Mother Shiri,
if they're all
and her
Palestine
sons,
side,
the
they're saying the same
hostage,
thing. If they're on Israel side, they're saying the same
Bibas
thing.
And 4-year-old Ariel Bibas have been killed. The IDF says Hamas bears responsibility for the safety of all the hostages, even if Hamas did in fact hand the Bibas family to another terror faction in Khan Yunis. Now, while families wait to receive the freed hostages, at this hour, 155 people remain in captivity, including 9 children. Earlier, Hamas saying in a short statement that they had released 2 Russian-Israeli hostages as a gesture to President Vladimir Putin. They were handed over to the Red Cross earlier. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu is reiterating that Israel will fight against Hamas until the end. Our correspondent Nicole Zedek is now at a hotel at the Dead Sea, so let's find out the latest there, because Nicole, thousands of Israelis have had to evacuate their homes, of course,
upon
since
the request
the 7th
from Russia directly as a separate release to the 10 captives that are part of the ceasefire deal. What we've seen often is that many of those that were held captive are dual citizens. So potentially the reason why they're referring to them as Israeli is that they are Israeli, but also the 2 Russians. So it sounds like we have a total of 12 captives released. They're also saying that they will be on their way to Israeli territory. And that's, so that's the announcement. That's the latest on that. Now, in terms of what you mentioned, mentioned earlier regarding 3 people that Hamas says that they have killed, including a 10-month-old baby. We've also just had a statement also from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says that he met and spoke with the Bibas family. It seems he met with them last night and has spoke with them earlier with regards to that news from Hamas, saying that he's told the members that the matter is being examined by all security forces and any information will be provided to them, that the Israel will do everything it can to return them to Israel, and also added that we are checking with all our might regarding the condition of your loved ones in Gaza. Just to give a little bit of context, the 10-month-old baby has been the youngest captive held in Gaza, and just earlier yesterday, even just behind me there was a rally that was held to call on his return, being the youngest, asking why is he still there and why has he not appeared on the list. You now have Hamas saying that him and his 4-year-old brother and mother have been killed. No mention of the father, who's also being held captive. However, Israel is cautious with going with this because in the past it has happened where Hamas had said one of the captives was killed, and then to the surprise of many, they were part of the list under this agreement that were released, and she had been released and made it across safely to Israel, and that's why they're treading with a lot of caution with this news.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Hamas is saying that the 3 were killed in Israeli bombardment before the ceasefire. Sarah, thank you very much for that. For now, that is Sarah Khairat with the latest live in Tel Aviv. And talks are ongoing for a second extension to the ceasefire in Gaza. Our senior correspondent Hashim Al-Badr is joining us live for more on that. And Hashim, what is the latest that you're hearing? There's a lot of hope. We're hearing from the US, from Qatar, even from the UN that this can be extended. What are you hearing?
Well, the consensus now is that this is something which is going to be extended. So they're all hopeful, including Qatar, that they will come out tonight and announce an extension. They're just working out the final details of the agreement, and this has been an extremely crucial step for all the parties which met yesterday with the intelligence chiefs of Mossad, the CIA, Egypt, and also Qatar's Prime Minister, to ensure there is an extension to be announced, but at the same time to work on a parallel path that could be conducive to a prolonged ceasefire.
And do you think, I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves, but do you think that there are talks about what happens when there are no longer any Israeli captives, although that in itself is such a big process, isn't it? Because we know that women and children will be released first, and that Israel has said that as long as women and children, as long as there are women and child hostages, the ceasefire can continue. But what happens after that, and are there talks about what happens after those women and children are released?
There are talks, and that's the most complex part of the and difficult part of the negotiations, which is basically when you get to the point where Hamas and the Islamic Jihad have been saying is going to be the all for all, the all soldiers held captive by Hamas will be this time in exchange for all the Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. We're talking about more than 6,000 Palestinians detained by Israel. Now, as we speak, the Israelis made it clear that there's absolutely no way they will go for that, and they were saying that they will go ahead and continue the military campaign once the prisoners exchange is over. Hamas, on the other hand, is looking for strong guarantees from the key guarantors of the agreement, the Qataris and the Egyptians, that if they go ahead with the exchange, Israel will stop the bombardment of areas, particularly the southern part of Gaza.
And, you know, as Israeli leaders have said throughout the ceasefire, that the war must resume when they get their captives out, and the war must resume until Hamas is defeated. Do you think that that rhetoric filters down to the negotiations that are taking place in Doha? Does it affect them?
It is. I think there's an element of leverage here and more pressure on all the parties, particularly the Israelis. But if you see all the statements today, just a while ago, ministers of foreign affairs of Saudi Arabia, of Jordan, Prime Minister of Qatar, basically, and Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates, all insisting on a need of a comprehensive settlement. And they say that, in a way, the general consensus in this part of the world is that the United States of America has failed to implement some commitments made in the past on the need to ensure a viable Palestinian state that goes hand in hand with an Israeli state. And this explains why now you're hearing more and more the two-state solution as a prerequisite if you don't want to get any other cycle of violence in Gaza and the occupied territories.
I want to go back to a point that you were making, the so-called all-for-all deal that's been tabled, that's been reported to have been tabled. All of the Israeli captives, including the soldiers, for the more than 7,000 Palestinians who are held in Israeli jails. You were saying that Israel says that that's a no-go. I don't know if we've seen a precedent for this, but if you look at the release of the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit some years ago now, Israel did release around 1,000 Palestinian prisoners for one soldier then.
And this is what Islamic Jihad and Hamas are hoping to see happen. And this explains also why the announcement today on the new extension is going to be crucial, because what is happening is that this announcement is going to pave the way for that difficult negotiation about the all-for-all exchange of prisoners. Now, all the parties, particularly Qatar, understands why the Israelis are adamant on the need to see all the prisoners, all the captives being released now, because there is a political aspect to the story. You don't want to be seen as capitulating to your enemy. And the same thing applies for Hamas, which is not going to go and tell its own people that after all this destruction, you know what? We were forced with, there's absolutely nowhere for us but a dignified exit strategy, and therefore we're going to release all the captives. The captives, particularly the soldiers, are the last card into the hands of the Islamic Jihad and Hamas, and they want to use it with leverage, knowing that at least when they do it, there will be no more war in Gaza. If that happens, it is going to be an extremely important development in the region. But all in all, Elizabeth, the Arab world and the Muslim world, it's been now more than 50 days of this conflict. It's unprecedented in many ways. Mm-hmm. The simmering discontent that you can see on social media, on the streets of different parts of the Arab world, are indicative of a trend which has been going on for quite some time and which Arab leaders and Muslim leaders cannot ignore. Mm-hmm. There is a moment where they cannot be seen as betraying the Palestinians or people of Gaza. And this explains why they are telling the Americans behind closed doors, help us put pressure on the Israelis, we'll put pressure on Hamas, and we will help you come up with a dignified exit strategy for all the parties.
All right, Hashim, thank you very much for that. I know that you are looking at your phone for any developments, and we will come back to you when we have them. Hashim Ahelbara. Israeli forces have killed 2 Palestinian children during yet another raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. And a warning to our viewers that some of the images we're about to show you, they are disturbing. This is the moment Israeli forces shot dead 8-year-old Adam Al-Ghul in the head. You can see another Palestinian dragging him away from Israeli bullets in a desperate effort to save him. And this is the moment another child was killed. 15-year-old Basil Abu Al-Wafa was shot in the chest as he was trying to run away. We can also report that Israeli forces were preventing citizens and paramedics from reaching the injured inside Jenin.
Yeah, see, that's not a good look, dude. They be doing some weird shit in West Bank,
raids
dude.
Across the occupied West
They're
Bank
like,
during the ceasefire.
hey,
Since October
hey guys,
7th,
why are you
Israeli
being all
army has killed
terroristy and shit? We didn't
243
do
Palestinians,
anything.
including 6 prisoners. Among the dead are 58 minors and
Let's
1
have
woman.
this area here.
More than 100 Palestinian children have been killed in the occupied West Bank so far this year. Let's go live to
And you
Hoda
see them
Abdelhamid.
like,
She's joining us
dude,
from
I saw footage
Ramallah,
once
and Hoda's
where
ceasefire
there
in
was
Gaza.
a funeral of somebody, and a lot of people went to it, and Israelites or Israelis took that moment to steal the people's houses. They were running down the streets with mattresses and shit, hurriedly going to the people's houses so that they could steal their house in the West Bank while they were at a funeral. If that's true, if that's all true, that's pretty fucked up, man.
Bluntly shot.
Can you imagine coming back and some dude's in your place living in it? You're like,
oh, it happens on a regular basis throughout the years.
Yeah, you got to go now.
There's never
What would you
any
do?
kind of accountability on the Israeli side. Whoever was behind that
Hey, Mom,
bullet,
somebody just moved into my
that
place.
He has impunity. So
When I was
certainly,
at the funeral.
it's the repetition of this kind of incident that really infuriate Palestinians and say that no one is really caring for their rights, for their right to live, and for their right to be in safety. And that kind of, unfortunately, that kind of incident, when you ask anyone here, they would tell you it will happen again and again and again, simply because there is no uproar and there is no accountability.
Yes, it has very much become the norm across the occupied West Bank this year. So too
they're going in.
Arrests, Hoda. And tonight is another night of waiting for
The
some of the
bus is at the
Palestinians
prison.
who have been arrested, not in the last, not since October 7th,
Red
but
Cross
those who
is
were arrested
checking in.
before to be released.
Well, the list is now out. There are 30 people who are going to be released, 15 women and 15 minors. Some of them actually have been detained after October 7th and will be released with this last batch tonight. Now, at this point, we know that they have been moved to Ofer prison. That's from where they will be actually freed. We know they have been there waiting for several hours, but usually the way things happen is that first the Israelis held by Hamas and Islamic Jihad tonight are freed. They cross back into Israel, and then the Palestinians make their way to here in Ramallah or directly home, because some of them are from occupied East Jerusalem and some of them for the first time are from inside Israel, Palestinian Israelis. Now, at the same time, if you look at the numbers over the past 6 days, you have about 210 Palestinians being released, but you have also 203 who have been detained. So if you look at it in numbers, it's a zero-sum game at this stage. And we spoke to some of them, of those who have been released recently over the past few days, and many of them told us that they actually fear that they could be rearrested at any time. We go to meet them at night, away from the prying eyes of Israeli settlers and occupation forces nearby. 3 cousins, recently released, but with the specter of prison still hanging over their heads. 19-year-old Qusay Abu Naim was sentenced to 15 months for throwing stones, a symbolic gesture by young Palestinians to resist the Israeli occupation.
I was warned not to celebrate my freedom and not to throw stones. Of course, they can get me again. But in the end, what do you want me to do? I'm just defending myself and my village. I'm not a terrorist, as they say.
As Qusay was driven out of Ofer prison, his cousin Muhammad was coming in. He had been waiting outside for Qusay to be released when soldiers detained him. This wasn't his first time, but during this latest brief stay in jail, he noticed the conditions had changed.
There is psychological torture. It wasn't like that before. Now they lock you in a room until you're broken and admit to anything they want. When I got home, the officer in our area told me my movements were being monitored, and next time they'd harm my wife as well.
Despite the threats, Muhammad thinks it's important to speak out and hopes the world will understand how difficult it is to simply be a Palestinian. All of those we spoke to told us the same story, that they were warned not to celebrate their newfound freedom and not to speak publicly. In fact, we had interviewed a group of teenagers, but a few hours after we left, they messaged us asking not to air the interview. And they told us that the Israeli officer in charge of their village had called each one of them individually, threatening that if our interview aired, they would return to jail. More than 3,300 Palestinians had been detained in the occupied West Bank since October the 7th. The vast majority held without charge, cut off from the world.
Palestinians must pay the price for the attack, regardless of whether they took part in it or not. And then all those detained are used for exchanges during deals. That's why I say that those who were held after October the 7th are hostages and not prisoners.
When Mohammed Nazzal was released, the priority was to get him treatment. Both his hands were broken in what he describes as nightly routine beatings. Now he's back home, seemingly still in shock, and relieved he survived.
One of the guys was so badly beaten, his cellmates kept calling and yelling for someone to help. When they finally arrived, they felt his pulse through the bars. He was dead. After that, they would just insult us. When a soldier came to fetch me before my release, he said they would hunt me down and bring me back to jail.
All the Palestinians we spoke to, on or off camera, share a feeling of unease. They are relieved to be at home, but wonder how many nights they'll be able to sleep in their beds before Israeli soldiers come for them again. Hud Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, in the occupied West Bank.
Let's bring in Salman Sheikh. He is the founder of the peace-building organization, the Sheikh Group, and a former UN official. Mr. Sheikh, thank you very much for your time. It is a very important day, as every day of this ceasefire has been. We are waiting to find out if it will be extended beyond the 6 days so far. Are you hopeful?
I am. I'm cautiously optimistic that not only will we get 2 or 4 days, but we are actually on the path towards something longer. Look, what we're seeing here, Elizabeth, is absolutely brilliant diplomacy. I was in Lebanon in 2006 for the United Nations, where we worked with the French and the Americans to eventually bring a cessation of hostilities after 34 days. But there were some guardrails there in terms of what restricted Israel. In this case, absolutely brilliant. Qatari, Egyptian, and American diplomats have worked together in their operations room day and night, effectively taking a careering train, which is going down a hill, and trying to take it under control. And that train has been the Israeli government.
And while they've been doing that, the Israeli government, the Israeli war cabinet, the prime minister, the defense minister have been saying that they're open to the ceasefire being extended, but the war must continue until Hamas is eliminated. They have listed 3 objectives, 3 main objectives since October the 7th. The first one being what they call the elimination of Hamas. Is that possible?
In one word, no, not this way, certainly. Look, we're at a defining moment right now. Do we go down that first path of war, which in fact is a dead end? It's only led to massive deaths amongst Palestinians in Gaza and an acceleration in the West Bank as well as in the region, real cost to Israel's reputation and those who have concurred with that military action, including the United States and some of its Western partners. We can move away from that. And by the way, those 3 objectives, well, we haven't seen the elimination of Hamas. You see, and I think it's been noticeable, and what I hear in the chatter amongst those who assess these things, it's been noticeable how Hamas has not been significantly militarily affected. It has lost maybe 1,000 or 2 soldiers, but not in terms of its main command. Secondly, we've seen the release of hostages, not because of military pressure, but because of the diplomacy that I mentioned.
Although the Israeli government maintains it's because of the military pressure, that it's because of its military operation that it was able to secure the release of these captives. You say that this is a defining moment. We are hearing more and more people, more and more world leaders say that the immediate cause of this must be addressed, that this conflict cannot go on as it has. Do you think that the unprecedented number of deaths and destruction that we've seen, over the last 8 weeks, that this could lead to an end to the stalemate and real progress?
This death and destruction cannot be in vain. We've seen in other periods of major conflict related to the Israelis and Palestinians that we do start a more serious effort. I believe everyone's been shaken to the core in order now to act. There's no more managing. this conflict. At least I think sets of leaders around the world understand that. It's now how we build on that. And again, I think the second path of rebuilding, of building a political process and the foundations for it is something that leaders are now thinking about. In fact, I would say that starts with maybe 2-4 days. It may be till the end of the year. And that gives us the time to start to put in place some of those pieces.
And can any of those pieces be put in place without real US pressure? Do you think that the US position on this is shifting at all when they talk about red lines now, which they refused to after October 7th? We've heard the US ambassador to the United Nations on Wednesday evening say that the advancement of settlements, these are illegal settlements under international law, that they must end.
Well, that's right. That is international law. And if we now do see President Biden, and there is President Biden who can put a stop to this, in my view, and get us on the path to a serious political process and a comprehensive peace, then we are in business. But it won't be just him. We will now need, in my view, a broader international legitimacy. We see the Arab and Islamic foreign ministers there in New York. They have to be part of this, as do other countries, because we now need to build international legitimacy for the very difficult work that's ahead of us.
And it's really interesting, isn't it, that we've heard more and more European leaders say things about this conflict, about the need for the two-state solution, about the rights of Palestinians, which we haven't heard them say as strongly until now. Mr. Sheikh, it's great to get your thoughts on this. We really appreciate it. That is Salman Sheikh of the Sheikh Group. Thank you. Let's go now to Tariq Abu Azoum. He is our correspondent in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. And Tariq, how are people feeling there as they wait to find out if the ceasefire will be extended?
Yes, the majority and the whole of the Gaza Strip citizens are waiting for the announcement by the Qatari Foreign Ministry for the extension of the ceasefire for further days. Thus, they can have moments to breathe and even to have days of relief away from the Israeli relentless strikes and bombardment that destroyed all means of life inside the Gaza Strip. Now, Palestinians generally inside the Gaza Strip believe that the extension of ceasefires will help them to get more access to humanitarian aid, which help to mitigate the deterioration of their humanitarian conditions, which they have been under heavy Israeli attacks and bombardment for more than 7 weeks. So clearly the situation right now, the majority of them are waiting. They believe that if the ceasefire did not be renewed and witness more extension, they understand notably that the Israeli forces will intensify the damage and the rates of their strikes across the Gaza Strip, and in particular might be directed towards the south of the territory, where the majority of the population is still in the south. So they believe that they will have more bombardment, more injured people will be resulted from the attacks, and they think that this is going to be a new nightmare if the ceasefire did not be extended, as they had suffered a lot during the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, Tariq. We've been hearing from many people, not just the Gaza mayor, but the UN Secretary General, the head of the WHO, all talking about the catastrophe, they call it, that will just not just continue, but will worsen if this ceasefire will not be extended.
Well, the situation right now on the ground is really catastrophic in terms of the medical condition or also the hygiene conditions across the territory. The majority of Palestinians from the north and central areas were displaced to the south. They are now taking shelters in overflooded United Nations-run schools, where they are lacking the basic necessities of safety and cleanliness due to the shortage of the humanitarian aid that had been delivered in comparison with the needs of the territory. Hospitals are become overflooded and even overwhelmed with patients, and even people who have been sick due to the spread of respiratory infections, diarrhea among children, and also a diversity of disease that had been spread due to the cramming number of people across the public shelters and even UN school shelters. So literally now, with the destruction of the majority of water sanitation stations and even the water sewage bomb inside the underground Gaza Strip, So this all help and contribute to the increase of the number of diseases among Palestinians, which is considered to be the second threat, alongside with the consequences that had been brought by the devastation that had resulted from the Israeli strikes across Gaza Strip.
Tariq, thank you very much for that. That is Tariq Abu Azoum with the view from Gaza. You are watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Hamas has handed over the 6th group of captives to the Red Cross. The humanitarian organization has been facilitating the transfer of Israeli captives out of Gaza. These are the latest pictures of those Red Cross vehicles. And as the 6th exchange takes place, talks are ongoing to extend the ceasefire deal. Qatar has been helping to mediate the negotiations. Its foreign ministry says the main
just
focus...
not recognizing that such things happened. They are denying the truth. They are rape deniers, although that their whole issue is to defend women. And this is very unfortunate, and I see that as a combination of a lot of anti-Semitism. It's aimed against Israel, and it is also a combination of ignorance. And it's a pity. It's a pity because eventually it shows how the UN in general and those organizations specifically are not playing a fair game when it comes to Israel and to Jewish women.
Raises so many questions. Yaki Dayan, thank you very much for joining us here in studio. Always appreciate your insights. Guy and Doron are going to stay with us, and we are expecting that daily update, that briefing from the IDF's Daniel Hagari. It should be happening soon. If and when it does happen, we will, of course, bring it to you live. So make sure you stay tuned to this breaking news edition. Now, as discussions continue over that possible extension to this current truce, which we've been discussing here in studio, and questions are asked about the day after the war, which we've also been discussing, many are still asking how the Israeli intelligence community were blindsided by the Hamas terror assault in southern Israel on the 7th of October. More than 1,200 people were killed and thousands wounded at that music festival, in their homes and on bases. Plus, more than 240 people were abducted on that day. Our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, has more in this report.
The Israeli intelligence community, seen by many as the best in the world, filled with talented people and outstanding resources, but as we now learn, also filled with plenty of arrogance.
Leaders of Hamas being interviewed 3 or 4 days before the attack, saying that we are going to attack in a few days the whole area. So, I mean, where are the people there? Were they asleep? Were they absent?
As opposed to the previous thought, there was no intelligence regarding the widespread attack of October 7th. Various reports in Israeli media now suggest sources within the intelligence community, coming from the esteemed A200 unit, warned about it, but were ignored. They even heard communication in Hamas drills saying, "We killed the entire kibbutz." Why were they ignored?
We saw that earlier.
The ones that we've been speaking with, they're so worried about the presence of the security forces that they have told the media who've contacted them, please don't come next to our houses, we can't let you in. They're worried that if they are letting the media in, that if they are speaking to the media, that perhaps that would mean that their relatives who are scheduled to be released would not be released and would continue to be detained. So it's a very scary, intense situation for the family members. My team, other journalists in the area, we have been going around, we've been looking at the fact that there are police cars that are obviously patrolling the area. They want to clamp down. We're not yet sure exactly when the prisoners are going to be released, and we will get those details to you as we have them. But at the moment, it seems that we're at least a couple of hours away from seeing those prisoners arrive at their homes in occupied East Jerusalem.
Mohammed, thank you very much for that. That is Mohammed Jamjoon with the latest from occupied East Jerusalem. Well, we spoke to released child prisoner Karim Gawanme, who was only 12 years old. Israeli police detained him for 12 hours without the presence of a lawyer or parent.
Karim,
when you went this morning, why did you go? They asked for me.
Who did you go with? I went with my father. They wanted to arrest me here. They didn't find me, so they called us and they asked me to go and turn myself in at 9. So the second we got there, we saw a person whose head was covered in blood, and the same thing for his son. And then they brought me in. They cuffed my hands and my feet. How did they cuff you? They cuffed me to the front, not to the back. What did they use? They used handcuffs. Did they use metal handcuffs? Yes, they used metal handcuffs. Yes, they were a little tight, and they've been there since morning. And then they put me in a room, and they started cursing me, using words that I will not repeat here. And then they were screaming, and then they left me in the room and left. In that room, there were a number of young men from the camp, and they started calling the interrogators because they were feeling pain from the handcuffs, and then they came in and started beating them up. Did you see them beat them up? Yes, yes, I saw somebody getting beat in the face. I stayed in that room alone for 5.5 hours. The guys who were with me left 2 or 3 hours later, but I actually stayed there. I stayed there on my own for 2 hours. They let me out. They cuffed me using metal handcuffs, cuffed my feet using metal handcuffs, and they also used metal handcuffs on my wrists, but they did not blindfold me this time.
And we are taking you now to the latest pictures from Gaza, where we can see the 6th batch of Israeli captives being released on Wednesday evening on the 6th night of the ceasefire. Those are we can see 2 Israeli women there being released by Hamas, and the Red Cross staff also in that shot, the same Red Cross staff that we have been seeing over the last 6 days, who accompany the captives, the Israeli captives, out of Gaza, often through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt. We believe that these are the dual Russian-Israeli citizens that we have heard are going to be released on this 6th day of the ceasefire as part of the 12 Israeli captives. We believe that those are the 2 Russian-Israeli captives being released from Gaza. They will be taken to the Rafah border crossing in the south of Gaza, where they will cross into Egypt and then make their way into Israel. That's what we've been seeing happening over the last 6 days. That's where they undergo medical checks in Israel. Speaking earlier at the NATO summit in Brussels, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the White House is working to find ways of extending the humanitarian pause in Gaza.
We're surging humanitarian assistance into Gaza to make sure that its people have what they need to get by. Looking at the next couple of days, we'll be focused on doing what we can to extend the pause so that we continue to get more hostages out and more humanitarian assistance in. We'll discuss with Israel how it can achieve its objective of ensuring that the terrorist attacks of October 7th never happen again, while sustaining and increasing humanitarian assistance and minimizing further suffering and casualties among Palestinian civilians.
Well, for more on this, let's bring in Mike Hanna. He's joining us live from Washington, D.C., and it's the Secretary of State, Blinken's 3rd trip to the region. So what is the White House saying about it? What will he be focusing on, Mike?
Well, the fact that he's been sent to the region so many occasions is reflective of how involved the White House wants to be in what is happening in the current crisis. Blinken there, as you say, for the 3rd time. There are Israeli media reports that he will be attending an Israeli war cabinet meeting in the course of his trip to Tel Aviv. This has not been confirmed. It is from Israeli media. But once again, that's an indication of the central role that the U.S. is playing, or is attempting to play, in ameliorating the ongoing dispute between Israel and the Palestinians particularly in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. But we have seen the Biden administration get hands-on involved in the ongoing situation. They played a central part in the negotiations that led to the freeing of the captives, the ceasefire, along with Qatar and Egypt being absolutely central in getting to this tentative agreement. It is working, and Blinken is now on his trip to the region, will be pressing for an extension of the ceasefire, finding ways in which he can do it. And he's still talking about what happens the day after, and the day after the day after is something that's got to be discussed now. This despite the fact that the US is not truly addressing the cause of the conflict on the ground, although it is focusing, it says, on bringing humanitarian relief in the window that is created by the ceasefire.
All right, Mike, thank you very much for that. That's Mike Hanna with the latest live in Washington, D.C. And speaking at the United Nations Security Council, the Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the ceasefire has provided respite in Gaza, but that more aid is desperately needed as the healthcare system has all but collapsed.
Over the past few days, the people of the occupied Palestine territory and Israel have finally seen a glimmer of hope and humanity in so much darkness. It is deeply moving to see civilians finally having a respite from the bombardments, families reunited, and life-saving aid increasing. Mr. President, Resolution 2712, and I quote, demands that all parties comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, notably with regard to the protection of civilians, especially children. It is clear that before the pause, we witnessed serious violations.
Dude, I told you this cat,
He's joining us
Simon,
live from the
would be
United
here
Nations
all
headquarters.
day
And the Secretary General
long.
really spelt out the great damage that's been done to Gaza and just how much
It's
worse things could
interesting. I
get.
hope he's alright, though. I really hope it's just because he's
Yeah, that's right.
happy.
He really did. He really spelled out and really presented a pretty grim picture of the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And of course, we've all been watching Al Jazeera for weeks now, and we can see that with our own eyes. But when the Secretary General sort of also lays it out in front of foreign ministers that are here at the UN headquarters in New York for
I guess
the
he's been pretty
high-level
bored the
meeting that was
past few
taking place
years.
at the Security Council. It really sets
there.
up an impact,
You can't
if you
hear
will.
any of this.
The Secretary
You know,
General
this
was
is-
really
all he
responding
hears is
to
me.
the November 15th Security Council resolution on Gaza that called for, among other things, a humanitarian corridor
about that
and
yesterday.
a respect for
miserable life
international
I gave
law,
him.
among many other things. And he was
Talking to the
basically
wall all
saying,
day
like,
for
listen, the
years.
pause in fighting helped get aid into Gaza, particularly into the north of Gaza. But in his words, it is not nearly enough. The humanitarian situation is grave. He also called for more humanitarian passageways into Gaza. The Rafah crossing, he said, simply is not enough to accommodate the amount of aid that needs to get in.
And really everything he was saying was being echoed by various Arab foreign ministers. They were speaking on the sidelines of that UN Security Council meeting. We heard from the Qatari Prime Minister, who's also the foreign minister, and he talked about international law, the same thing that the Secretary General Guterres was talking about, that international law must be respected. And the Qatari foreign minister went on to say that there cannot be double standards when it comes to the application of international law.
Yeah, that's right. And the Qatari Prime Minister has been a central figure, of course, in this whole process here, mediating between Israel, the United States, and Hamas and the Palestinians. And he was here, and it really showed how there is real urgency to try to get some sort of sustainable peace and some ceasefire that can last longer than what we've seen so far with this temporary pause in fighting.
You hear it?
We also heard from the Saudi Arabian foreign minister was here, who said simply that a truce is not enough. We need a full ceasefire, and that really was the message from not only Arab ambassadors here, but we're hearing it from others as well. The Russian ambassador, in fact, the Chinese foreign minister is speaking right now. He chaired the Security Council meeting, and he said just a few minutes ago, the fighting that we have seen stopped over the last few days. We do not want to see it start up again, also calling for some sort of sustainable ceasefire.
Better now.
Dave, thank you very much for that. That is
feels
Gabriel
like my
Elizondo
chest
with all the developments
pushed in on me
from the UN.
But
He's live
I can
at
tell
UN
when I
headquarters
cough.
in New York.
Mostly, I'll cough and I'll be like,
For more than 2 weeks,
I
services at the Al
cough
Shifa
right
hospital in northern Gaza came to
Chest
a
can't
halt
move right.
as Israeli forces laid
I got a
siege to
feeling.
the Strip's biggest health facility. Many patients have since experienced severe complications. A number of them have died. The hospital is trying to restore crucial operations, at least for now.
It gives me hope for when I get older that I can do it without slinging my arms back.
And he says that a large number of
able to do that
patients are
when I get
still
older.
unable to access health care despite the ceasefire.
Is this guy talking live?
Since the ceasefire, okay, nothing is coming to the hospital.
Any threats.
No. Wait, is he?
Operation of the IDF, the Shin Bet, and border police. Fighters took down Mohammed Zbeidi, a senior commander of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The IDF, together with the security groups, operates on all fronts. Of solidarity. Meanwhile,
that he can most of these hostages, the equipment, all the
is to Israel examination, and they will
speak the
territory.
They didn't say he's live, but they must
stop
be.
you because Daniel Hagari is about to speak, the IDF spokesperson.
They're now undergoing initial medical examination, and they will be transferred to the hospital where they will meet their families. We continue to advance this evening to fulfill the outline to return the hostages as agreed upon. Dear families, it is difficult to imagine the pressure and uncertainty you're feeling. Our hearts are with you. We will update you with any information that comes to our knowledge, and then we'll update the public this evening and in the coming days. Hamas still holds 159 hostages taken on October 7th. As we explained, this is an updated number based on intelligence information and the missing, and the number of missing that is changing as well, according to the information and the examinations that we're making. We give it to the families, and now I am updating this to you here. Please do not spread unverified information and rumors. Stick to the reports of IDF spokesmen. We examine every piece of information, validity of the information that Hamas publishes this evening as well. With regards to the Bibas family, we are in constant contact with the family. The responsibility for the safety of all the hostages is fully on the Hamas terror group. Hamas endangers the hostages, including women and children, that must be returned. We operate in all the intelligence and operational means in order to return the hostages home. IDF fighters are set in the pause lines in Gaza. They took down 3 terrorists who posed a threat to our forces and violated the pause. Over the night, we investigated the forces, and we understand that they struck the forces that threw the explosive at them yesterday. And today we took down terrorists. The IDF troops continue to operate with determination against any threat. In a joint operation of the IDF, the Shin Bet, and border police, fighters took down Mohammed Zbeidi, a senior commander of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. The IDF, together with the security groups, operates on all fronts. We will operate against any threat. The IDF is ready to fight and fulfill the goals of the war in Gaza. The Chief of Staff has coordinated a security assessment in the northern front with the readiness for the remaining stages of the war. The IDF is ready today for the rest of the war. I call you, the public, to continue to follow the guidelines, especially at this time where we don't hear sirens in recent days. I call on you to follow the guidelines. Remember that this can change any moment. These instructions save life. Questions?
Are
there indications that Hamas is lying about the Bibas family? If no order is being given about the pause, when would this fighting resume? We are set both to renew the fighting and to continue the outline. For as long as we can return hostages according to, as we did in the past several days, we will do so. But if that will not be possible, our forces are ready to continue and fight. We will be ready to do so at any time. I say again, there can be a violation. I want to make it clear to the public, we are ready to continue the fighting now.
There it is.
If there is a violation, we are ready. As if there is no outline of a pause tomorrow, we are ready to continue fighting. But as long as we can return hostages, and there are still women and children.
There's 150 left? God dang. They're going to drag this.
With our operational forces to fulfill this outline.
I need to make a specific hostage thumbnail, don't I? I didn't realize this was going to go on for a month.
Family, as we mentioned here, the responsibility for the Bibas family is on the Hamas terror group. Hamas carries the responsibility. We have updated that they are responsible for the hostages. There are negotiators, there are other players, and we agreed on women and children. The responsibility for the Bibas family is on Hamas, as they do for the rest of the hostages. We examine every information, and we'll continue to examine it. We've updated the family, and only after we did so, we've given a notice to the media, and we'll continue to do so. Regarding the release of hostages, is there information about the fact that why did the Red Cross not access the other Israelis? We said several times that we call on the world to demand of the Red Cross, as it does in every other place, in another case, to visit and see the hostages. Hamas is a cruel terror group and murderous one. It does not listen to the instructions or the way it happens in the world. We'll continue to demand this. It is the responsibility of the world. I say this again, the Red Cross is making efforts, but we must demand of Hamas to allow the Red Cross to see hostages and ensure their well-being. This is its duty, as it does in other countries. The Red Cross aids in assisting the hostages out. This is not something to be taken for granted. It is complicated, and it does so in a good manner. Thank you.
IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari at his daily briefing and taking questions there from the media, many press.
Days until we reach the end, total and complete end for all. And every day, I think we release more than 70 hostages now, and also we release some of the Palestinian prisoners. Now this point is put on the table. for the whole captives and either military or civilians. I think we still discuss it with the mediators in order to reach a satisfied compromise. I think that we are ready as Hamas leadership in order to go deeply in negotiation and talks with the different parts about a comprehensive compromise or comprehensive deal about the prisoners and the whole captives in Gaza. Now we are working and focusing on the extension of the ceasefire. If now the other part is ready now to go in the comprehensive deal for the whole prisoners, and I think Hamas leadership is ready, and we can put all the data, all the information, all the numbers, all the names on the table, and I think we are ready to now to have a comprehensive deal in order to release all the prisoners, or the Palestinian prisoners in the Israeli jails.
We're joined again by Salman Sheikh, the founder of the peace-building organization, the Sheikh Group, and a former UN official. Thank you very much for staying with us, Mr. Sheikh. When we were speaking earlier, you said that this is a defining moment. What do you mean by that?
Well, brilliant diplomacy has got us to this point, but now the path will be difficult if we're to not only extend.
I sent a question to the dude, you know, the kitten that was in the backyard that I took to the vet and had checked out and blah, 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 you know, the whole story. He was actually watching it for somebody else because they weren't taking care of it right? Well, the cat's appointment that I made for him was today for the spay and the neuter. And I got a message Monday from the clinic saying, "Hi, this is the clinic. We have a neuter and spay scheduled for Wednesday for Precious and her brother." They thought it was her brother. But I think we received a message about not needing the surgery for Precious. Is that correct? So he either called and said he only wanted it for the male cat and not for the female cat, when this all started because of the female cat sleeping in my backyard. So he either canceled the appointment for her or he canceled it for both of them possibly. So I have messaged both the clinic and him and asked if he took them in today to have, and I specifically said, "How's Precious and her son? Did they get spayed and neutered today?" I didn't want there to be any kind of, how did it go? I could just say, "How did it go?" And he could be like, "Went all right." You know, he's not really lying. But if I ask that specifically and he comes back, with some shit, then he's lying to me. So I want to see what kind of neighbor I got also at the same time, because the clinic's going to tell me exactly what happened, right? They're going to tell me exactly what happened because it's my appointment.
Or not.
It was my appointment that he was taking the cats in for.
And if that keeps him in power for now, or in fact, he should go through various rounds of pauses where the impetus and desire to restart this becomes so much more difficult.
And not the female. The female needs it more than the male,
President
dude.
Biden will be absolutely crucial.
And just with so much at stake, more than 15,000 Palestinians killed, around 6,000
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered.
What will be Netanyahu's calculus
if it's
in
pregnant,
deciding
because she
whether
checked,
he keeps
she
going for
ultrasounded
ceasefire or
she ultrasounded and said she's not pregnant right now, and I was like, well, what if it gets pregnant but in the interim of this month? She's like, that won't matter. It'll still be okay. It's like having an abortion, pretty much, I guess, is what happens. I don't know.
Who's the head of the intelligence services of the United States. Now, when Bill Burns shows up, you know that the United States and Joe Biden are serious. He is the most accomplished diplomat, I believe, that the United States has.
That's what I'm going through right now.
I believe, for that reason, he working with his counterparts here in Qatar.
That's out of my mind. I care about that little kid.
I think are now starting to.
It was born under my house, man.
Of course,
it was the only surviving
one. At the same time, you have the U.S. military.
I could hear it in the morning under my bathtub when I was taking a shower.
What are his plans for southern Gaza? And I don't think they're convinced at this point of time. So all of this, I think, points to Joe Biden willing to exert more pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. And at the end of the day, as I said, that's what's going to determine his calculations, Netanyahu's,
because he didn't
in terms of
respond to me
whether
this morning.
He can last this out for longer.
Very interesting days ahead with just so much at stake, Mr. Sheikh. Thank you very much for breaking all of that down for us. That is Salman Sheikh of the Sheikh Group. Thank you. And that's it from me, Elizabeth Pirano, for this news hour. We leave you now with the latest pictures of the latest batch of Israeli captives leaving Gaza. This is them traveling in vehicles that belong to the International Red Cross. It is that humanitarian organization that has been transporting the captives.
Dude, she's got like no energy. Holy shit, they're eating crackers. Why do they both have a full bottle of water in their hand?
Gaza being released by Hamas on Wednesday evening. Do stay with us.
They're treating these hostages like shit, dude. What you talk about? They're eating hardly anything down there. But then they try to sell it like they're being so humanitarian.
One of the largest green spaces in Atlanta, Georgia, is being cleared.
The human Hamas. They're so sweet. There's no way those fucking people are sweet, dude. None of them are sweet. The women aren't sweet. The women look like they would bite your neck out if you piss them off. Some of them. Not like there's the really homely moms that are just like, oh. But then like the youngsters though, see that's what they do. They use the youngsters to be their muscle pretty much, and then the elderly or the older people, they kind of mope around all weak and like withered and a little. Oh, look at me! Look at us! Look at our people! We're not even like. But then the youth are like doing. Dude, the Hamas is probably mostly like 20-year-olds. That is kind of scary to think about. Because they already have a very low age. They don't get very old in Hamas. Like most of the people there are youngsters. So, yeah, maybe even, who knows? Maybe, do they let people in when they're 16? You got 16-year-olds running around there with rifles in Hamas? I don't know. I'm going to look into it. Fuckhead. Hey Simon, it's time for your food again. Are you hungry? Hamas continues recruiting child soldiers, June 27th, 2021. Hamas says the youth need to be ready to make sacrifices, which appears to be the language used to describe the terrorist group recruiting them to be killed. Let's get a little background. Hamas is holding annual summer camps to recruit child soldiers. It provided an explanation in English via video on its effort to prepare the youth this year. It openly said it was preparing them for training camps named after the Sword of Al-Quds battle, the name it gave to their war in May against Israel. It said it has been organizing the child soldier training camps for 5 years. The terrorist group says the youth need to be ready to make sacrifices, which appear to be the language used to describe recruiting them to be killed. The speech by Hamas members said the camps include religious indoctrination and security training. Some 50,000 children have registered, according to the Jerusalem Post correspondent Khalid Abdul Toema. I gotta get my trash thing. During the recent war in Gaza, this is from, by the way, 2021. Oh, I need to kind of proofread this first. Oh, no, nothing really right there. Where's the actual information at? A quick search of the UNICEF organization's website does not appear to show articles focusing on the recruitment of children in Gaza by terrorist organizations. They do, however, have articles on the 28 community level centers in Gaza that they work with. They note that families often send children to the labor market and that many children are pushed into child marriage, with 29% of girls married before age 18. Wow, there you go. Wow. Yow, before 18, a third of the women in Gaza are married. Traditionally, some people in the Gaza Strip tried to solve problems of sexual abuse by using informal justice mechanisms instead of bringing cases to court, or would try to justify domestic violence, for example, by using religion. And you don't hear this kind of shit about Israel, do you? So, but here's the thing. If you look at any community that's in the hood, in the straight ghetto, where people are poor as shit and pissed off, you're going to see that. It's in America too, just the same. You're going to see they just don't have, well, I mean, they don't have religion now like they used to, man. Back in the day they had religion, but somehow that got taken out of people's, like, there was like the rule of thumb, right? That might have been England, but like, you know what I mean? It was like that at the beginning of America too. They were using religion to do like the Salem witch trials and shit. For that. It's not long ago though, even. Was it? So they have an abundance of poverty in Gaza. No shortage of poverty. And it gets, well, I mean, does it get hot there in the summer? Being poor and being hot. Those two things combined creates violence. Also, like really cold cities too. Cold and poor creates violence too. Look at Chicago, Detroit. Memphis gets really hot in the summer, and it's really poor there. There's lots of violence. There's the most violence in cities that have extreme temperatures and poverty. Like, a lot of people don't hear about Aurora, Colorado, but it's pretty fucking bad. It's the worst city in Colorado as far as violence. I had a friend get a gun pulled on him at the mall. He was doing a drug deal, but he still got a gun pulled on him on trying to sell some pills. Came running, and he was like, I had to start running too. At Artesia. I mean, Aurora. Holy shit. Artesia's here. I got Artesia stories too, though. I lived in a hotel in Artesia for a little while. Anyway. This is the longest I've been stuck anywhere. Living here. Losing everything with crypto really fucked that up, though. I was about to leave. Fuck. I was so close to leaving, dude. Yeah. They're crazy for the cause.
and soldiers being returned. But given your experience in this field, looking back, that comes at a very high price. Would Israel be prepared at this juncture to adhere to that price?
It's hard to estimate. It's a real dilemma for the decision makers, because when I deal with the soldiers, we have to see whether it's effective and what does it mean. If this means the ceasing of all campaign or war activities, this would be hard for the Israeli to accept. Also the price in terms of whom to release. So this would be a main dilemma. I think they are orchestrating this dilemma ahead of us. But maybe we'll find the dilemma when we are already in campaign. There will be a breach in the ceasefire, and we are back. As we know, today, the Chief of Staff authorized the plans of the Southern Command, so the army is ready, the plans are ready, and if this deal would come out in some later stage in the fighting, then we'll be in a different positioning to negotiate. So maybe this would be a scenario that would be better for us, and not in the position that we are now.
I do think, though, that at least civilian men, especially older civilian men, I suspect the price won't be as high, and I suspect that could be made almost as an extension of this deal.
Sweet, dude! I think he took him. I think he might have actually took him, y'all.
That's where it starts to become more difficult. I'll just say about younger women, who are also a category, obviously, that's at risk. Hamas reportedly not so inclined to release.
He said it went well. They're still there. I got to go get them a little later today, dude. If he actually took both of them, that's freaking awesome of him, dude, because like I really didn't want to risk handling them since Simon wasn't vaccinated, but I wanted it to be done, and I would have even helped to pay for it a little bit if I was going to be involved. Like if she was still sleeping in the backyard like that. But yeah.
But there are people willing to stand up for other people, no matter what it costs them.
Yeah, hopefully the clinic is like, yep, he sure did. So we'll see. We'll see if it seems like it, though, for him to say that, because they probably would. I could see them maybe holding on to him for a little while. The surgeries would have been at 8:15, or I don't know. He could have showed up late too. Who knows? So yeah, but it looks like it.
Decisions for leaders to be making. Talking of which, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reiterating earlier that Israel will still achieve its goals in this war. Let's take a listen to what he meant.
From the beginning of the war, I set 3 goals: the elimination of Hamas, the return of all our abductees, and to ensure that Gaza will never again be a threat to Israel. These 3 goals remain in place. In the last week, we achieved a very great achievement: the return of many dozens of our abductees. A week ago, it would have sounded imaginary, but we have achieved it. But in the last few days, I hear a question. After this phase of returning our abductees is exhausted, will Israel return to fighting? So my answer is an unequivocal yes.
So, Doron Avital, how is
Benjamin
Netanyahu
I'm gonna go get
doing in terms of
bin, so it's not in the middle of the road.
He just outlined in your estimation?
The question is how the state of Israel. I wouldn't say Netanyahu in person. I mean, the state is recruited to this mission. So we declared 2 missions, simultaneously followed. Breaking up Hamas, breaking his military control in the Gaza, and releasing the hostages. Lately, the releasing of the hostages comes up front, giving those exchanges. This is why we seized the fighting. In terms of the day after, this would have to be worked out with our allies. I mean, the U.S. for sure. Blinken tomorrow comes and sits in the war cabinet, which is this is a new thing for Israelis to see.
Highly unusual.
Yeah, really, we could not have envisioned it before. So the day after, Hamas not in Gaza, hopefully, I'm not sure how would it be achieved, but this is a long task. But then we'll have to work out with allies and with Egypt, and of course, and I think, though Bibi might not agree, the PA would be a player that Hamas would try, the U.S. will try to push forward a stronger PA to be a player. I'm not sure it's coming next, not next year, but in the long run, this is the only representative the U.S. considers representative of the Palestinian case, and I don't think the U.S. would give any concession to Bibi about the future in terms of moving forward with the Palestinian case, not the Hamas case. Hamas eliminated, maybe Biden initiative comes up, and maybe a new Middle East is emerging. This is one venue. The other venue is extended regional conflict. Hezbollah enters, and then we're in a different story.
Well, I mean, two comments. First of all, I agree with you, Doron, that the Biden administration and the Netanyahu government have different opinions, possibly, on what Palestinian governance in Gaza looks like. That said, don't forget Joe Biden's op-ed in the Washington Post with that word revitalized that got so much attention, right? He revitalized Palestinian Authority. That adjective was there on purpose, and it was meant to get attention, and it did. Unfortunately, to the exclusion of the rest of the op-ed, but that's another story. Also, don't underestimate the extent to which Netanyahu's argument about the new conditions for PA governance are being accepted even beyond the obvious circles. Take an obvious example. Thomas Friedman in the New York Times over the last day or two writing a column that ostensibly is against Netanyahu and ostensibly takes a different line on Palestinian governance in the Gaza Strip. But Thomas Friedman in that very column talks about the need to change the education system, talks about the need to get rid of incitement. Where is that coming from? Netanyahu's speeches. It's on the table internationally. It's part of the international agenda. It's a central item in the day after because Netanyahu has convincingly placed it there. And that condition is going to be there again. How is it going to be achieved? How deeply is it going to be achieved? How is it going to be monitored? Huge questions. But again, we've seen the German government, for example, cut funding to UNRWA in the Gaza Strip. They're a major funder of the Palestinian education system and of UNRWA. So again, this issue is on the international agenda, and it's there because Netanyahu put it there, and it's there because Netanyahu put it there convincingly.
I would say that the day after, we all the time talk about the day after in Gaza, in the Middle East, but it's also the day after in Israeli politics. Absolutely. And the day after in Israeli politics would be dramatic. I'm not sure who would in the end would prevail, but it's going to be a story because an event in this magnitude cannot not have far-reaching political consequences within the Israeli society and Israeli political class. We'll have to see what's up.
I'm a contrarian, and I'm actually not sure about that, but we'll discussion for another day.
It certainly will give us discussion for another day. But for today, President Joe Biden, as we've been discussing, taking to social media earlier. Let's take a listen to his comments, given what you're talking about with this revitalized Palestinian Authority down the line. He says Hamas unleashed a terrorist attack because they fear nothing more than Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace. To continue down the path of terror, violence, killing, and war is to give Hamas what they seek. We can't do that. Your thoughts?
Look, the White House in part walked back this tweet, right, saying that Joe Biden is not pushing for a permanent ceasefire or the end of the war. But what's obviously behind this, right? On one hand, political blowback he's facing from within the Democratic Party and some constituencies that I think he feels politically, and I think he probably feels to some extent on the merits. I mean, there is a lot of human suffering in Gaza that touches Palestinian Americans, redounds on Biden, and he feels he has to address that in a way that establishes in his mind and in their mind more balanced in American policy. On the other hand, the truly important parts of that Biden op-ed we talked about a few moments ago are still very much, I suspect, in Joe Biden's mind. The connection between Israel and Ukraine, the U.S. alliance system around the world, the containment of Russia and China, the contest with China, the contest with Russia. These are what Joe Biden sees as the foreign policy mission and doctrine of his administration. Israel, in his mind, is part of that. Defeating Hamas is part of that. Shaping the day after in Gaza, for that matter, also part of that. A normalization with Saudi Arabia on the day after, for that matter, also part of that. So again, Joe Biden has to balance what he sees as the political housekeeping, if you will, within the Democratic Party, and also the bigger geopolitical issues, which I suspect haven't changed for him much since October 7th. One final word about the politics. A lot has been overstated on this, as I've said so many times in our broadcast. In practice, there's no clear and present danger to Joe Biden politically from this war. The election is a year away. The news cycle will spin quickly and repeatedly and on many, many more days after that, long after this is well in the rearview mirror. And also, again, it is going to be a contest between him and presumably Donald Trump. That will focus many, many minds in the United States. Yes, there are scenarios where Arab American voters in Michigan decide the election, but those are not the most likely scenarios. This is not a clear and present danger to Biden, but I do suspect he wants to keep the peace within his party at a general level, and that is something that incentivizes a tweet like that.
Let's discuss more about what happens down the line in a short while. Right now, let's find out what is happening on the ground at this moment. We go live back to our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran, and I understand that at that junction where you are right now, the convoy has come past just moments ago with two people on the screen. You can see the Russian Israelis who have been set free by Hamas, Irina Tati, Yelena Trupanov, coming past in that convoy at the Urim junction. What is the latest there, Ariel? What can you tell us?
Right, Benita, the latest is that just no more than 10 minutes ago, we could see the convoy carrying Yelena and Irina. Some of us waved to them, and they passed by on their way to Hatzerim Air Base. This is just a less than 20-minute drive from here, Urim Junction in southern Israel. In Hatzerim Air Base, they'll be medically evaluated. After that, they will make their way to the hospitals in Israel. Now, I won't take such a gamble to guess that they will probably make their way to the hospitals only once this next convoy of hostages arrives. That we still have no official word regarding the release of the other 10 Israeli hostages, 5 women and 5 minors that are expected to be handed over to the Red Cross any moment by Hamas. Still no word from there. After they are handed over to the Red Cross, the IDF will issue a statement, and usually the time frame is about an hour and a half once the initial statement comes out from the IDF that they have been handed over to Red Cross hands. Then they make their way here, passing us on their way to Hatzerim Air Base. Now, in these past few minutes, in addition to this convoy passing here, causing a lot of excitement here in the area, Hamas also released a video, their nightly video of pretty much the best way you can describe it is a circus show every night that they put on to the cameras, showing the release of Israeli hostages. These past few nights, they've been more surrounded by crowds of Gazans trying to show not only that they are in control of the Gaza Strip, but also that they have support of the people. This is something that is very important to them, and they're highlighting this in their videos. Obviously, this is their regular propaganda, but indeed, it's also unfortunate that in the last moments of these hostages in captivity, they have to succumb to such jeers and cheers from the crowd residents of Gaza as they're handed to safe hands in the Red Cross on their way to Israel. As we said earlier, convoy of 2 Israeli hostages has already passed by here a few minutes ago, still waiting in anticipation for the word of the release of the other 10 hostages expected to be handed over to the Red Cross sometime this evening.
Certainly that footage of those 2 women being escorted by those armed terrorists in masks to the Red Cross, very disturbing, not to mention, as you say, the jeering, people taking pictures, shouting like that. Over and above the trauma of captivity for 7 weeks, that's what they had to endure. We'll be coming back to you for the latest developments on the ground. Thank you so much for now. Middle East correspondent Ariel
craziness
Osaran.
out the window.
And talking about
that's what it really boils down to. Is I would hear, I'm in here, right? I'm doing my thing. The next thing I know, I'm hearing dogs go crazy. And then, like, someone running out, and like, oh, hey, stop, like yelling at, like, they'd be yelling at the dog, and it's like, bro, just do what you're supposed to, and you won't have to do any of that. Crazy. Because I could hear it every time. So I'm involved, dude. I'm part of it at that point. Dude, I went off these kids once out here. They wouldn't stop shooting off. Oh, by the way, did I tell you something? He cut like this much of his grass on the left side. So the rest of the strip is uncut with weeds and shit up until my yard, and then it's cut. It's like the far left little corner he cut just for his dog to go pee and shit stuff there. Poor dog doesn't even get to walk around. I don't know, I feel worse about that. Like, I was hoping the leash would get him. No, he's got one. He's got all that. The harness and everything. Oh. Old man across the street. But he has a harness. He has all that. But dude, here's how I've had a dog. I haven't had my own dog, but my girlfriend had a dog. His name was Blackjack. Little black dog. He was sweet. And it was a pain in the ass, right? I'll admit, it was a pain in the ass to walk him, kind of, especially when it kind of felt like she wanted me to walk him all the time. It was like, come on, man, I'm trying to do it this time, you know, because it gets kind of cumbersome. Like, it's like, God dang, I want the dog again because it's got to pee or poop. You can't just let it out the door, you know. It's a pain in the ass a little bit because of that. And but still, yet I would usually like walk around the block at least with him because that would help to move the poops along. Also, help to get them going. You just go in and it's standing there. It's probably not a good idea. We'd always make the block with him. If he had to go pee, it was time to go make the block. Walk the block. Oh, that's how I do it. That's how you gotta do it in the city. Give your dog a little walk too. Dogs, oh man, they need that, don't they? I think they need that more than cats. I do wish I could let him roam around though and go for walks, but yeah. Dogs are more communal though. They're more like even with one another, they smell each other and they can be best friends all of a sudden. Cats aren't normally like buddying up, are they? Unless they're related. That's usually how it works with cats. If they're related, they buddy up. Otherwise, you are competition cat. Cats don't need each other to survive. Dogs are pack animals. Yeah. They need a pack to survive. Well, they need one to survive and thrive. To thrive, I should say. To thrive. A cat won't thrive in a pack, the same. Because they have to be quiet and they hunt. And dogs more. Hey, dogs on the streets, what the hell are they eating? Street dogs. They're eating like human food probably, usually, mostly. Trash. People probably feed them stuff, scraps and stuff. The cats, they can find food in the city. The wild food. Dog can't really go mouse hunting. Okay. Dogs need us much more than wolves do, for sure. We domesticated the shit out of them. Especially the purebreds, because we made them so narrow-fitted, specialized, rather than a mixture of what works best for that region of the world, or whatever. Because of their environmental influence changing them over time. Instead, we changed them. It's trippy, man. We're powerful as fuck, aren't we? To be able to do that.
Ground. Even we are not right now in a Nasser hospital. They come and ask journalists if there's going to be any news related to the extension of the ceasefire that have been confirmed by Qatar. Till now, we told them that there is no any confirmation regarding any extension, but the negotiations still continue.
You know, you can't play God really with avocados.
To reach an agreement between Hamas and Israel for further extensions and.
You know why? Because every avocado seed produces a different plant. Like if you were to take an avocado seed and plant it, it would probably taste like shit. Actually, it probably tastes really bad. No matter the avocado you get. There are people that that's what all they do is try to find a new avocado strain. So what they do is the only way to propagate it is like taking a clipping. That's how you are able to make more of that plant with avocados, because every seed's different. So they'll take a seed, they'll plant it, take a seed, they'll plant it, they'll plant it and they'll have to plant it until they actually produce fruit. And then what? No, wait. And then that would wait. Damn it, dude! I'm getting this because. Yeah, it's the fruit. That's what it is. And then you taste the fruit, and then you can take clippings of that and sell that. And that's how Haas avocados do. You can actually, they're copyrighted avocado types have some sort of like copyright with them because of that. I mean, like. Or they're able to sell the rights to that specific because you can't get a seed from it. I think that's how it works. It's been a while since I've read up on it, but yeah, avocados are wild like that. So you could become a millionaire if you just happen to plant an avocado and it has good fruit. And apparently, originally, the guy that planted the Haas avocado didn't like it. It was his daughter that liked it or something, and he went with it or something. He was like, alright, if you like it. Daughter or wife or something. That's just one of them, there's different types of avocados. Not that many not that many though, which is one of the reasons why they're so dang expensive. So here's his live.
Director is in Doha at present. This is a central intent of the Biden administration at present. It's talking about extending the ceasefire with a view to be ceasefire, the pause, actually becoming a norm. So it's trying to get the ceasefire, which was a temporary one and is a temporary one, extended so as to create conditions which would encourage perhaps negotiations between the parties which could end to a cessation of the ongoing conflict. Now, that is the talk, but whether that can be achieved, that's another matter entirely. Blinken will also be focusing on humanitarian supplies
That's the
going
word I
into
was
Gaza,
looking for.
using this window created
the
by the
avocado has a
ceasefire
patent.
to get more humanitarian supplies in. It's also believed that he will be discussing with the Israeli leadership the question of what happens when, or maybe if, the conflict begins again. In particular, in Israel's duty to care for civilians on the ground during its operations. This is something that the Biden administration has introduced into the debate in recent weeks, having stayed quiet on the issue for quite an extended period of time. So there's a lot of balls in the air, essentially. It's Blinken's third visit to the region, showing once again the Biden administration's investment in this ongoing problem and its investment
These
in
trucks are going
ending,
into the prison
the
right
conflict
now,
on a long-term basis. Now, this is something in which Biden is putting political capital, and certainly that is a real problem
so lasers are West
potentially to
Bank
him with an election year coming up.
Muslims.
Mike Hanna reporting from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for all of that. Still ahead on Al Jazeera,
Trying to get a life
marching for
sentence.
Palestine.
That's what they're trying
Rallies
to
in
do,
South
ain't it?
Africa to mark the UN's International Day of Solidarity with Palestinians. More on that after a short break.
Fucking West Bank, homie.
Hello, it feels like the weather across Europe slowly catching up with the seasons. It's been very wintry recently. Meteorological winter starts
Don't they
on
leave
Friday, but as we go through the next couple of
out the
days,
back way
we
or
will gradually
something?
see that cold air
Because
affecting
the bus already.
parts, but not all.
Bitch,
We have
shut up. The bus already went in the front way, right here. We saw it go in like an hour ago with the Red Cross. So this is the back area of the prison, right? Or did they take up to a military base first? I'm always kind of confused of what this is. It looks like it's the prison though, because the bus of prisoners comes not out of here though, from over there. This way. Favorite avocados. Late season. Costco's got a bunch of produce on sale because I guess a lot of the stores over ordered for Thanksgiving. The produce always does weird shit though. Like the avocados will forget about, they're probably already bad. All you need is the top, the green part of a pineapple to grow another pineapple. Not even any of the pineapple itself, just a little top. Pop that off. And grow another pineapple from that. True. Sit in water or something and it'll start rooting at the bottom. You plant it. Try it either. I don't really have the space to grow things. Oh no, I guess I might not be able to lower his heart medicine because he's not acting hungry today, but okay. Probably. Sniffed it, but didn't eat it. He sniffed it, he licked at it, but he was like, no. Do you want more water?
دور منيح يا زياد تراني شايفك انا يا زياد اوعى تفكرني بالشارع
Yeah, he's just down here meowing.
هاي بدور
I've seen that enough today. They just could not loop their stories, they'd be better. What you want, bud? More water in it. I don't know, I put a little less water in this one because I was thinking maybe I was overhydrating them or something. Gotta do math all the time. For 5 pounds. Oh, shit. Oh man, no, I could definitely put water in there. 9 ounces. Boy. I'm gonna put some more in there. I stir it this time. Because it says a cat weighing 10 pounds should consume 7 to 9 ounces of water. This food has at the most 78% of is 6.5 ounces. But I don't think it's got that much. I think it's got more like 70% at the most. Be 5 ounces of water at 78% though. 4.5 ounces at 70. 5 ounces. 2 tablespoons is an ounce. So each 2, 3, 4. If I do that 4 times, I would add 2 ounces. I'd put them right in range. Well, it's the lower end for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna go put some more water in that. Mix it up for him. Are you Assalamu Alaikum in it? It doesn't look like anybody's Assalamu Alaikum in right now. Time. "15-year-old soldiers, by the way, in Hamas." Imagine being a captive of a kid like that, dude. I mean, oh my god, dude. That'd be crazy. Some kid with a rifle in front of you. Man, that's what's happening. They all sound so similar when they talk. They have like this deepness, this artificial deepness to their voice. It's because they're talking out this extra area of their throat that we don't use. Like strange sound. Oh, they got something in there. Same with the Jews, man. They got something in there. Boom. It's starting time. I was hoping to get Simon to eat, but I'm working. Dude, he was a bed, motherfucker. I think he was bad. I gotta get him up. False alarm is taking a shit or something. Awesome. Sometimes he forgets if he's eating. As soon as I get him back to the food, he's hungry again.
Take time, Tova the dog. Hopefully this beautiful love story will have a happy ending and this couple can be reunited. But what does it look like for her to have to see what unfolded on the kibbutzim, and what is it going to take for people to genuinely feel safe there again? It's going to take a long time.
About Rimon, it's too soon because she really came, you know, it's less than 24 hours since she arrived. However, I think for all those from the kibbutzes and the other cities around, it's very difficult. But at least what I'm hearing is a lot of courage and a lot of strength, and they believe that they can build it again. However, we need our government and we need the world to understand that Gaza maybe need to be free, but they need to be free from Hamas, not from Israel, because Israel is already outside, and we should have a place that they can live peacefully. But surely we need a place, and the kibbutzes there need a place to live peacefully. And to do and you know, to come back to their love stories and to the agriculture and to the green places that they used to have until the 7th of October.
Just from this conversation and just from seeing the images of Rimon, I feel like I know her. Tell us very briefly a bit about Yagev. What is he like?
Yagev is a very clever young man. He's very gentle. He's a quiet, talented musician. And he loves people, he loves animals, and he loves Rimon a lot.
Kibbutzes are
from the
complicated.
way you're talking about this couple, we can't wait to hear good news that they should be reunited, that they should have a beautiful future together with Tova and all the other pets that may exist. May they have many reasons to play music together. We so appreciate you being here, Moran Betzatayar, speaking to us, sharing the story. Thank you so much. And the whole nation is waiting for good news. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, and bring all of them back home soon.
Certainly is something the whole nation is waiting to see happen. Thank you very much. What a moving story, a beautiful love story. Let's hope the ending is a happy one, and let's hope that happy ending happens very soon. Thank you so much again for being here. Now, Noah Argamani was one of scores of people abducted from the Nova Music Festival on the 7th of October. She is still being held hostage. She is not in the group, being released today. And her
Jewish
mother, Lior
National
Argamani,
Fund.
is terminally
Where's
ill.
that?
She just wants to see her daughter. Here's her urgent plea.
Shalom, ani Lior Argamani. Ima Shenoa, Ayeta Hayafa, Shen Ababe, Shivida, Okotope, Adayada Hamas, Gaza, Ani Holad Satan, Akshaw, Satan Moa, Ani Noyotat, Kama Timani Shadi, Ani Losa, Discord, Shady Loda Noa Shady. הבית. אני קוראת לנשיא ביידן וצלב האדום, תביא את הנוער שלי כמה שיותר מהר, כדי שאני מספיק לראות אותה. נוער, אני רוצה להגיד לה, אמא, אני לא רואה אותך, אז כשתדע שאני אוהב אותך הכי הרבה. שאנחנו עשינו הכל כדי שתצא מהר. כל העולם אוהבים אותך.
Liora Argamani just wants to see her daughter again. The heartbreak, the heartache, it's heart-wrenching.
I
think this core belief that Israelis have
you can donate
will be left behind is
for
very
Jews to
important.
take over Israel.
The testimonies. One of the symbols that the hostages,
buy them land
are using is the family of Rona, the picture of Ron Arad,
exactly.
Our pilot that was under the captivity of Hezbollah, the senior leader of Hezbollah. In Israel in '94, I was lucky enough to be the commander of the unit that was assigned by Yitzhak Rabin to go all the way to the Baka in a very daring operation to kidnap Mustafa Dirani, who was holding Ron Arad. This was '94. So Israel is willing to go a long way, taking high risk, risking soldiers, risking and paying prices if it's a deal in order to rescue its people. This is a core belief that we have to stand, principle that every Israeli carries in his heart, and we have to keep it up.
Owen, while our hearts...
Here we go. Bestows on the Jewish National Fund. I don't know if that means bestows, but Jewish National Fund, a Zionist organization that was established in 1901 to collect funds for the purpose of purchasing land for the exclusive benefit of the Jewish people, governmental authorities, and provides financial advantages, including tax relief in purchasing. Interesting. See, I knew there was more into this. Once I was like, kibbutz. What the fuck is a kibbutz, man? So I looked into it a little further in this whole write-up on it, and I'm like, whoa, this is pretty complicated, actually. And then I'm seeing that, like, it started with the Jewish National Fund buying the land for people to move on. Like, that's wild. There's a fund for Jews to help them take over Palestine.
Lives because of that deal. These are hard decisions, not just a cliche. And the definition of a hard decision means that your heart is pulled in two directions, that there are two different sets of stories and two different sets of criteria that have to be weighed. I think the vast majority of the Israeli public have supported the current deal, have felt that the risks that are being taken are manageable in this sense, and the pictures have been overwhelming, especially the hardship cases of the children, and there is overwhelming support. We haven't seen polls, but I think we haven't seen polls because we don't need to see polls to understand how the Israeli public feels about this current deal. I'll get to the truce extension in a moment. But Doron, you talked about the fact that as we move away from cases of children and women, it's problematic from Hamas's own perspective, its own interest to be holding them. So one reason why they're willing to settle, quote unquote, for less with them, to the harder cases and the harder asks, that the other side has to be weighed and considered. As for the truce extension, fortunately, we're not at that point quite yet. What we're talking about right now in the immediate term, as the clock ticks either toward midnight or toward 7 in the morning, however you define when exactly this truce is set to expire, an extension in the sense of this current deal, right? With the arrangement we've become familiar with of 10 hostages freed each day in exchange for 30 Palestinian prisoners, women and minors, and an additional day of a truce, of course, with the humanitarian aid going into Gaza and so forth. Look, there are still contexts that we've said in Doha. There's no agreement. The clock is ticking. But I think the wide expectation, because of all I said, because Hamas would seem to have an interest in continuing this arrangement in the short term, I think the safer bet is that we will not actually see the Israeli military fighting in Gaza tomorrow, that we will see, again, the happier scenes of more hostages being freed tomorrow, the next day, maybe the day after that. But of course, next week, we start to move into different sets of decisions and different criteria, both for Israel and for Hamas. And that day, of course, is approaching, although important to emphasize it's not yet here.
Just a few seconds left.
I
Your
would
final
say
thoughts.
a long haul in the battlefield, in diplomacy, in deals of exchange. Who knows what's next, but we have to be prepared and prepared to issue the campaign again once we have to and see what's up.
Doron Avital, Owen Alterman, thank you both so much for being here for this breaking news edition. We wait for word on what will happen next. It's a wrap for now for this edition of our breaking news coverage. The sixth group of hostages are heading home.
The hospitals that have been bombed and the civilians and children that have been targeted.
Dozens of organizations have come together in Johannesburg. They're made up of political parties, NGOs, civil society organizations, but they all have one thing in common. They're calling for a free Palestine and an end to the genocide. They say they also want the South African government to cut diplomatic ties with Israel. That has been under debate for a number of weeks now. The South African Parliament has held a vote where the resolution was passed that South Africa should indeed sever ties with Israel, but ultimately it's up to the President Cyril Ramaphosa, and there's been no word from the President or the Cabinet on what South Africa will do next. But protests like this continue around the country. There have been protests in main cities like Durban, Johannesburg, where we are, as well as Cape Town, and there are a number of protests planned for the coming days. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Johannesburg.
A very short break, and we'll be bringing you full coverage of the day's events at the top of the hour. We are currently 9 hours away from the current ceasefire expiring, with reporting suggesting that we will see an extension of that ceasefire, but no certainty as of yet. See you in a minute.
Why does he need all this room? Look at this shit.
Unique perspectives.
I think being Palestinian is a huge part of my identity.
Voices you
in a bigger room, people trust what he says more.
I almost forgot how my life used to be before the aggression on the Gaza Strip started.
Connect with that room they give him. He must know what he's talking about.
The question of connectivity remains very, very critical.
No one was able to call the ambulances, the hospitals, tell them there is an attack in this specific area.
Join me, Annalise Borges, and the rest of the team to stream on Al Jazeera.
It is a tenet of journalists to produce objective news coverage.
Many parts of Israeli media are effectively engaging in propaganda for genocide.
What the Israeli military was telling us does not fit in with what evidence they have so far.
And yet, on the fringes of Israeli public discourse, anti-war voices persist.
They're calling us traitors.
The Listening Post covers how the news is covered.
Watch this space for where this story goes next.
What you're looking at there is one of the breach points through which Hamas fighters came into Israel.
Warning sirens going off here. I can see some contrails over there.
The Israeli airstrikes inside the Gaza Strip has remarkably intensified during the last couple of hours.
We've seen these airstrikes really concentrated on residential homes and residential buildings.
These are dangerous times. It can have regional spillover, of course, as well. So at the moment, the only conversation here is a military one.
Inside the hospital and without oxygen, without electricity, the incubators and the babies inside, how they're dying one after another.
They say that they want a ceasefire if that's what it means, to ensure that their relatives aren't killed in any of those airstrikes that we are seeing happening every single day.
No propaganda on this channel at all, though, huh? Nope. Not yet.
The sixth exchange between Hamas and Israel.
They don't have to do any of that.
Two Israeli-Russian nationals are among 12 captives being released from Gaza.
Shalom.
I'm Cyril Vanier. It's good to have you with us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up this hour, no word on an extension of the ceasefire yet, but talks are ongoing. The U.S. says it is hopeful of an agreement. Many Palestinians released from Israeli jails under the deal fear that they will be rearrested. And Israeli forces shoot and kill 2 Palestinian children, an 8-year-old and a teenager, in a raid in the occupied West Bank.
It's kind of not good, huh? They're shooting kids like kids have
bomb struck to their chest or something.
It is 2000 GMT, that is 10 p.m. in Gaza, where Hamas has released another group of captives on the 6th day of a ceasefire. 2 Israeli Russians are among a group of 12 being freed by Hamas. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad group handed over several civilians as part of this deal. 30 Palestinian prisoners are due to be released from Israeli jails in exchange. And as all of this takes place, talks are ongoing to extend the ceasefire deal, which ends 9 hours from now. Qatar has been helping to mediate the negotiations. Its foreign ministry says the main focus is to secure an end to the war. Hamas says that 3 Israeli captives, including a 10-month-old baby, were killed during an Israeli bombardment of Gaza. Now, the baby was the youngest captive taken by Hamas during the October the 7th attack. Let's go live to Sarah Khairat, who joins us from
Yeah, they
Tel Aviv.
probably killed the baby, but not taking care of it.
In this in-between position that you've reported on.
I've never seen a baby in a chicken
this
coop.
time, the last 6 days, meaning that the captives have been released by Hamas, that they should be on their way to Israel, but they're not yet in Israel. What can you tell us?
Well, there's been conflicting reports, but the latest now seems to be that the 2 additional captives that were released on Russia's request, they're dual Israeli-Russian nationals, did make it across to Israel. But in terms of the 10 captives that are part of the ceasefire extension agreement, it's still not clear now whether they are on their way or not. There's been conflicting reports, but what we do know is we haven't seen any of those videos we usually see of those 10 captives. So really we can't confirm it just yet. And this just really speaks to the unpredictability of every single day of this ceasefire. This is day 6. In a turn of events
Hamas
when it comes to the captives, the family known as Bibas, which have been integral as part of the campaign in bringing back all of the captives, with Hamas's statement earlier saying that the mother, as well as her 2 children, a 4-year-old and a 10-month-year-old baby, have now been killed, hasn't been taken lightly. The Israeli military, as well as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is saying they can't confirm it, that they're working and efforting, trying to confirm whether this is actually the case. And then we heard a statement from the family asking for the media to give them some privacy, understandably so, as they try to make sense of this news as to whether it's true or not. And the reason why I say whether it's true or not is because during the ceasefire agreement, Hamas had previously claimed that one of the captives had been killed, and then she was released. And that's why the Israelis are reluctant to confirm the deaths of 3 members of the 4 members of the Abbas family that have been captured and taken captive. That's why they're being very, very cautious with this.
Sarah, as you speak, we are 9 hours away, a little less than that now, from this current ceasefire ending. And we don't have news yet of confirmation that it's going to be extended, right? The ceasefire ends at 7 a.m. local time. It's 10 p.m. where you are. What do you know, and what is the reporting on negotiations to extend the ceasefire?
I think people here are just waiting to see what happens. You have had an extension, obviously, before, which is today's extension, and that of yesterday, day 5 and 6 of this agreement. And then at the time when there was the extension, Israel never confirmed it. It was confirmed by Qatar, by the US, by Hamas even. So in terms of then confirming it, they may not do so openly. However, there are reports saying that they're waiting for a list as to whether there will be more released. Again, Israeli media just reporting, so not confirmed. And then in terms of the situation now, if the baby Kfir Bibas has been killed, the 10-month-old rather, that will be a huge turn of events because the Hamas is saying it's because of airstrikes. And one of the biggest concerns for the families is that they don't want the remaining captives killed in these airstrikes. So going back to a ground offensive and carrying out those strikes will not be good news for those held captive. And when it comes to the hope that many people here have felt is they want them back as soon as possible. I will highlight something quite important here because in the last few hours it's been very extraordinary the number of statements that have been coming out from the Israelis. We've heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, from the Defense Minister, from two of the spokesmen for the military, from the military chief, and all confirming the same thing, that as soon as the ceasefire ends, they're going to go back with the ground offensive, the airstrikes are going to continue, and it seems that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also been speaking to some of the communities from the southern towns. When they asked him about the leadership and what are they planning to do and how October 7 happened right under their noses, he said the only way to ensure this never happens again and the only way to ensure the captives are brought back is through this military force that we had seen previous to this ceasefire. So they're all talking about the same thing, including the military chief saying that they've already discussed the next phase, as they called it, the next plan, and that they will continue to go ahead once this ceasefire is over. That's one thing we're hearing. They were saying the same thing 2 days ago before the extension, so whether that will change, obviously for the people here, the biggest concern is ensuring that all of those held captive are brought back safely.
Sarah Hayrat reporting from Tel Aviv with all the latest there. Thank you very much, Sarah. I turn to Al Jazeera's Hashem Ahelbara. Even as we try to understand and read the tea leaves of where we are in this ceasefire extension negotiation, you seem to think that there is going to be an extension of the ceasefire and it's going to come, momentarily.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. There's been statements earlier in the day.
I don't know what the heck this is, man. What is this?
The Qatari spokesperson of the
The Israelis gather to watch the news of hostage release.
Confident there will be some progress.
We're watching people watch the news.
Talks behind closed doors with all the key stakeholders to try to come up with an agreement. And Al Jazeera understands
the same chairs at the Western Wall.
It's a matter of time before there is an announcement about an extension of the ceasefire. It's crucial for all the parties, and all the parties are confident there is an extension.
Well, the window of time that is left to announce
it's actually the same chair. I'm not even playing.
It's actually pretty short, less than 9 hours now. So do we know what the holdup is?
It's just basically you have the logistical aspects of the exchange. So we are yet to see the captives released by Hamas, and in exchange we'll have to see also the Palestinians released by the Israelis, and that will be a strong indication of another day that goes smoothly with no major obstacles, and it will be followed by the announcement that we're all waiting for about the extension of the truce. The second most important extension.
They love these chairs, the Jews.
It was about 3 days ago, which extended the
That's their favorite chair
by 2 days. It is crucial for Qatar, which is the key mediator in this.
The Jews.
He hopes that this will build more momentum towards more prolonged ceasefire that could pave the way to.
Come on, can I get a like for the Jews?
Hamas and the Israelis.
Oh man.
Okay, but you're saying, I know what you're saying, that there has to be the sequence of events, and so that's what we're going to be watching in the next few hours. That means, number one, the Israeli captives released from Gaza have to arrive in Israel. That has to be confirmed. Number two, then the Palestinian prisoners, 30 of them, have to be released from Israeli jails. That would mean that the day 6 deal, that's today, day 6 would be completed, and you're saying that's when, only after that, would we potentially be hearing something?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Al Jazeera's Hashem Ahelbara.
It's a Wally World purchase.
Let's go live to Hoda Abdelhamid in Ramallah. So Hoda, you're in the occupied West Bank. We're watching the live picture of Offer Prison. That is usually where we see the Red Cross buses leave.
How about my clothes hangers from Walmart? They're plastic.
Is when you would then end up seeing the prisoners being released on your end.
I like those.
Based on the timing of the last few days, probably a few hours away from that happening still. But what can you tell us?
That's exactly right. I mean, behind me you have the families, the friends who are here waiting in anticipation. But it will be a long wait because, as we understand it,
They look pretty sturdy, though.
Is that the Palestinian prisoners to be released have been all moved to Offer prison, which is inside the occupied West Bank. Now, if we look at the pattern over the past 5 days, how the releases happen is that you first have the Israeli captives who are handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza, and then it's only once they arrive into Israel that actually the Palestinians are released, and usually there's a gap of between 2 and 3 hours between the two releases. Now we understand also that the International Red Cross has still not arrived at Offer prison. That would be an indication that there will be a delay tonight. What we are hearing is that delay doesn't mean that there's a problem.
Prison.
It's more about logistics.
Israelis call Offer prison.
Told, at this stage, we are told that the releases will happen, but it will take time.
Since I have West Bank,
who are those who are going to be released? It's 30 in total, 15 women and 15 minors. 15 of those are actually from the occupied West Bank, and the other 15 are from East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem, and Palestinians who have an Israeli citizenship. This is what we know at this stage.
Why are you bugging
Certainly
me, dude?
delays, but no indication of any major problem.
Hada, the last couple of days, you've been speaking to Palestinian prisoners after they were released from Israeli jails. And of course, there's been happiness, there's been joy that they were reunited with their families, but there's also been, and they've expressed this to you, concerns that they could be arrested again.
Absolutely, and actually I'm going to tell you something. While they're sitting right now in Offer prison, all of those who I spoke to say that they are being questioned by intelligence officers in that prison while they're waiting to be released. And they're actually being threatened. They're being told not to celebrate their newfound freedom. They're being told to stay at home. They're being told that they are going to be monitored and they could return to jail at any time. So certainly there is that. And also we spoke to many parents who received also phone calls and who were told your son or your daughter is going to be released in the next few hours, but we warn you against any kind of celebrations. Actually, one Palestinian I was talking to was telling me it feels that the occupation forces now also want to control our emotions. Why is smiling or celebrating become such a threat? It's something that puzzles people here. And lately we've also heard that over the past couple of hours reports, and I'm still looking into it, but there has been local reports that actually people who have been in this kind of gathering over the past 5 nights have been pictured, Israeli intelligence taking their pictures off television screens and sending them messages telling them, we know that you were at these celebrations and we know that we look at it as if you are supporting terrorists, because Israel still looks at those who are being released, it still brands them as terrorists. And I spoke to many of those who have been released, and they are now living in anxiety, in uncertainty, because many of them fear that they could easily return to prison, and that could be very quickly.
We go to meet them at night, away from the prying eyes of Israeli settlers and occupation forces nearby. 3 cousins, recently released, but with the specter of prison still hanging over their heads. 19-year-old Qusay Abu Naim was sentenced to 15 months for throwing stones, a symbolic gesture by young Palestinians to resist the Israeli occupation.
I was warned not to celebrate my freedom and not to throw stones. Of course they can get me again, but in the end, what do you want me to do? I'm just defending myself and my village. I'm not a terrorist, as they say.
Defending myself?
As Qusay was driven out of Offer prison, his cousin Muhammad was coming
throwing
in.
rocks at the army?
He had been waiting outside for Qusay to be released when soldiers detained him. This wasn't his first time, But during this
I don't
latest
understand that
brief
part.
stay in jail, he noticed the conditions had changed.
There is psychological torture. It wasn't like that before. Now they lock you in a room until you're broken and admit to anything they want. When I got home, the officer in our area told me my movements were being monitored, and next time they'd harm my wife as well.
Despite the threats, Mohammed thinks it's important to speak out and hopes the world will understand how difficult it is to simply be a Palestinian.
All of those we spoke to told us the same story, that they were warned not to celebrate their newfound freedom and not to speak publicly. In fact, we had interviewed a group of teenagers, but a few hours after we left, they messaged us asking not to air the interview. And they told us that the Israeli officer in charge of their village had called each one of them individually, threatening that if our interview aired, they would return to jail.
More than 3,300.
I'm sorry to hear the same stories over there. They're replaying from earlier. This audio will be better over here, probably. So you've only received the 2 Russian captives so far. Dude, they're showing this kid with the fucking broken hands that he probably did to himself every 30 minutes or something. I'm not sold that the prison guards did that to him. Sorry. I know motherfuckers be doing stupid shit when they get pissed off and punching a wall, but that's the only thing you can punch. Sometimes it's punching wall time. And I can see them using that to their advantage. Like, oh, look at your hands. What happened? Yeah, don't say that. Say this. But I see no one else come out there with any kind of injuries, and that's just a very peculiar injury. You know, it's not like your face is beat up or your body's got bruising or you got a broken rib or something. No, your hands. They beat your hands to death. Why the fuck would they do that? Think about that. Think about how, I mean, like, if it's true, and they actually hit his hands to the extent, and he, like, the doctor can look at that maybe and tell whether it's like a wall. I don't know, maybe not. Dude, he punched a wall. Right? I don't think they'd be able to tell whether or not it was self-inflicted or not. The doctor wouldn't be able to. Maybe it is the perfect thing to do. He was punching a wall, huh? We couldn't stop him from punching the wall. So there's that. Damn. Yeah, they all look pretty clean, like good. Like they don't look like, you know, you see prisons in South America, and then dudes in there can start looking kind of grimy. They ain't showering right, or I don't know. I mean, of course, they clean them up before they get them out of there, give them, like, make sure they got new stuff so they look like they're treating them as good as possible. They're gonna do that. just like Hamas is. Both of these dudes, both sides have a lot of similarities. But the Israel side is altruistic the right word, where they're more like giving to like others. Are they more giving? Probably, because a lot of the Middle Eastern countries they just ask for aid, right? They need aid, but Israel actually gets a lot of money just donated to them, or people that just want to give them money. Do you think that's happening for Palestine? Probably. There's probably an organization for it. Probably. The Free Palestine organization. I was gonna look up now. So good. He meowed at me before starting to eat. Dooby 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 doo. Dooby dooby. Hey hey hey. Dude, why does Biden talk about Bidenomics every fucking week? What is that? He's gonna be talking about Bidenomics. President Biden delivers remarks on Bidenomics. What even is that? He acts like it's a program you can sign up for. Can we bring back the doobie in a basket game? Oh, I can't do it. No, I can't. Wait, I don't remember. I can't have the emoji on Twitch anymore though. Bummer. They took it away from me. I don't even remember what it was. Like the thing had to fall in and then what? Like it happened when somebody donated though, so it's triggered. I mean, like it was triggered off super chats, I think. I can't remember, dude. It was a long time ago. To be in a basket. Oh, you got more dough off your dono. Oh, so I did it every time someone donated. I would do that game. Oh, that's right. But I don't remember how I did it, dude. I think I remember actually. Let me see. Man. Blast in the past with that one. I don't even know if it's still on here. Where it was from. I think it was Streamlabs. Oh, it is here. Okay, so it would be find it. I might decide to do a new one. The problem is the Twitch bot doesn't work anywhere, so it'll be a YouTube only thing. Dude, I'm gonna have to talk to somebody on Discord about it though. Probably get it back up. Mark, where you going? Yeah, the other thing that was kind of cool is the raffle, or the thing they would put everybody's avatar in it and spin it. What was that at? I think it might have been Twitch. I'm tired of seeing all that shit in chat though, as far as all the commands and shit with for raffle and games, and I'm kind of over that. No one else is tired of that? Needy, Simon. Will cats just be as needy as you let them be? Is that how this works? Go lay down. Just go lay down. Stop it. Bother me. Oh, you want this? you actually want to play, instead of making me just play this by myself. Now we're back to me playing by myself. There you go, bud. Okay. Dirty bit holding it down on Rumble. Everybody else scared to talk over there. Rigger? Is that what I would do? I really can't remember. I think it would actually... Yeah, damn it. It would trigger off of the tip happen. I don't think I can make it. Just do it. Oh, I can test. How do I do that?
This is a test donation for $27.
There's a joint there. I forget what made the joint pop. I don't know, dude. I don't know how that was going on, because here it shows that a YouTube subscriber makes the joint come out.
administration, supported by Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper. In Colorado, across our state, we have focused on maximizing the impact of this historic one-time federal investment, and that includes the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're creating capacity in local communities. We have some state-supported matching funds to draw down additional federal funds. In just the last year, we've attracted more than $1 billion in clean energy investments alone to Colorado to support solar and wind and battery manufacturing, and we're continuing.
Dude, I got a shirt from Pueblo that my neighbor got me.
Investment. We're also so excited that President Biden has prioritized passenger rail, and we know that with investments like IIJA, we'll soon be able to make Front Range Rail a reality here in Pueblo.
Or is it Durango? It's an O
and again,
city.
Thanks to the work of our two senators and our president, billions more are coming to Colorado to support not only state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities for the green energy economy like CS Wind, but also technology and support to mitigate wildfires, saving Coloradans money on electric vehicles, or helping support school districts switching to lower-cost electric vehicles, saving money on diesel fuel, support to make our electric grid more resilient and reliable, and building out the electric vehicle infrastructure. We're pursuing every opportunity we can as a state to attract this historic funding to Colorado. We've come a long way. We know there's a lot of work ahead. With this federal funding, with the partnership with President Biden, the administration, Colorado will continue to push the limits on what's possible, drive innovation here in Pueblo and beyond, creating good jobs for Coloradans and helping to make sure that Colorado is at the very center of powering America's future. Thank you.
Where is he? What? Guess he had somewhere to be. Weird.
Professionals around them. And they are surrendered with hugs and kisses and love from all the family, of course. We were waiting for this 51 days, as you know.
Yeah.
We were here terrified. We were in a horror, thinking what is going on with them. And we are very, of course, we are excited.
These people love
this
shit.
Moment.
Don't get
the
twisted.
Video that you mentioned before, we saw
They love being able to feel people feel sorry for them.
So many
they know exactly where the fuck they
sure
live.
That it's real before we hug them for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah, and as we're speaking with you,
for us, we live in a fucking war zone, but we love it here.
And again, it really speaks louder than all words. A hug of a mother.
Both sides.
Nothing is more powerful than that. And yet
Both
we're hearing
sides
some
could sleep.
gut-turning
Well, Gaza not
details
so
coming
much.
out from
No one wants a
those
Gazian in their
who
country.
released the freed
So they're kind of fucked.
hostages about what they've been through, and I assume it is very hard on all of you, whether to ask questions, to help Dafna and Elavent, or let them speak when they're ready, if and when at all.
Yeah, when they will be ready, of course.
Nobody wants
they
to
can,
dim
they
either,
can
though,
speak.
do they? Except America is like,
and again, I assume
come
that
to America,
you
bring your
learn as you
gold.
go, whether to try and ask or let them talk on their own. What have you been hearing from them that you would want, that you would like to share? No pressure.
Where you been, man? Ted,
So yeah, this is the point. No pressure. That's why in our family we decided not to go to this point. There is a psychiatrist. There is a psychologist who taking care of it, and there is doctors, physicians, and investigator people, and
I was about to put an
we are
APB
the
on
family.
you, bro.
We are here to love them, to hug them, to kiss them, to wrap them with a lot of glitters and pink and a good future. That's why we are focused on this, and we leave to the professionals to do the job, let's say.
Yes, and you fulfill your role to love them and to hug them. You're so right, Lihi. And before we thank you and let you go, you know, the families of the hostages becoming a family of their own to an extent in those horrific weeks are staying united in their fight to release all of them. And yet it seems that
it probably did really suck down there, though. But like I said, they're ready for this shit to pop off like at any moment. They're ready for this because
for this I don't know. I'm not a general and I'm not from the army.
Why wouldn't they be?
But yeah, we are definitely now a big family, unfortunately.
Like we got preppers that are getting ready for zombie apocalypses and shit. They should definitely be prepared to be taken by some Hamas soldiers,
with all the rest.
15-year-old kids with AKs.
This is one for all and all for one. And we won't stop until the last hostage will come home. We are still with them, even if the girl is at home.
Man, why don't I have more viewers? Why don't I have more people that are on my side with this?
One for all and all for one.
Is everybody in America fucking retarded?
The aunt of Ella and Dafna. We're sending a big hug from here, and I hope that you will squeeze each other as much as you can. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
So what are you doing?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Yes, so many of those emotional moments. Again, hopefully many more to come. And yet, Major General Dangot, if we're circling back to what's happening on the ground, it is a ceasefire. Allegedly no movement, or there should be no movement on the ground.
There was again,
and yet exactly Israeli soldiers are saying we are sensing that Hamas is getting ready for the renewal of fire.
Yeah, it was expected. You are dealing with liars, with those butchers that with all the tension around the hostages, don't forget thousands of soldiers are deployed all over the area of the north part of Gaza, and they are in a lot of operational kind of defense that you should react offensively to each event. And besides, you have to use a lot of intelligence sources in order to identify what Hamas is preparing.
And not to mention
Hamas,
that Israel let this happen.
It's going to make few things from the terror side, or from the military side. First of all, they're going to bring back all the logistic support to the underground country they have.
They're closer to the third temple now.
There is no lack of fuel, I'm sure now. No lack of food. They have enough things for the continuing of staying for another weeks. Secondly, they are collecting intelligence on IDF deployment. They estimate what will be the IDF future steps, and they are preparing a kind of a line of defense. They are reacting as an army. That is something we should understand. From the first moment, we are fighting against army in the most complicated area for urban war that you can plan with the north part of Gaza now. It's a different, by the way, in the south. On the other end, we are see that in the last 2 days, today and yesterday, we see two events with Hamas terrorists. It's like kind of examination,
testing the waters,
trying to cheat, to pay attention on one area and to make things in the other. This is something on the shoulders of IDF and the support, the commanders.
That many people
of
haven't
IDF
died either.
Security Service.
Those numbers are way off.
To the war cabinet to
15,000 people.
That hostages has to get priority, and they will deal with the circumstances. It doesn't mean the plans.
As many people didn't have to move.
The new plan.
1 million people didn't move.
You will see a new surprise. You will be everybody is looking what will be the end of the north. We have some places in the north
we would have seen walking,
by the ground.
The IDF chief of staff saying today that
by the way, according what was mentioned before, it's another story for military way. There you have more space. We are not going to move again, in my opinion, the civilian to other direction. Maybe we will ask those on the refugees area on the center part of Nusrat, Muazi, Burej, to move also to the south. And Khan Yunis is now looking as the capital,
the last bastion
of the capital. So the demands, the things can be changed, the maneuvering can be changed. And I may say to what you mentioned, and you were right, in my opinion, the timetable of Benny Gantz and the Foreign Affairs Minister Eli Cohen are not meeting. Gantz is looking for the immediate chance to bring back home more as we can, and know that from the military point you are developing such a kind of a process. At the beginning will be with full power, but from the beginning we say to move Hamas from Gaza you need months, not weeks only, months and even a year. But the main game changer is to move the leadership and to break the most part of Hamas like the north part is nowadays.
That's fascinating and a very important comment. I mean, one last very quick thought. I mean, one downside that I forgot to mention of this is for Benny Gantz, maybe there are years to destroy Hamas, but maybe not for the people who live in Be'eri.
Exactly.
Or Kfar Aza or Sderot, right? The people who live in the communities alongside the Gaza Strip.
Because Benjamin Netanyahu stated today, added like a goal, if you will, objective to this war, to bring back the hostages, to dismantle Hamas, and to make sure that there will be no threat from the Gaza Strip towards Israel, and that means that Israeli civilians will be able to go back to the border. We will once again hold that thought, gentlemen, because we do want to hear what the Supreme Leader of Iran has to say, right? Iran's policy is not, and I'm quoting, to throw Zionists and Jews into the sea. Yes, we live in a time and age. These clarifications are actually made. And a second later, of course, a vow that October 7th will keep on happening until American dominance in the Middle East is erased. Take a listen.
They falsely claim that Iran says Zionists or Jews must be thrown into the sea. This was said by others in the past, by some Arabs. We never said that. We won't throw anyone into the sea. We say the decision is for the people to make. The government elected by the votes of the Palestinians will decide on the people who are there and have come from other countries. It might allow all of them to stay in Palestine.
And we want to turn now to Dr. Eli Kalmon, Senior Researcher at the Institute for Counterterrorism at the Rekman University. Dr. Kalmon, thank you very much for joining us. Well, Khamenei talking about erasing American agenda to diminish American efforts to forge a new Middle East. I'm using his words. There's not much room for interpretation here, is there?
Good evening. Yes, Iran clearly expresses its desires and strategy for so many years. So even if there is now some kind of more moderate language, actually we see that they are maneuvering on all the fronts. Their proxies, not only in Gaza, but also in Lebanon, in Syria and Iraq, and even in far away Yemen. So the Iranian goal is to try to destroy Israel, or to at least to weaken it very much, but without paying the price on their territory, on their most important strategic interest, especially the nuclear project.
But yes, again, listening to Khamenei's statements today, this notion, this Iranian notion of little Satan and big Satan, as in Israel and the U.S., as they define it, seems to be underlined. Again, talking a lot about the American dominance in the Middle East, not so much, not just about Israel. And in this respect, Dr. Kalmon, Saudi Arabia, who has so far stayed out of it as much as possible, of course, is now offering to invest in Iranian economy in a bit to contain its terror activity through its proxies. But can you really throw money at this problem?
We know that already from March this year there was an agreement sponsored by China, by the way, which improves greatly the diplomatic relationship between China, Saudi Arabia and Iran. And there were even visits at the highest level. But almost parallelly, the Saudis began the normalization process with Israel, and moreover, they tried to build a strategic alliance with the United States, which would permit them to build a nuclear project on their territory. And this worried very much the Tehran leadership, which attacked personally the Saudi leadership. And then you have the attack, 7th of October attack by Hamas. One of the main goals of this attack, clearly from the Hamas point of view, but clearly also from the Iranian point of view, was to sabotage, to derail the normalization process between Israel and the Saudis.
Yeah.
So I think that what they saw, the Saudis, especially the intervention of Yemen, the Houthis in Yemen, firing missiles above almost the Saudi territory, and also using Iraqi pro-Iranian militias against Israel, but also threatening, I think, Saudi Arabia. They are worried that the conflict will regionalize, and they prefer, like in the agreement with China, to try to assuage a bit the Iranians and find a modus operandi at least until the end of the conflict in Gaza, and the solution, possibly a positive solution from the Saudi point of view, in Gaza itself.
And Dr. Kamone, I do want to insist on that, because the solution, or the in-between solution Saudi Arabia is coming up with is again, to pay Iran to hold back on its terror activity.
Clearly, these are economic incentives to a regime which is in a very dire situation economically, and they think that perhaps this could help at this moment. I don't believe that Iran will change, because even after the beginning of the conflict in Gaza, Saudi Arabia, MBS personally, the Crown Prince, and President Biden declared that immediately after the end of the conflict in Gaza, they will retake the negotiations for the strategic alliance with the United States, and also normalization with Israel. So the Iranians clearly are very worried about it, and the Saudis are trying to find the modus vivendi, on the one hand with the United States and Israel, and the other hand with the Iranians. So they know that economic incentives are very important for the regime. Personally, I don't think that it would work, because the Iranians are now convinced that they are in a very strong position to weaken Israel. Perhaps if there is no, I would say, destruction of Hamas in Gaza, even to provoke a kind of weakness of the Israel vis-à-vis the other enemies, especially vis-à-vis Hezbollah in Lebanon.
And Dr. Kalman, before we let you go, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be arriving here in Israel once again. He should really buy a new passport, issue a new passport rather, since the beginning of this war. And much talk, of course, on the day after. The American vision is perhaps to get clearer, but when it comes to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Jordanian, what is their desire? What would they like to see in Gaza?
I think that the United States, President Biden has presented his views in an article in the Washington Post.
Yeah.
Personally, I have written for many years that, in my opinion, the destruction of Hamas is necessary in order to achieve some kind of expansion of the Palestinian Authority presence in Gaza, in order to stabilize, to pacify, to develop economically Gaza, and then to try to begin some kind of political negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. I'm not sure that this government is able to do or willing to do this, because we heard the declarations of Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I know that many in the defense establishment and the political arena think that this is one of the best solutions, because otherwise I don't think that we have the possibility or even the resources to control Gaza for many years and to keep everything there working on the civil administrative issues.
Dr. Ali Kalman, Senior Researcher at the Institute for Counterterrorism at Rahman University. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalman, for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
And we want to show now first pictures of Irina Tati alongside IDF forces back in Israel after 54 days in captivity, and it is an hour till midnight. And the release of 10 Israeli hostages tonight is yet to move forward.
Although, Ellie, Israel Channel 13 is reporting that an Israeli source says that the 10 hostages are actually in the hands of the Red Cross.
All right.
Great news if that's true. And our channel has pushed that a Hamas official has said that the release will happen tonight, and repeating what Hamas has already said over the course of the night for what it's worth, that the delay was because of a, quote, logistical issue.
All right, and indeed we're seeing now reports that this first transition from Hamas's hands to the Red Cross is has been made in those last few minutes.
Sounds like
meaning those 10 hostages are en route to Israel. And on that note, we will take a 3-minute break, but we'll be back at the top of the hour with all the updates from the ground.
Bro, she always looks like she just had sex with somebody. Maybe it was that dude. Maybe he is sticking into
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel.
She's got
bonds.
that bedhead, but like she's been on a pillow or something for a while in the back of her head.
Israelbonds.com and invest now.
Invest in Israel bonds?
A unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for me. Designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il.
Make an investment in Israel bonds.
Israel is
it is the
at
most powerful
war.
and direct way to stand with Israel.
Oh,
visit Israelbonds.com.
How much do I make back?
Now.
Israelbonds.com. I'm looking into that. How much are they? How much do I get back in return? What's the percentage rate? Talk about Israelbonds.com. Israel is at war. We stand with Israel. Here we go. You want to see? Look at that trash, bitch. Sorry. Israel Bonds has raised over $50 billion in global investments since organization's founding in 1951. $1 billion since the war in Israel started. $1 billion since the war on... What? You talking about this one?
Israel is in a state of war. Families completely gunned down in their beds. We have no idea where is she as our soldiers are fighting on the front line, but the general perception is something that certainly needs to be fought as well.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Rates. That's what we want. Oh, okay. So you buy it by the year, so you get 5.85 for 15. You gotta be ultra rich to want to do something like this. Because that 5.7%? For every $100 you're getting $570, so $1,000.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Well, good news at last. The 10 Israeli hostages have been
because I forgot I had to use the rate.
From Hamas's vicious hands to the Red Cross, meaning they're one step closer to coming back home here to Israel. And we want to turn now live to the ground. I-24 News correspondent Zaka Anders at the Shiva Medical Center, where some of the hostages are set to arrive at the end of it's another long night. What can we say, Zach?
Hi, Ellie. Well, we are playing the waiting game, so the information that
That's
comes
such
through is sparse because
fucking little ass return. What do you mean?
Getting them here, they have
Wait,
a
is that,
lengthy
so,
journey
but
to come
it's
from the south of Israel to these hospitals in Tel Aviv. There are still some of the released from
sense.
the previous days that are still
Issued
staying
on the 1st
in
and
this
15th
hospital,
of
from
each
what
month.
we've been able to tell.
So you can only buy them on the 1st
in
and
good
15th,
condition,
I guess.
good spirits, with
Interest
the
paid
exception
every
of,
May 1st and
I should say this is just all
November
within the
1st.
backdrop of and the context of what they've been through. For what they've been
How does
through,
that work?
they are doing considerably well for the most part, for the majority of those that have been freed. Some of them have already been able to be just discharged and be with their families.
Because you
in
can
their homes
cash
in
it
more
out
familiar
early,
environments.
possibly? Is that why?
Or rather,
I don't get it. No, you
I
can't.
should backtrack a little bit.
I
Not in their
understand
homes,
why
but
there's
more
interest
or less
paid every
with family and other
Right.
places.
And home is where your heart is at, as we all know, and their family members, of course. This
Do you know why?
that they were waiting for, and we are seeing those images of those helicopters.
That's the biggest. Oh, this is the biggest rate, isn't it? 6'3". The biggest rate is that's the big 6'3". For
Field for the last several days, on all those days when hostages have been released. Walk us through those stages in the
what does this mean? Max 2,500 per purchaser per holder per month. How many pers can they put in a sentence, dude?
To home, to the family.
Hold up. What's this mean? Minimum subscription $100 and increments of $1. Max 2,500 per purchaser per holder per month. So you're only able to buy $2,500 of this one. Wait, maximum level amount purchased by one person during each monthly sales period registered in the name of the one holder is, so you get just a little bitty bump, like you get like 0.5% bump on the interest. And it's only for 5 years too, instead of 15 years. So true value per 100, 135. So this tells you flat out how much. Wait, really? That's it? Why is that? Why is it so low? Why isn't it this full percentage? At full maturation. It says maturation payment. Maturation value per 100 is 135.33, but the rate is 6.23. You gotta be a mathematician to understand this shit, don't you? Oh, and this is for, wait, where'd it go? It's for the fund, man. Israel bond. Invest in Israel for the war. They've already gotten $1 billion since the war started. They're bragging about it. If you didn't see it. Invest now. Oh shit, I better get on it. Hold on. How do I start? New use. You have to register with them to invest with them. Man, it's weird. They really do on the banks, don't they? Whoa, they on the banks.
In Israeli
hands,
is everything.
That's
Zach
a
Anderson at the
financial
Shiva Medical
institution.
Center. Thank you very much for this. Back here in studio with Owen Alterman at 24 News, a senior diplomatic correspondent, and Major General Eitan Dangot.
Whoa, listen to this though. It just got even trippier.
Again, we are.
Hold up. Israel. Oh, I'll put it back over here. Because I just saw it. It is. Pop up. They're issued by the United States. What's going on here? It says the fine print down here. Israel bonds are offered only in the United States by Development Corporation for Israel, an FNRA member broker-dealer. This is not an offering, which can be made only by prospectus. Investors should consider the investment objectives, risks, and expenses carefully before investing in Israel bonds. Please read the prospectuses and current rates carefully before investing. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. That shit looked whack. That's such a bad return. Is anybody going to keep up with inflation? Probably not. It's like a savings account. I don't know, like an old school savings account maybe. You have to have so much money for it to be worth it. Anyway. For it to be actually like free money. Right? But there's so much better things. So, well, I guess they look at it like they're helping to fund a war. Because where does the money go? Oh yeah, and how does Israel have a prime minister and a president? What's up with that? Why is that? Because Elon Musk met with both of them. I didn't even know they had a president. I wonder if that's why he did it. He wanted to show people that he wasn't the only one in charge. Wait, so Israel. Israel is a parliamentary republic with the president as the head of state. The president's powers are largely ceremonial, while the prime minister holds the executive power. The official residence of the prime minister, Beit Agion, is in Jerusalem. Oh really? Well, what is Netanyahu? I thought he was a prime minister. He's the prime minister. It's an old story. Oh, wait. That's where he lives, maybe? Yeah, it's where he lives. Oh, the official residence of her, yeah. What am I? Oh. Back together. What that? So the president of Israel is like the king of England.
At the end of the 10 day, Hamas will fulfill most of the agreement. The question mark now, there is a symbol, the Bibas family. The baby, his brother, the parents that we are looking to see. And you just imagine a baby of 11 or 10 months that is now 2 months in most important time of his life to develop, to exist. I don't know what's going there. Hamas is trying.
Perhaps because they became such a symbol and their family members who are here in Israel talked about it earlier today, that perhaps because they became such a symbol, it is working to the opposite of their benefit in this respect, and Hamas is keeping them.
I hope, but at the end, I hope to see them in Israel.
Of course.
And this is the main question with whom we are dealing. Yeah. Secondly, in my opinion, there was also 2 areas when the 2 women were released and where the other delegation or the 10 that are releasing from Rafah. One thing, on Rafah, when you are coming, there is a new kind of thing that has been developed the last days. The demonstration by the Palestinian civilians who are running on after the car, throwing stones of the hostages on the way to fight them. And on the way now, between Khan Yunis to Rafah Gate, something like 20 minutes.
Yes.
I hope it is passing safely as happened in the last days. And from Rafah to Kerem Shalom, entering to Israel,
yes,
it's something like 7 to 8 minutes. I know the way, I know the area. It's on the other side of the Egyptian side. And there will be a very clear decision whether to take them off by helicopters, yes, or to bring them to another. They will be in Israel, and I hope the health situation. I would like also to emphasize, we see every night the completely a wonderful organization that starts from heart and professionality in the hospitals with the Air Force. You don't see 1 meter that you can photograph people and damage their privacy. It's really something that we have to be proud of.
No, the health sector, by all accounts, is really mobilized in an impressive way.
Absolutely, and to that point exactly, let's cross now live to I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osseron at the Saad Junction in southern Israel. A route, one stop on the route that the hostages are set to go through. Ariel, what do we know? The latest update from a few minutes ago that they have been transferred to the Red Cross. Do we know how close they are to move to get to the Rafah crossing?
Right, Ellie. So after hours of delay, which Hamas explained was due to technical difficulties, IDF issuing a statement 2 minutes ago confirming that according to its knowledge, the 10 hostages expected to be released today, 5 minors, 5 women, have been handed over to the Red Cross and are making their way to Israeli territory. Now, in terms of the timeline, we can compare this to the 2 women who were released earlier this evening. So we're talking about another hour and a half until they're expected to pass here in Urim Junction on their way to Chatzarim Air Base. From there, they will make their ways to hospitals in Israel, where they will be receiving a second medical evaluation after the one carried out at Chatzarim Air Base. But also, and importantly as well, they will finally be able to be reunited with their families.
Yes, and we also know that 4 foreign nationals have been released as well, again separately from the deal with Israel. But we are, of course, welcoming every person who is being released from the monstrous hands of Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip, and they too are, of course, receiving close medical and mental care here in Israel as soon as they're out. Ariel Osseron, the Israeli War Cabinet is convening as we speak, discussing not just the potential extension of the hostage deal, of the ceasefire, but also what it would mean to go back to action on the ground.
Look, Ellie, I don't want to be suspenseful, but in 47 minutes, the ceasefire will have expired.
Right.
And Israel and Hamas are working in uncharted territory. There still isn't a deal to extend the ceasefire agreement, according to
45
Hamas
minutes?
official talking to Qatari media. Negotiations in Doha to extend this ceasefire are still ongoing, but we're approaching the midnight hour and into uncharted territory. And unfortunately, from previous experience, a lot of things can go wrong in that time. And so I know the IDF says it's on high alert. Also, the command for attacking, if necessary, beginning tomorrow, have been approved. There's above our heads, we hear the buzz of Israeli jets and choppers all the evening, and so the IDF is indeed showing that it is prepared to re-engage tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, if necessary. But to the best of our knowledge, negotiations in Qatar continue to extend this ceasefire potentially another day or 2. We'll just,
yes.
The clock is ticking for tonight.
The clock is ticking, and yet, as our Owen Alterman suggested earlier, there is a question here and perhaps a maneuverability range here, whether it's midnight or 7 a.m. that the deal expires. So perhaps some more time to pursue more hostage release in the coming days. Ariel Osseron, I-24 News, senior Middle East correspondent. Thank you very much for this. And we want to turn now to Dr. Didi Maimin Khan, clinical psychologist and trauma specialist in humanitarian aid and intervention and founder and CEO of KitchenAid, and also an international specialist, professional advisor for Israel the International Aid Organization. Thank you very much, Dr. Maimin Khan, for joining us. Earlier on the program, we were talking to an aunt of two girls who have been released earlier this week from captivity, Dafnan El Al-Kayam. And when we asked her, how the family is coping with the situation, what are they doing in order to try and get them to talk, or rather to help them vent, or rather let them be and speak at their own time, she said, well, there are professionals to do that. We're a family. We're their family, and our role is to surround them with love, to give them a hug, and to reassure them. And I have to say, Dr. Maimin Khan, it makes so much sense.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Social support is absolutely essential and is one of the protective factors against developing a more severe form of trauma later on. It's extremely important, of course. Having said that as well, that many of the hostages, when they come back, they are completely overwhelmed with all kinds of stimulation, such as light, sound, and human touch. And some people who may have craved that human touch very much might find themselves, ironically, needing to avoid human touch and go into themselves and isolate themselves. But every case unto itself, and every person is completely different.
Yes, and Dr. Maimin Khan, it was just cleared for publications, the list of those who are on their way here back home from the Gaza Strip to Israel. So if you stay with us, and I will just read out the names of, again, 10 more Israelis making their way back home. 13-year-old Gali Troshensky.
Kind of weird that they
16-year-old Amit Shani, 17-year-old Ophir Angle, 18-year-old Liam O, 18-year-old Itai Regev, whose sister was released earlier. Yarden Roman, 36-year-old Moran Stella Yanai, 40-year-old, 49-year-old Liat Tzili,
put out in the public's eye. This is who they are.
54-year-old. She's the mother of Hila Rotem, who was released earlier as well without her mother.
Israel doesn't give a fuck.
But definitely not least, 57-year-old Raz Ben Ami, and this list is, of course,
they love using their people, and so do the Muslims.
And 50-year-old Ilana Tupano were released earlier tonight. So all of them are on their way back home, currently in the hands of the Red Cross, a route to Israel, and we will keep you posted on that, of course. Back with Dr. Maimin Khan. Well, obviously there are different cases, as you've illustrated, different needs, and hence a different modus operandi with adults, with children. And perhaps one of the most chilling stories that we've heard, and we've opened our program with it, is that the kids who were released are all whispering. And this brings me to ask, is the work with them about forgetting the fear or learning to live with it?
Well, the work with traumatized people is helping them to cope with the fear. If we're talking about the symptom of fear, it's one of the many symptoms that you can have. And luckily, there are many evidence-based interventions that can help traumatized people overcome or learn to deal with the fear that they have. This can take a very long time, and a lot of patience is needed, but it is possible.
Yes,
as we are waiting for 10 more hostages to get back home, I assume that there is this initial adrenaline rush, coming back, seeing everyone, getting this warmer than warm embrace, of course, and then at some point, reality hits to an extent for the hostages, for their families. How will the coming weeks, coming months going to look like?
Well, first of all, luckily, we have no precedents in the literature for hostages who are children. And the way that the children and adults are going to cope in the months and years to come is going to very much depend on a large variety of factors. Many of them, before they were taken hostage, might have witnessed or experienced real hell, such as death of family members in front of them, or seeing family members taken off separately as hostages. Some will not have seen that, will have come back and will, with all of the elation and delight, will all of a sudden have learned about the what has been going on since they were gone, perhaps the death of a family member, like we've seen many times, knowing that loved ones are still hostages, as well as not coming home.
Right.
Most people have lost their homes. It's trauma upon trauma, in the fact that the trauma is not over. We are still in a state of national mourning, national trauma, with many, many unknowns.
Right, and in this respect, before we let you go, Dr. Maimin Khan, you know, in the world of rehab or detox, there are, you know, certain time frames or milestones you're powering through and moving on to the next stage. X days for the body to cleanse, X days to fortify new habits, etc. Is it the same when it comes to the process of dealing with trauma?
Well, to an extent, initially, there will be the initial shock reactions, and there will be the first few weeks of watching and waiting what happens. But generally speaking, it is not linear. Mm-hmm. Each person, according to their own pace, and everyone needs much patience, love, and care to get back into their lives, to gain control, and to get back into the land of to get back into living their lives. And this will be a different process for everyone. There's no clear rules. Some people will experience symptoms very early on. Right. Some people will be okay, but might experience them later. And some people, majority of people, the literature has shown, and we know and we hope, will be okay. They will experience distress in the beginning for a long time, but with time they will be able to have an innate ability to heal from their trauma with psychological care and with social structures in place that help them to achieve this.
And we'll hang on to this, to the optimism that is so very necessary nowadays. Dr. Didi Maimin Khan, professional advisor for Israel, the International Aid Organization, of course, a clinical psychologist and trauma specialist in humanitarian aid and intervention. Thank you very, very much for speaking with us. Back here in studio with Owen Altman, Major General Eitan Dangot. Reports in Egypt that the security personnel there is ready to welcome the 10 Israeli hostages and 4 Thai hostages from
that
the
dude sitting there in the polo
Cross.
shirt that looks kind of tacky.
It seems that we're once again back on the right.
He's underdressed for the occasion.
Yes. And I'm saying again, nobody make you anything of surprise.
Yeah.
We have to be ready all the time of this kind of Hamas making this kind of waiting or changing, and they claim it's technique. But at the end, I know, listen, we are talking about the war continuing. Hamas has a loss of price.
Oh my God.
And we have to understand it. Hamas is in a bad shift. With all its around that Israel didn't complete the mission. Yes, we are already at the beginning of our maneuvering, but Hamas understands from the kind of the maneuvering that this time Israel is really going to be direct with its goal, and they estimate if it continues, before it was stopping, we would be in a different situation. They need the time. They need to stop because for them is linear, yes or no for their future. So I believe that in this kind of circumstances, what is the continuating, we can estimate that will be here the 9th and the 10 days. I think so. After the 7th and the 8th, and then will come the main important thing of decision for the Israeli war cabinet. It will be very difficult with heavy weight. And another point, we didn't raise it here now. What will be in the north as in the south? What will be the condition under such kind of agreement to move back Hezbollah from the fence northern to the Litani. And another thing, pay attention, the West Bank is bubbling, and we are working 24 hours there in order to prevent terror activities until now with a lot of success, but there is but. What will be the Israeli policy to the Palestinian authorities, not to Mahmoud Abbas, which is failed in his mission under his statement, and what will be the situation there? It also has a great meaning.
Owen, a closing sentence.
This is an agreement that Hamas has largely wanted to keep. That's a sentence, basically, I think what Eitan was trying to say, and that Israel has wanted to keep for its own reasons as well. I agree. I think we're headed toward an extension. By the way, my reading, at least, of the government decision is that after Saturday, you have to actually come back to that full set of 30-plus government ministers. There may be another way of reading it where you can get a few more days, but once we get to that point,
why haven't you tried doing the awesome thing, Bill?
Again, that junction we were talking about, and deciding which way to go.
No agreement yet, so tomorrow it's another crucial day indeed, and as 10 more Israeli hostages and 4 Thai hostages are making their way back to Israel as we speak, we want to leave you with the images that will make you tear, but the good kind. We promise more and more families reuniting as their loved ones are coming back from Hamas.
Is it not going to work for real? Man, y'all breaking all my shit. Where'd Biden go? Did he ever talk? Dang, they went offline.
אביב אצילי שהיה בכיתת הכוננות נחטף באותה שבת. היום ליאת חוזרת ל3 ילדיה. אביב נשאר בעזה. ילנה טרופנוב, בת 50, מניר עוז שנחטפה עם אמא שלה אירנה טאפי, בת 73, בנה אלכס וזוגתו סביר כהן, בעלה ויטלי, נרצח. עוד חיים ממנה הגיע בסרטון תעמולה של החמאס. היום היא ואירנה בעלות אזרחות כפולה במסגרת מחווה של ארגון הטרור לנשיא רוסיה פוטין. בנה אלכס ובת זוגו ספיר עדיין בעזה. ירדן רון, בת ובעלה אלון, כבר היו במכונית בדרך לעזה עם ליטם גפן בת 3. כשמשהו הסיח את דעתם של המחבלים ירדן ואלון בתושייה של רגע קפצו החוצה והתחילו לטוס לשם. הבינה שהיא תיסה את גפן לא צריכו להתקדם מספיק מהר, כנראה השאירה את גפן לאלון, ואלון היה צריך לרוץ מאוד מהר עם גפן למצוא מחסה. הוא היה במחסה הזה משהו כמו 12 שעות. אלון חזר עם גפן, ירדן נעלמה. אחיה פתחו בחקירה עצמאית לנסות להבין מה קרה. בארץ הספציפי ראינו קצת אזורים לידו שיכול להיות בתביעות בגן של ירדן. ולא ראינו דם, לא ראינו פציעות, לא ראינו מאבק. אחרי 94 ימים, מורטי עצבים, משפחתה של ירדן קיבלה בוקר את ההודעה שהיא חוזרת הביתה. גיסתה כרמל גץ עדיין בעזה. הילה רותם שוחררה השבוע בלי אמא שלה, הרעיה, תוך הפרה בוטה של ההסכם.
חמאס אומרים שהם לא יודעים איפה אחותך, אמא של הילה.
אז חמאס משקרים, זה שטויות הרי, כי הדבר הראשון שהילה אומרת לי כשאני רואה אותה, היא מצביעה על השיער שלה והיא אומרת לי, תראי, אמא גזרה לי את השיער.
רעיה נחטפה עם הילה ועם אמילי האן שהתארחה אצלם באותה שבת. במשך 3 שבועות לא ידעה המשפחה אם רעיה והילה חטופות או נהדרות. הילה חזרה הביתה, בלי אמא.
אני צריכה עזרה, אבא שלי.
את הקול של הילה בן עמי מבוקר 7 באוקטובר קשה לשכוח.
ולמה את אומרת שחטפו את אבא שלך?
ראיתי תמונה בטלגרם, מחדשות יודעתי של תמונה שלו בעזה.
זמן קצר אחרי שנחשפה לתמונת אביה אוהד, פורסם גם סרטון החטיפה של אמא של הרז, שנחטפה גם היא כשהיא חולה וזקוקה לתרופות.
אני פה ואני עושה הכל כדי לשחרר אותם. אני מחכה להם. אני מחכה לחיבוק שלהם.
היום אלה ואחיותיה יוכלו להתחבק עם רז שחוזרת, אבא שלהם אוהד.
התוכניות הראשונות אנחנו מבינים שהחטופים והחטופות בידי הצלב האדום, אבל אנחנו רוצים לראות את זה בעיניים, ואנחנו מקווים שזה יקרה בדקות הקרובות. בינתיים בואו נדבר, דנה, על מי שאנחנו יודעים שנשאר שם, בילדים, בגיל 18-19. נכון. לפי מה שידוע לישראל, יש מאחור עוד 4 יעדים, זאת אומרת, בסך הכל במתווה הזה שוחררו 36 ילדים ובני נוער.
Dude, he's got super low, which is good. It's like 12 to 14 breaths per minute while he's resting, so at this dosage he's doing pretty well. I'm writing down how I'm weighing the pill with the jewelry scale, so I know how much I'm giving him each time. I'm not just eyeballing it. I tap on it a bunch to make sure that it's right. A little tap tap, tap tap, tap tap, tap tap, tap tap, tap tap. Make sure it doesn't hold anything up. Sometimes it helps to dial it in. This guy's got the hat on, dude. Why? Oh, why is he the only one there with it on, though? I thought they did that on a certain day altogether. Not like a day, once a week. It might not work yet. Let me see. If I get one of these scripts to work on the games.
ישראל הגדיל את האופציות שלה, במקום 22 ילדים שהיו רשמו שם 36, ובמקום 28 נשים גם יותר, ועדיין יש 4 ילדים 23 נשים שבידיים שלהם, כדי להגיע
I guess the sound commands aren't working yet.
אנחנו רוצים לדבר בכמה טלפונים תמר פטל וגנרי, החברה של ליאת אצילי שחוזרת הערב. שלום תמר, תודה שאת מדברת איתנו. אנחנו ממש אתמול ראינו את ליאת, את הבת שלה, יותר נכון, את איה אצילי מדברת בכתבה של ציוננוס, מדברת על זה שהיא רוצה שהיא
לא, it's not on yet.
את יכולה לספר לנו עליה, הייתה גם מדריכת ציורים בפולין, גם מורה להיסטוריה. ספר לנו קצת עליה.
כן, ליאת חברה בגיל המורים, מהשנים של עליית בתנועת הנוער, מחנכת, אישה, מלך הארץ, יש הרבה של היסטוריה, משפחה, כולם חברים.
No, I'm not okay with that.
כן, אנחנו אמרת שתדריכת ציורים בפולין, אני חושב שיש תלמיד של השמה, בכתבה של ציונן המסכנים, לנסוע באמצע אוקטובר, והיא כמובן להדריך סיום בפולין, לומר, לא ראינו את השואה שם, אבל קיבלנו שואה פה. את חושבת קצת על מה בעצם יודעת על מה שקרה באותו יום, ומה היא חוזרת? בטח העובדה שבעלה...
This guy's really showing this lady his phone for a long time. Maybe he's interviewing her, I think. What's happening? Dude, he's got the hunchback. He's the hunchback of Israel.
הבת שלה יש בת ושני בנים, שני בנים, נכון? שיהיה בסדר, בעצם
Dude.
והרביעת חוזרת. אמר תודה רבה, תודה שדיברת איתנו. לילה טוב, ואנחנו חושבים על באמת שנמצא כאן איתי רגב, אח של מאיה רגב, שחררה בפעימה השנייה. אבא, ראינו את הכתבה הזו שגם לכם אבא. ממש שמע שהילדים חושבים על המספרים, אומרים יורים עלינו, אבא יורים עלינו, רק כשמה שהייתה שהייתה ברשות, וכך שבעצם את שני הילדים של הבת שלנו, שני גילים, גם חזרה, גם נמצאים במקום היטב, ואיתה חוזרת הלילה.
Working fine. Everything's working fine. Works fine for me. You always break it. Yeah, see, works fine for Bill. Bill knows how to do it. One of y'all is gonna break it though. Let's see Sister P try it. Oh, everybody is clapping for this lady because she was down in the Hamas tunnels. Give her a hug, she was in the tunnel. Take pictures of her while she's getting hugs. Heck yeah. They need more cameras there, dude. Brighter lights. Well, I want to get my picture taken with a Jew. That'd be nice. Picture with a Jew night. Oh look, you get to pay extra for that, I think. How much do you think it is? I bet it's not too much. Like $50. Still a pretty special experience. Get to take a picture of the Jews spinning a tunnel underneath Gaza. Remember that forever. You get to smell her. Touch her shoulders. She likes that. Squeeze a little bit. You gotta be gentle. Y'all working out with me? I feel like I'm in an old folks home. Something. Watching it. It's weird. Go try it? Yeah, everybody should try it. At least once. See if you like it or not. Maybe you don't like it the first time. Maybe you like it later on in life. You try it again. Try it again, you know what? The also emoji is pretty fun to do. I think it can happen. Simon, you're so skittish, bro. I have to be completely quiet and still or you jump. That's not cool, bro. You broke it again? Really? No, you're supposed to try. You didn't actually break it. What are you talking about? You just needed me to put down a record for you or something? Thanks for ruining the fucking fun, Sister T. Now what? Are they waiting on the next hostage? Is that it? Just see one of the Russians. These chicks just want to be on TV or something. They know that this is being broadcasted. What's going on? Now I gotta find more content. Because all these people are standing in the fucking way of the lady. Alright. Masonite, fire! Moissanite, fire! It's got more refraction, more colorful stone. Quite as hard as diamond, but much cheaper. All man-made. They can't make it in nature. Gives them enough abundance to build a mega rock out of it. Masonite. Moissanite. None of them really good right now. Oh shit, I wonder if he got back to me about how the cats are doing. I'll get him a little later. Who's gonna tell me? He just lets me know. I'll reach out to him later anyway to see. If there's any complications, man. That happens. Fuck, I was so dude, one of them died. $39,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's how much you can have this ring for. We're up to the $39,000 rings now.
That is a giveaway at $39,000. Now diamonds don't have.
That's a fucking giveaway, dude. It's appraising at $118,000. So just buy from them and take it straight to the person that wants to pay that.
And the fives and the fours, you just can't get them.
You can't get them.
They're no. Whoever has them wants a lot more money than what Rami is doing right now.
Yeah, these are old prices. The prices have tripled in the last year and a half.
Oh, they're old prices.
So the trick is the word fancy.
Giving it to you at the old price.
Pinks, champagne colors, yellows, oranges, any of those diamonds. Intense yellows, all of it has tripled in price. The only thing stable is the white diamond prices.
Yeah, white diamonds are stable, but we don't know even how long that's going to go. Because we just saw gold today. Did you check again? Gold
all of these things cost the same amount.
Let's check.
Gold
$39,000. Is that what he said?
That means that everything you're buying right now, you're getting a savings automatically. Because you're buying it at the old gold price.
No. Just shy of the record.
Just shy of the record, folks, on the gold price today. Just shy of the record. All right.
What do you mean, shy of the record on the gold price?
What are you doing over there, Kurt?
Dude, look at that big ass blue one. Holy shit, what the fuck?
And his calculator only subtracts.
Yo, I just want to take that out and play like I'm One-Eyed Willie.
What?
My jewels.
What was the offer, for the which diamond?
Jeez, all of these cost. I think it's 39,000. Was it? What
yeah, you'll never buy those diamonds.
I just wanted to bring one out again, so
here's
we see that.
Opal with ruby, onyx, and diamonds.
There's no way that's 39,000. No, that's cheaper.
Is Oscar Friedman.
I didn't see that in the case, so.
These go for 8, 9, 10, 12,000 in the stores.
We're gonna open this right now.
Signed Oscar Friedman, ladies and gentlemen. These go for $9, 10, 11, $12,000 in the stores.
Are you ready?
What was it? Which is it?
We are going to do this one right now at $2,900 to open.
Gosh, it's ugly though. Something wrong with
it. $29
okay, let's see. Let's see if it's good. Let's see if they start going with it. Let's hear it. Can they get one bid?
This is a big piece.
We don't laugh if they don't get one bid.
Huge.
Oh my goodness. $2,900 to open that.
There's something about it that looks cheap though.
$29 to open.
It's the black. I don't know what it is. The lines or something.
Two left.
We have two remaining.
Oscar Friedman pieces, and there's only 2 left.
Wow.
No one's calling.
29 to open that. All right, we are going to take you to the main. I want to show you this yellow diamond necklace.
The main.
All right, I want to show you this yellow diamond necklace. This one coming up. Hold on.
I want to see that big ass blue one. That should be
one
blanging right there. Pop. I'll be wearing that around.
23 karat,
in the bathroom.
47.
Just taking a shower.
This matches that bracelet, doesn't it?
Yes, it matches the bracelet.
So these are fancies as well.
Yeah, fancy. These are fancy yellow diamonds.
Fancy yellow diamonds. Appraised out at $144,335.
Let's see. He's gonna be like $55,000.
If we were to sell it for half, we'd be in the $72,000 range, which is a great price for that.
Yeah, he's going lower.
$72,000 for that necklace is a great price. Look at even the clasp. Look at that.
That's what I'm calling.
Yeah, it's extremely heavy.
Never mind, $72,000. Open it right now. $39,000.
What?
Open.
I gotta have it. I gotta fucking have it for $39,000. It's so much cheaper than I was expecting without appraise. Who's appraising this thing?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is $39,000 to open.
Who's the
You're looking at 23 carats of yellow fancy diamonds, and you're looking at three or
They're
four
lab
white
diamonds, though.
So altogether, you're looking
So
at
they're not that
26
fancy.
and a half carats of diamonds.
They're
Total.
not that fancy,
26 and a half
They're
carats.
not
If
that
you bought the
like,
bracelet,
valuable.
this is,
Is what
the
I'm
person that
trying
bought the
to
bracelet,
say.
you should buy this. This is all fancy yellow. This will match the bracelet. It's a lot of money, but no money for a piece like this.
Like they can make a diamond
26
yellow
carats of
intentionally,
diamonds.
Fancy
but for it to happen in
yellow,
nature is
gorgeous
much more
diamonds.
rare.
39.
And to have them all color matched
You know
from
what
nature would be
39,000
much
would
more
buy
rare.
you? Not even a bracelet. You're getting a necklace for $39,000. You're getting a necklace for $39,000.
These people
right
scamming
there.
a little bit, aren't they?
Wow. You won't buy a bracelet for $39,000. These are fancy yellow diamonds.
Say it slower.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
That was slower.
You know
Thank
what?
you. Awesome.
I'm going to give you a 2-minute clock right now to open this up.
Oh, he really. This is one of the big money makers for them. So they're giving it more time.
$5,000 to open.
Like even if they sell it at $39,000, they're making a ton off this for them to just kick back with it like this. You know what I mean?
Right now,
Have to.
you could have bought the
But they wouldn't
bracelet
waste
and the
time
necklace.
on it.
Yeah, it's at $35,000. I know it's crazy. Is that below cost again?
Really, it's not that crazy.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to make money on something, right?
It's about the cost.
Uh-oh. Wow. Okay, I guess they didn't put 35,000 up?
Yeah, you need to change the...
Oh, 35 now.
35,000 to open.
Yeah.
I didn't say put a clock up. I said 30. Yeah. Take the clock down.
You didn't say put a clock up. What the fuck? He said, dude, these shows be tripping.
What? Okay. Hey, Curran, are you with me on this? Are you with me on this, Curran? I'm gonna do something wild. $29,900. $900.
Why do they want to sell this thing so badly?
I want to know who's paying attention.
Yeah, the phones are ringing. Look at all the green lights going up.
Oh my goodness, $29,900 to open. $29,900.
No, they're not.
To open. Now put up 2 minutes.
They're calling for
and that will
something
be
else.
the end of that opportunity forever. Because I guarantee you, no one
Why
has
did they get
ever
trolled a
done
lot? Now the clock's back.
fancy yellow diamond necklace at that price ever.
No, look, 26
Wow.
carats of diamonds.
In the history of diamond necklace selling.
Carats of fancy yellow diamonds.
Do you guys realize what we're
23
witnessing
carats.
right now? This is history.
You don't find diamonds for those prices. Those are a third of a carat each. Some of them are half
Oh.
a carat in the center.
No. Hey, can we fix that graphic over
People
there?
know that diamonds
There
are a
you go.
scam now, dude.
$29,900 to open.
A little bit.
If you open this up and you get it for $29,900, let me tell you, you will be absolutely shocked.
They're
when
still
you get
not
it.
getting a
You're gonna
bid,
say,
bro.
They messed up and sent me the wrong necklace. This one's way too nice.
Yeah, you can get it reappraised at the new prices today. This is appraised for $144,000.
Sleazy street corner jewelry salesman
it's not
for watches.
This is 26 carats of diamonds, ladies and gentlemen. Over.
It's the best I got.
That's $144,000, and you're getting it for $29,900. How does that even add up to?
Why aren't you buying it then, asshole, and selling it?
Well, much less if you take the gold away.
Dude, they really deal with some idiots. Actually, like all they need is one idiot, though, right?
I know people are just starting to get
That's
home.
willing to spend $29,900 on
That's
it.
when it hits.
People are just getting home, and that is when everybody goes wild. Oh my goodness!
15
this show
seconds.
ends in 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen. This show
Only
ends
have
in
2 hours to buy this necklace.
This is an opportunity.
Let everybody
and
know
it's not
that.
an oversell. This is an
Remember that
opportunity to
number
buy.
up there in case you want it. But, oh my God, this dude blew the microphone out. He was so happy about the opening bid being gotten. Oh, that just paid off
Put up 1 minute.
his something.
Put up 1 minute. We're gonna put
30 seconds. Let's put up 30 seconds.
What? He doesn't even care. He's like, let it go for that much. Put up 30 seconds. What is going on, bro?
All right.
Why would you just put up 30 seconds?
Mom, you want to do an auction?
No.
I think he's tired of auctions.
Why?
I think we wore him out of auctions.
Oh, definitely. And it's a shame.
I mean, look at what's happening here.
No, last night we had the auctions and we were getting 30 on one piece. We got.
Well, it's nighttime. It's prime time.
We
We're
got
doing
20
an afternoon show
on
right
one
now.
piece. We got 25 bids.
Oh, he doesn't waste any more time on
25
it.
bids on one piece.
I see.
Oh yeah. At nighttime, you're gonna get that.
Yeah.
We are
He's
just
happy you're
people
getting
are
that
just coming home
price.
from work right now.
I knew it.
$29,900.
are.
Can you believe
This
it?
should be prime time now, or close to it.
No, in about 7 minutes. People are starting to get home, or leaving work at 5 o'clock.
Oh my God, he's right.
This is up later.
I probably
Dang,
should
they're
have. I
talk-
made a mistake because we should have gotten more.
Talking
bids,
about it
right?
on air.
Yeah.
We should have gotten way more bids. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I see. I see. I
Ouch.
see. I see. That's good. That's good. That was a good tactic there.
Going
Yeah,
once.
that makes people think, oh yeah, shit, that's why there's not many bids.
$29,900.
Better get on it.
Going twice. Final call.
worked.
Sold. Sold and out of here. Okay.
Dang, that's a
How
loud claps on
about
that
this
one.
Burma ruby bracelet. Why is this still
This
here?
is interesting to me.
Why is
Sorry.
this still here?
We still got that. What's going on back
I
there?
can't believe this one.
Hold on.
This is
They changed the view on us,
crazy
bro.
here.
What is this? That's kind of pretty. That's cute, like a little Valentine's gift type thing. Hermes ruby. It's not too gaudy. 6 minutes. Oh, you heard it, ladies. That's what he's got to offer. I got 6 minutes to paradise. Oh no.
So you're looking at PCI GIA Burmese
15,950.
rubies. This is a quality piece, a very unusual piece. I'm going to put it on my hand. 'cause you can see the contrast.
15,950,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they're gonna drop that bitch to like 2,000.
This is a
Never gone this low.
It's a masterpiece.
Dude, he's never gone this low. Hold on.
Let's get a
$15,000
model.
to open.
Can
No.
we get one of the models?
I like how they put
open.
how
We
many
don't have any models
grams
here
of
the weekend.
the metal
Only
is in
weekend.
it,
Well,
like
any
this.
female.
Bracelet makes your hand look so nice.
That's
Imagine it on a
kind of cool. And they put like
Yeah.
they put the exact weight of everything in case you just wanted to take it apart
man hands.
and sell everything.
Imagine how it would look.
On my hairy hands, huh?
14,000 to open.
Are they lab
I
or
did
not?
it.
This doesn't say they got a lab.
We're gonna get wild now.
GIA lab.
We're gonna get wild now. Hey, Scott.
They're all grown, huh?
Just the 1.5 carat diamond in the center will cost you that much. Just wish we can get a better angle, but look at the quality of that 1.5 carat diamond. Yeah,
They're good at making people want rocks.
We are going to do something. Now, that's a purple ruby heart. How big is the white diamond?
1.55 carats.
A 1.55 carat. That does not add
How
up.
shiny it is.
Alexandrite is sold.
Whoa.
The
what?
Alexandrite is sold.
What was that? The big ass one?
The cognac diamond is sold, sorry. The cognac
Man, y'all
diamond
gotta
is
get your
sold.
shit together, dude.
And the Alex is almost sold too.
Marvin, can we pass this piece? No one came in.
Nobody opened it?
Should we
Nobody
give 30
opened
seconds?
That? Zoom in on it. Zoom in on it. Give it 30 seconds. Zoom in on it.
I find
give
it interesting to see all like the sell tactics and things. Plus the jewelry itself. It's like this is some decent stuff. It's not like we were looking at pretty much costume jewelry the other day. Anything under 100 or like in the hundreds is like kind of not really it's not really resellable. This stuff's actually you could probably sell it if you had to. Pawn it.
Are we opening that at 14? Look at that. Oh my goodness, that is a Burma ruby
retain its
with a
value.
big diamond, and that is
If
the
not,
best
increase in value.
estate piece you will
how that works with
ever
lab
see
stuff.
with a $14,000 opener. Oh my goodness, that is gorgeous. I can't wait for whoever gets
It's like
this
something
piece,
to give somebody
'cause
for
it's
their
one of my
quinceañera.
favorite pieces.
Yeah, Marvin was dying.
But that's an expensive quinceañera
to
gift.
sell
Holy
this piece. He's
shit.
already put it up 3 times.
14,000 maybe.
All right, move on. Move on. If you want to open it, grab it. Now,
So where's the diamond that was sold?
It went over already. Oh,
Sell
there
it
it is.
to his
The
buddy.
4-carat diamond is sold. The 4-carat
Which one?
diamond is sold. All right, Rami, I'm gonna
They're
come
so-
in here real quick.
some of this stuff.
No, the 4-carat they already took it over.
Oh, they already took it over?
Yeah, he already took it over. They're also working
The
on the
fuck?
Alexandrite. Oh no, here it is.
Why
Here's
would
the
they do
4-carat.
that?
Oh.
Show us
that's
what's
a 5
sold so we
Almost.
know that it's no longer
No, the
available.
one they sold.
4 carats 85, okay.
That's the one they sold. Yeah, this diamond is
But it's,
sold.
he acts like they had to
and
get it
I
out the
can't
door
wait
right
for them
now.
to
The
get
guy
that.
was there to
Yeah.
pick it up or
Oh my
something.
goodness, that is gorgeous.
Excellent
Stupid.
buy, whoever sold it.
That is gorgeous.
Is that the one?
there.
Yeah, just
Look at that beautiful
How
diamond.
much did it sell for?
Wow. Amazing, amazing deal. Grab that. Now, I've got a
Wait.
turntable over here that I want everybody out there to call in on. We're just going to give them a little tour here.
I wanted to
does
know
not
what it
have a
sold
price
for,
point.
didn't you?
We're just going to auction these pieces. Left and right. Now,
Nobody
is that
wants
an Oscar?
most of them.
That's Oscar
They're-
Friedman.
I think
That's
they
an
just wanted to
necklace,
show
Oscar.
some
that's
stuff
a
to be
necklace
like,
on-
look,
with
we
the
sold
enamel. Most of the
something.
enamel pieces that you see there are Oscar Friedman.
Let's
and the
go to
opal.
this wheel over here.
And that's also the other opal there on 25.
Also an Oscar Friedman.
God, those are
Yeah.
super
And are
pink.
these Burma rubies?
Burmese rubies GIA.
Wow. How about emeralds?
The emerald, some of those are Colombian.
I got
What's
an
the GIA
aqua,
mean?
this
Lab?
beautiful diamond set here with the diamond studs and the diamond Riviera. You got a hot pink sapphire we're going to give away. There's the big Oscar.
That's a Colombian
GIA.
emerald, right there, on
No,
40.
that big minute was
On 40, it's a Colombian emerald.
That's a Colombian emerald in the back
Yeah.
of 40. How about that? Is that all sapphires?
Oh, this is certified by somebody.
Which one?
I guess.
Morganite bracelet.
We didn't have a Morganite bracelet. We had a Morganite ring.
Jesus.
Was it one of these bracelets over here? Look at these bracelets. We showed these 3 bracelets, and we got deals on all 3 of these. I don't know about a Morganite bracelet. Did you show one?
No.
No Morganite
Yo,
bracelet.
those are
We had a
old school
Morganite
looking.
pendant. Had a Morganite.
Rose gold.
What?
Bracelet in rose gold.
A bracelet.
I believe it's maybe this one. This little coupling, a cup, the bagel.
Oh, that one. Got it. That might be Morganite, yeah.
Yeah, that is Morganite.
Yeah, it is.
All
It's
right.
a bangle, not a bracelet, a bangle.
Well, it's a bangle bracelet.
Yeah, okay.
This guy's
still
messing up a
bracelet,
lot.
right?
Yeah, it's still a bracelet.
All right, so that is a bangle bracelet.
Oh, the phones are going crazy.
Oh, yeah, now it gets wild here.
Marvin was right. He said 5 o'clock the phones are going to ring.
Now that one's pretty cool because you got this opening right there. Now, you ready for this?
Heavy.
Okay, that is Morganite. And
Morganite.
I told you we were going to go wild, right? So, Gotti, number 4. Number 4, let's get an appraisal on this. I'm going to give it away.
Who appraises it?
It was never supposed to go under 11.5. Hold on, look out, and get ready, because we're going to go wild with it. Look at the size of this.
It's a valuable stone, it says.
I hope everybody's ready for this.
Yeah, it's
making it much more expensive than other types of colored gemstones.
It's got a GA. Oh, it's got a good appraisal.
Organized mine in Brazil, Afghanistan, Mozambique. Hey, we were talking about them earlier.
27,200.
This is GLA appraised.
Yeah,
Mozambique.
Yeah.
Namibia and the United States. And
We're going to open this right now. Open it for 7,000.
Madagascar.
6,500 to open.
But Mozambique is one of them out of all of them. There's so few places that have this one. And I was literally looking up earlier the import-export from the United States to Mozambique to see what it was. And then I looked at the breakdown of the different stuff.
Easy a couple $1,000.
There's a whole list. Going down to like $9 worth of some stuff. We got $20 worth of cotton.
So imagine how much gold costs, the actual cost of making it.
Well, we get Morganite from them.
65 to open.
Bruh, trippy.
Woo.
I bet we do.
65 to open and an appraisal.
Yeah, the bloodstones, the blood Morganites.
All right,
yeah,
we're
and just
rolling.
the labor is $1,000 today. People don't realize, Marvin, every stone to set today.
I want to know they had to dig with their little fingernails. And they were
this
busting
one,
off and
freestone,
shit.
okay, we're gonna go look
And they had
for
to check their booty holes for the stones when they were leaving work to make sure they weren't trying to steal any.
All righty.
You gotta
Whatever
feel around.
you want on this
That's
turntable, we are going to do wild auction
You
openers.
can't just get those anywhere either.
Wild auction
I've never even
openers
seen one
there.
before. Look at that Sesame Street thing.
I know. I didn't show it today, so it's not out here.
No. It looks like it's for a kid.
All
like
right,
a
whatever
preschooler
you'd like
to play
see,
with.
Call in now.
Like, that's something that chicken Congress would have.
Happen. Every
You know
single
the
deal.
one.
Okay, how we doing
What's
over
that,
there?
dude?
Hey,
That's a
where's
bullet
that
protector.
yellow diamond
It's
ring we were
massive.
going to show today. I know there was one out here.
Oh, wow. It's on this turntable, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, the 5 carat or 4 carat, 3, I don't know.
They're not as big as they look, because there's a bracelet he was just showing.
Yes.
We don't have one.
Huh?
I've got a yellow diamond.
GIA, can you pull the
GIA.
certificates?
What's the number?
It is number 713. All right, I've got a yellow diamond. It's a 305.
Fancy light yellow.
Fancy light yellow, 305.
That's pretty though.
GIA lab
It's kind of
certified.
pretty. It's got a lot of
SI2.
color popping out of it. It's pretty
SI2
wild looking.
clarity. And these are just
Purple around
going
here
up and
with
up
the
and up
yellow
and
in
up
the middle.
price. So here's your GIA on it. It's fancy light yellow, so it's in the fancy realm. Excellent, very good. SI2.
It's fancy. You have to remember
It's really
the word
crazy
fancy. It's
how
not XYZ
precise
color.
all
This
that is.
Fancy yellow, light yellow.
All the diamond,
That
like-
makes a big difference, and it's good quality. It's eye clean to the eye. You're not going to see any increase.
Sounds
Look at
better.
the quality on that piece. Look at everything's VS diamonds, by the way, on that piece.
You know what I'm going to do on this? There's a carat 23 of very fine diamonds.
It
Very
matters
fine.
so
Those are all
much.
VS
The
or
price.
VVS. I would say VS minimum to VVS on the piece. That setting is immaculate. It's one of the best workmanships I've ever seen. Look at, if they close up, you can see the workmanship on that.
Oh, yeah.
Every diamond, the way they did it, it's amazing.
Why could it be so much different though with the diamonds
Drop
themselves?
this down right now. Make it 39,000, and I'll take a very, very close
very
look.
Dude, 39,000. He'll
they
take
put a 24 karat
39,000.
gold, cup
I knew
on
that
it.
was a winner,
So
bro.
it's fancy light
Because
yellow,
it's
but it
something
looks
about
like
how
vivid
it's
because at the base they
popping,
put a
man.
cup
It
of
was
Yeah, they
24
put a
carats.
yellow gold. They just
Cup.
put a yellow gold underneath.
it's
or
a
white gold.
Or white gold
$40,000
underneath,
ring.
Yeah, to reflect the light, so it looks like fancy color.
That is.
There's no appraisal, just the GIA.
We'll get you an appraisal if you want it.
There's no appraisal.
Oh, the ruby heart bracelet. We have an appraisal. Yeah, we do have an appraisal on that.
Where do you get it
the
from?
Ruby heart.
The guy right next to you.
That we showed earlier. This one here.
Hey, what do you think this is worth?
It's number.
Yeah, 150,000.
648. This does have a appraisal and a cert.
Oh, they're showing this one again?
Cert on the Burma Ruby. It has an appraisal on it.
I got it.
And here it is. It appraised out for how much? $78,320.
Show the rare.
Look at that. Look at that. How rare is that? Burma Ruby.
How does that work?
With the GIA cert as well.
What do you mean it appraises for that much, dude?
Well,
I don't get that.
Ruby.
Why don't you sell it for that then?
And that's original appraisal.
You got the original GIA.
So I've been told that it's worth a hell of a lot more, but I wanted to sell for half that. Because I'm a nice guy.
How crazy did I go on that?
I'm just a nice salesman trying to sell my rocks. Come on, buy from me.
We did. Did I do 14,900 to open? What did I do?
We forget.
What did I do on
39.
this, Kern?
On that one? Damn, what did you do on that one?
14,000? Oh no. Oh no.
Over there acted like they didn't know it was worth that.
Oh my goodness.
We didn't know it was worth
70-something
thousand.
That's gonna be a
I came so ill prepared.
Giveaway. $14,000 to open. Uh-oh.
They brought it back at the same price that it was at before because it has.
Yeah, that was appraised for $78,000.
You've wasted so much time on this.
I'm telling you,
You don't know we could hear him?
It should fit a 7 1/4.
It might be 7 1/4. We can measure it.
I'll remeasure it.
I think it is 7 1/4, if I'm not mistaken.
He's so desperate that I could hear it in his voice, dude. The Asian dude, it's his jewelry. And he's extremely desperate to get rid of this shit at the prices that he's even listing. He's like 14,000. Hey, let me measure his demeanor is, I just want to get this shit.
It's actually 7 1/2 almost.
Out of here, because I got it for a really good deal.
See, because it starts here.
Yeah, a little shy of 7 1/2.
Just a little bit less than 7 1/2. So it'll actually fit me.
I'm stuck on jewelry watching.
I'm 7 1/2. All right, that is, okay, if you don't open that up, that'll never be that price again. That will never
he's threatening me? This motherfucker.
again.
I'm gonna bid now.
And the appraisal was 78,000. You can put that up there. It was what? 78,000 what?
Over 78,000 and change. 78,000 and change.
$78,320 is the appraisal. If you want to put that, there it is. All right. I'll give it to you at that price one more time. I'll give you 30 seconds. 30 seconons there. Look at
Only
that.
30 seconds, though. If you're gonna buy, you better hurry up.
$320. Woo!
Oh, it's sold?
It's an opener. Up. Once, twice, 3 times sold. That's sold. That is sold.
It's so disorganized, dude.
Woo! Oh, we got somebody for this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do this.
The dude doesn't care though. He's like, fuck it, yeah, it's good. Let's move on. We gotta sell more of this shit.
Here's a diamond ring.
So none of it should go for definitely any more than they're selling it for.
207 diamond ring.
Let's get
45 of accents. Hey Ashton. All right, what are we doing here? This was at 13,700. What can we do? What can we do? Let's open this up right now. I'll give you a diamond deal, over 2 carat diamond in the center.
I bet somebody gets this just because it's so
45
simple.
of accents. We'll make it 8,900 to open.
Damn, he opened it high though, compared to what he was doing with other stuff.
$8,900.
78 to 14, and then this one's like 12 to 89. This one's closer to what it's actually worth, probably.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Probably worth less than that. It's probably worth like
$8,900. Yeah, we can pull the certificate if you'd like to know.
5,000 or 6,000 probably.
I
bet they're making a
122,
grip.
Gotti.
Still.
122.
We do have a.
Oh, I love this aquamarine.
Okay, here's an
Look at the quality.
Whew, dark aqua.
Wow.
Beautiful. Aquamarine.
And this is, I think it's GIA certified.
I got to scan this one. Hold on.
This music really gets me in the buying mode,
All right,
though.
it is a 24 karat,
Do you too?
61
GIA.
Aquamarine, GIA certified, and you know what? For you to get an aqua like that,
Costume jewelry, all of it does?
ready? Here it is.
Let's get ready to
Forget
rumble.
20,000. Forget 15,000. Forget 14,000. You ready for this? Open it up. Open it up right now.
Let's see.
It's never been this low. $9,500 to open. $9,500
No bids.
to open
No bids.
on the Aquamarine.
There will be no bids. Oh, the phone's ringing.
95 to open there. Woo! Look at that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this to find a 24 karat or 24 karat aqua is very rare. Usually, they only come up to about 15 carats.
Okay.
So anything,
Clean, too.
Yeah, and it's clean, and it's GIA.
Oh yeah.
And you're looking at it's set in platinum. This is top quality. We just need a better lighting on that, like.
Well.
Just light.
Yeah, the light's hitting it a little different, but
yeah, the light's hitting, but it's 9,500 doesn't exist.
To open that.
Yeah, at $1,000 a carat, this is aqua. Aqua is not blue topaz. You have to remember, a lot of people confuse aqua for blue topaz. Aqua is a precious stone. It's up there with emerald.
Oh yeah,
basically
all the royal families own aquas.
Yeah, the aqua is a beryl. It's a blue beryl.
All the royal
emerald
families
is
own aquas.
Green beryl. And I know, because I'm in the industry, and a lot of people say,
Damn, I could be like a royal
they think
family
it's blue
person.
topaz. Blue topaz has almost no value.
Swear that.
I mean, it has value, but not compared. And aqua is a precious. Yeah, aqua is a precious stone. Aquamarine. And these pieces can go for thousands of dollars a carat in this quality, in this color.
You know what? I'll drop it a little bit. I can't go that low. I mean, just the mounting is platinum.
No, just the mounting is that price.
I can do this right now. $9,000 to open, but that's all I can do. That's all I can do.
This is for free, ladies and. Well,
free?
I'm not using the right terminology. It's not for free, but it's no money for. It's a lot of money, but not a lot. It's no money for a piece like this.
Really,
that's almost a 25 carat.
Blue topaz price.
Yeah, blue topaz price. This is almost a 25 carat, one stone aqua. Even if you get $1,000 a carat, or $800 a carat, or $700 a carat, that's $20,000 just for the aqua. The setting on that is $8,000. It's a platinum setting with probably VS1 to SI1 diamond.
Right.
So you're looking at a piece here that's unbelievable. 9,000 to open.
In a boner.
Now, what do we have here? Burma ruby?
No.
No.
Wait, maybe. No,
Maybe.
it's not Burma. Sorry,
Not
this is not Burma. You have to change it. What number is this?
This
Dude, you're putting the wrong
is number
information,
703.
Dude, I was ready to call.
Now, those are large rubies right there.
It comes with the GIA, but it's not Burma.
I could wear that anywhere. I could just wear that.
Gotti, can we get
all
703? I think it's here somewhere.
I definitely go to the store with that.
Oh, here
on.
it is.
Here it is.
Get my
So
Costco.
this one has an appraised value.
Oh, we haven't sent it in.
250,000.
It's not. We haven't. It's not that.
Okay.
But it's
not actually.
$203,640.
Yeah, but it's definitely okay. We haven't sent this into GIA, so we don't know if it's Burma. Just assume it's not Burma because we don't have it, but it's 100% guaranteed unheated. Every stone there.
No heat?
No heat rubies.
Oh my gosh, look at that. No heat rubies.
We haven't. They just put Burma on the certificate, but let's say it's not Burma, but it's definitely 100%.
What the fuck? That's a little sketch, isn't it?
We just got the certificate in, so you could see the date, November 17th.
Well, if
this just happened.
We just got this, so we haven't
wrong
had time to
shit.
send this in.
Why are they messing up?
We guarantee it's
Shouldn't they not do that?
100% no heat rubies. I'm just going to assume those are African rubies.
Man, that's
but
crazy.
no heat.
We'll just say no heat rubies.
No, 100% guaranteed.
The whole
no
time they
heat
just keep that
rubies.
music playing.
Now, there's just in diamonds. There's 19.84 carats of diamonds. Just the diamond weight.
So 20 carats in diamonds.
Yeah, and then you're looking at platinum.
Almost 100 grams in platinum. 3 ounces. That's over 3 ounces of platinum.
And these are no heat rubies.
Go work that out.
Oh my goodness. You know what? If we open this up,
and
what was the appraisal on it?
I think the appraisal's low. It's $203,000.
Okay, so let's go with half, $100,000.
And that's low, because these are no heat rubies. And a lot of these appraisal people don't realize when you get a ruby that's no heat, you look at, and this size, you're looking at thousands and thousands of dollars a carat. So you're looking at this is over 77 carats of rubies, no heat. No heat rubies guaranteed, no heat ruby. I would send this to GIA and get the GIA report if you have time. But it's guaranteed 100% no heat rubies if you send it into GIA. We guarantee it 100% no heat.
Dude, ain't nobody buying that thing. You sound like a sketchy salesman.
This is 3 grams.
Wow.
I mean, it's almost 100 grams in platinum. And you're looking at over 100 carats of stones. Wait, no, just close to 100 carats. What's 77? 90. Wait, let me work it out. 77.
It's getting there. It's in the 90 carat realm.
Yeah,
for sure.
You're looking at over 97 carats of diamonds and rubies, ladies and gentlemen. $100,000 actually is no money on this piece. I know it sounds crazy.
Here we go. We're gonna open it right now.
There's no money on it.
Never mind $100,000 at a price for over $202,000.
Which I think is low on this piece.
Open it right now. $59,000 to open. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at just
if you think it's low, why are you selling it for lower?
$1,000 a carat on no heat rubies. That does not happen. Okay, just think about that for a minute. Where are you getting $1,000 a carat on no heat rubies? Where? Right here. Now.
You don't understand how rare it is to find rubies that have no heat, no indications of heat.
Much more rare than finding no heat sapphires.
Oh yeah, 99.999, and you can continue if the rubies are heated to get the color out of it. Even most Burmese rubies are also heated, by the way.
Yeah.
This is a no heat rubies, and these are large.
Let's just say
some of those are 10 carats each.
To the one that's there.
That's probably 4 or 5 carats.
Yeah.
One ruby.
Look at that. One ruby.
All no heat.
Oh my goodness.
And face up, these are good quality rubies.
Wow. You ready? 59,000 to open. Hey, make it 50,000 to open. I'll knock $9,000 off. 50,000. Woo! 50,000 to open.
You look.
How?
You know the bottom stones there? Let me look at it. Let me put my head inside. Oh, sorry. Those are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 77 divided by 13. Average of about 6 carats each. So the big center diamonds, those are about 10 carat rubies. They're unheated.
Oh my goodness.
Just one of them could be worth that much money. Unheated rubies. So this is a steal at 50,000.
Oh yeah. What do we got to do to sell this? Do we have to go lower? All right, go lower. Go lower. Go lower. Make it 45,000 to open. I'll give you 1 minute. 45,000 to open. 1 minute. Now you are looking at basically the mounting without the no heat rubies now.
Yeah. Oh, well, easy. It's 20 carats in diamonds. So even 45,000 just for the diamonds. Never mind the labor, never mind the 3 grams or 3 ounces of platinum. It's almost 100 grams in platinum. You know how much that costs today to make?
Oh, forget it.
20 carats of diamonds, and these are
no,
all good
it's a
quality
spot on
diamonds. These are
100 grams of
VS12
platinum.
SI1 diamonds.
All right.
We're overselling this piece, but it's a lot of money, I understand, 45,000. A lot of money to spend, but when you work it out per carat,
100 grams of platinum spot
this piece
price
should be
is
appraised for over
$3,110.
$200,000.
And it did.
Yeah, I think it's
that's
low.
to buy a
I actually think it's low on the
bar,
price.
which is actually probably over.
They didn't really indicate the no heat, and that makes a big difference. 100% no heat guaranteed if you take this to GIA. 100% guaranteed no heat rubies.
Oh, this is going to be gone. We're moving on. We're moving on. That was $45,000 to open that up. Oh my goodness, that was crazy, huh?
Yeah.
That was crazy. All right. Hey, everything on this turntable.
Get ready from those guys, fucking scammers.
إذا قلت لك تبعله إذا يا بتضيعها يا بتضيعها يا بتضيعها يا بتضيعها بس تتعلم تلعب فيه ما بخلي على الفيديو
Scammers.
أنا بفتلها الفيروسية خلصنا منهم الفيروسية في السيارة 12 سيارة ما دخل الجنة.
Any rockets? Well, we wouldn't. We're not facing Gaza anywhere. Can you get up for a second? Hey, come here. Oh, I know he's leaving. He's here. Oh, he's I know.
وامبارح فكرة زمر زمر مليون بالمية زمر قال له ما يشرب
Oh my goodness, what happened?
ما عندكش تبعات ضوء ابيض كله الكبير ضوء ابيض كله هلا طلع لي هلا انا بضوي لك الكشاف تبعي فاهم علي؟ بدي لك الكشاف تبعي خليك على الخط ضوء الكشاف شفتوه؟ لا هذا المفروض انه يكون ضوء بيقوم بعينك بتشوفه ابعث لي اياها بسرعه لان الباص قرب يطلع يلا
Has it really ended? Teasing me. Take a smell of this.
يا عمو
You're just looking at me do it.
لا يبين بيطلع
It's like a cat toy. Yeah. Tea bags.
حتى تبعت لي رقمهم وهذا بنكش بقول لهم مثلا بقول لهم مش انه مثلا الطرفات انا عندي عندك نقد زايد هاي بس بكون معك تلفونين هو اللي بعت لي صورتها مش عارف وينها اصلا ممتاز انا بدي تيجي على شقة شوية على اليمين لا على اليمين انت هات المعسكر الكبير الضوء ابيض كله ابيض من فوق قاعدين بيسووا شيء بالشيء الثاني فهمت عليك فهمت عليك لا انا كنت بدي تاخذ من المعسكر وبطلع لعندك هاي فرش عليك
All that nothing, all 3 streams that are live out there. Did you get some paint on you?
بعدين كومباين على سيرفر واحد السيرفر واحد فيه بدأ لك وزن
You're saying he was speaking English for a second.
بالعادة دائما قبل ما يطلع البوس قبل ما يطلع البوس بصبح تنقل الجوز عشان نفتح الكفر للبوس بعد حاسس انه راح يطلع من هون ممكن
Go press on.
نفس الفيلم صورة الصليب كانت هون وقفت على الباب بعدين ردت ترجع هون نفس الفيلم
Why isn't it working?
بس شوف كيف البوس امبارح شاف دور هذيك اللي بيطلع من الشباك لا ما طلعش منها امبارح طلعش منها ورا اللي وراها وقت لما بيطلع من دور
Pull off, I can't taste it.
spot telling you that we were hearing from unnamed sources within the administration that someone from the Biden administration talked to someone in the Israeli government saying exactly that the operation in the south cannot be anything like what happened in the north. I mean, the massive bombardment, the armored vehicles, the soldiers, saying they have to limit civilian casualties. So then, again, just spoke to you about this about 24 hours ago, Joe Biden put on social media that Hamas wants the war to continue. We cannot give them what they seek. That seemed like a huge departure. So now, and it's very much coordinated because it's not just Axios now, it's Politico, it's the Washington Post.
What's happening?
Is telling reporters this
They're
was
going to let
he
them
specifically called
hit them?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a Sunday and said, you cannot do what you did in the north, in the south.
But now,
so it's all happening literally moments before Secretary of State Antony Blinken's plane lands in Tel Aviv. And now I think it's also important to point out this is probably the most public criticism, veiled criticism at that we've heard from the Biden administration. We have never seen President Joe Biden take any public concrete steps to actually demand Israel do anything. This is all a way of sending a message to the Israelis that they're not happy and they don't feel like Netanyahu is listening to them. That's a message that Blinken will deliver in person. So again, he's never actually taken any public steps, so you might be thinking, what's the point? This is all posturing. Something's different now. He's got more political cover on Israel than he has ever had before. Half of the Democratic Senate caucus sent a letter to President Joe Biden expressing concern about aid to Israel. We've had very prominent senators come up and say we shouldn't give them the aid. It's already in law that you can't give military weapons to people who violate human rights. So some are saying there needs to be a ceasefire. Some are saying there needs to be an actual effort at a two-state solution, a peace plan, and an end to the bombardment. So that is a huge number of Democratic senators. It's really unheard of in Washington, where up until now,
Israel doesn't care
just
about
a
that,
few
do
years
they?
ago, support for Israel was ironclad, bipartisan, and it wasn't to be questioned publicly.
Patty Culhane, thank you very much for all that reporting, all that context. I'm going to put that to our guest now. Let's bring in Lawrence
Pulling the carriers out?
He's a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress and a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense. Sir, you're joining us from Washington, D.C. You heard that reporting there. Since the beginning of this war, there has been almost no daylight publicly between Washington and the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. It seems that is now changing. With this latest reporting, with the context that Patty was giving us, that is daylight.
Yeah, there's no doubt about the fact that they're finally going public, because I think a lot of their private ammunitions have not worked to the extent that they would like. And don't forget, the United States was also part of the arrangement with Qatar and Egypt that worked with Hamas to get this pause or ceasefire, whatever you want to call it, for a couple of days. And the United States has also, right from the beginning, been public about a two-state solution. They did not want to have Israel take over Gaza again.
Okay, so this is all being reported and perhaps also leaked just as Antony Blinken lands in Tel Aviv. So you would expect that Blinken is going to be conveying that same message once again to the Israeli leadership.
They still haven't. Wait, it's
no
past
doubt about
midnight.
it. But don't forget, Tony Blinken, basically right from the beginning, has been saying that he was concerned about the number of civilian casualties in the war. And now we have more and more evidence of how bad those civilian casualties were. So yes, he has been pretty much on that page ever since the beginning. And I think it's no coincidence that President Biden finally came out publicly with Blinken about to go in and see Prime Minister Netanyahu.
I wonder what your view is on the current discussions for extending the ceasefire. Look, the reporting seems to be that there's a strong chance the ceasefire is going to be extended in the coming hours, because the current one expires in 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, now it's in 6 hours and 20 minutes.
If indeed it is extended, where do you think that takes us?
Really?
Well, I think if it's extended, basically that takes us closer to a diplomatic solution to this horrible situation. Because basically, the more prisoners who are released, the more support you're going to get in the countries for a ceasefire. Don't forget, I mean, not only the United States, there's a lot of criticism of Israel, which, as Patty pointed out, is unheard of. I mean, almost half the, almost half the Democrats have basically spoken out against the war and providing these weapons. And so I think that basically you have people in Israel, too, who are not happy with what's happening. So if you can extend it, each time you extend it, that gives more and more credibility to a diplomatic solution.
This would be my question. I keep hearing, the more time, the longer the ceasefire lasts, the more time diplomats and politicians have to find a diplomatic solution. But we're also not hearing concretely what a diplomatic solution could look like, other than people saying that they want a two-state solution in the region. But that sounds like more of an incantation at this stage than an actual concrete plan to get out of this war.
Well, there's no doubt about the fact that, as we would say, the devil is in the detail. It's one thing to say, yeah, let's have a ceasefire, we'll exchange prisoners, and we'll begin to work on a two-state solution. But the real question is, what is Hamas willing to do? Don't forget, the Israelis have been at war with them several times, and it ended sort of inconclusively. And the Israelis, basically, Prime Minister Netanyahu has a very tenuous hold on power there. So I do think it's easier said than done that, we extend the truce and then we'll come to some sort of agreement. But I do think that we have to be very careful not to allow Israel to have the same tactics that they used in the north and the south, as President Biden mentioned, and even what they're doing in the north. I mean, because the number of civilian casualties was just way beyond what one would have expected from a strategic or military point of view.
So do you expect right now that the mediators, whether it's Qatar, the U.S., Egypt, are discussing specific points about what to do in the next few days, what to do in the next few weeks, what a political solution looks like, what a medium-term solution looks like? Do you think all of that is being discussed right now, or do you think they're really only handling the immediate future, ceasefire for an extra day or for an extra 2 days?
I think they're looking at everything. Don't forget, we've got our ambassador, our CIA director, Bill Burns, there, and been there for a while. And the United States basically has worked with Qatar and Egypt on getting this ceasefire. So no, I think that they are looking at trying out various ways to bring this to an end. And I can't underestimate the role of Qatar. When they were having trouble extending the truce, they went there, sent their leader there to Tel Aviv, and were able to get the Israelis to agree to extend it.
Lawrence Korbs, Senior Fellow at the Center for American Progress, a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense. Thank you for joining us on the program this hour.
Thank you for having
me. With just hours to go before a fragile ceasefire ends, high-level diplomatic efforts are taking place at the United Nations to try to avoid more bombardment of Gaza. Gabriel Elizondo reports from the UN's headquarters in New York.
At the United Nations, foreign ministers from an Arab Islamic bloc of countries with the aim not just of extending the ceasefire, but ending the war altogether.
So we are here to make a clear statement that a truce is not enough. What is needed is a ceasefire. What is needed is a credible peace, and a peace that lasts and that allows the Palestinians and the Israelis to live side by side in two states. Anything else will result in continuing crisis in the region.
The UN Secretary General began the meeting by saying that while the aid entering Gaza has increased during the current pause in hostilities, it is not nearly enough.
Intense negotiations are taking place to prolong the truce, which we strongly welcome. But we believe we need a true humanitarian ceasefire.
Qatar has been a key player in the negotiations to end the fighting.
We hope that the progress made will underpin efforts to put an end to the bloodshed and lead, ultimately, to serious discussions that would relaunch a political process to put an end to the suffering and realize the aspirations of the Palestinian people.
The United States, Israel's most loyal ally in the UN, continues to call for a longer pause, but not a full end to Israel's bombardment of Gaza.
We want to see this humanitarian pause extended. Israel has been very clear that it is prepared to continue the pause in fighting for every day that Hamas releases an additional 10 hostages. The ball is now in Hamas's court.
Here in the halls of the United Nations, it's clear that the pause in fighting was welcomed, but now worry that it was only temporary, and that if or when Israel decides to resume its bombardment of Gaza, it will likely mean that more innocent civilians are killed and a setback in diplomatic efforts. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera, at the United Nations in New York.
Various events are being held across the world to mark the UN International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people.
His voice pisses me off for some reason. It just feels like it's a fake deep voice. Something about it, dude. Sorry, I thought that was your butt.
جرب كنت كل نطوا عليه
Bro, I took a shower though. I don't know why my kid is this. Maybe I put too much deodorant on it.
Officers, dozens of Navy personnel and law enforcement officers practice their response today should tragedy strike at Naval Station Norfolk. Multiple first responder agencies participated in a full-scale active shooter training at the installation's air terminal. Allison Basil gives us an inside look at the crucial drills.
First responders can't always prevent the unthinkable, but they can prepare for it. During an active shooter drill at Naval Station Norfolk's Air Mobility Command Terminal, Navy personnel and local law enforcement worked together to take down 4 gunmen.
Large-scale active shooter event that transitioned to a mass casualty event to employ our Fed Fire and our emergency services on the installation.
Multiple agencies rushed to the scene with guns drawn to eliminate the threats and rescue victims quickly.
Medical's coming.
Installation training director Derek Graham says the training took 3 months to plan.
We partnered with Norfolk Police Department, Norfolk Special Operations Division, Virginia State Police, and Virginia Tactical Operations team as well.
What's the rear?
The teams ran the drill 4 separate times to perfect their response.
Go ahead.
And we don't want to get to know each other and develop a relationship when an incident occurs. This right here builds bridges.
Naval Station Norfolk commanding officer Captain Janet Days says everything went smoothly.
Let's get a safe route going.
I was very pleased, one, with just the motivation and the energy and the excitement, but 2, the information flow and what I received here from the incident command post was accurate, which is key.
A black lady's in charge of everything.
News Now.
Captain Janet Days says the last large-scale active shooter
happened to
drill
America.
occurred at Naval Station Norfolk in 2021.
Black women are taking over. They don't need ancient mommy anymore. They speak for the entire country at the UN, a black woman. That's weird. It's kind of weird for me. I feel like her position shouldn't last very long then, if that's the case. Like, you know what I mean? And that goes for anybody that's not making up a majority of our country, that's not representing a majority of our country with who they are. She doesn't. Is that racist? I mean, sure, she could be in all, like, I'm gonna see how long they stay in it. How long?
ضليت مع هون كان ضليت ماسك اللوز هون احلى هون فوق عند الغفاري نازل على هذول قديش الدنيا زي ما بتتحدى يعني ما بدي مسار قلت له هي شدني خدت من هلا عندي كنت قلت له انا نازل من عليه بالاحراج خلص بكره على العمده رح يبقى في لك واحد بتشوف محمود قال لي هذا اللي بدي اركبه بالسياره ايش بيركب ما بعرفش كيف يركب فيزي الهجين وقع فلت بيقدر يحطه يفكه ويحطه جوا هذا بس اصلا هو بس بده تبريد هو بيبرر حاله اصلا بدك تحطه جوا يمكن يحرق سنين الاحوال انا شو بدي انا معي هاي الكيسه يا زلمه انا معي الكيسه هاي المفروض
Before her, it was a white woman. No. We can't have some white dude in there. No. Oh, and before her, it was it looks like a white woman. Oh no, she's Indian American. Okay, well, that's pretty cool actually. That's actually, wait, you mean like India or Indian? No, Asia, India, never mind. So she wasn't even fully American either. What about before her? That was Donald Trump's one. For her, it was a different female. It was a white woman. President. Oh wait, Joe Biden. This is confusing. Oh, 2021. They all women? They're all women. We don't have a dude do this job apparently. Oh no, Joe Grogan. We used to have Joe Grogan under Donald Trump. He was one. Andrew Bradford. Wrong. Confusing. How many of these people do we have? Permanent representative of the United States, the European Office, the United Nations. Oh, wait. Got like one for every state, one for every country or something? Director of the domestic policy. Oh, I started looking at different stuff, I think, on accident. Correct. Dude, so many people work in government. It's pretty crazy, actually. So there have been 31 United States ambassadors to the United Nations. Only 31 since 1946. So they can stay in office for a while, it seems. Dude, listen to this. Out of 193 ambassadors, there are 193 different countries, I guess, at the UN. Possibly 30 do the volunteering. Only 30. 160 will do the minimum, which is just, I'll read out my written international statement. That's it. All I'll do. But negotiating, facilitating, chairing, there's generally about 30 that do that. That's what I mean. There should be two different UNs, man. That 30 should be in one, and the rest should be in another, because no one gives a shit what they got to say anyway. This is what I'm reading.
الميري بالظبط بس ليش هذاك راح هيك هو بروح شيء رجع هنا الميري سوالك الجو ما خلص سوالك الجو مبين
I posted that. Hey, somebody join the Discord so I can see if it actually puts it in chat when you do. That'd be cool. Man, I gotta go delete this from the other chat though.
والله اللي يجون يحطوا اجرهم فضيلي
Medicinal. It's medicinal tea. It's special tea though. They still haven't let these prisoners out. That's crazy. They were doing this so late. Did we ever get word on them getting anybody but the two? No, we haven't. The Israeli military announced that they had received the first two captives. So they received two, it seems. It sounds like this last interaction didn't go so well. No, this was just the tea because I had that cookie thing with it, which is like 140 calories, oil and sugar in it and stuff. It's like a caramel. It's a waffle strudel, or I don't know what it's called. It's got caramel in between two, like waffle cookie things. I'm slightly addicted to those, man. Costco gets me hooked on shit, man, because they have like a deep discount or something. And it's a big old box of them. Like, I probably got a thing that's worth like 20 bucks for like $6. So it's like, oh man, I think I'll try that then. Okay. Now look at, I want another one. Yo, that looks like it's gonna be expensive. I can't even tell yet. Yeah, I can just looking at that, how that's looking up there. These, yeah, that looks like it's probably in the 30, 40. What are we looking at? No heat. No heat. We know that matters now. They changed the colors of them with heat. Let's see what we got here. So what? 12,000 open. Hey, come on, bro. That's a bullshit ring. I mean, it's only worth like maybe like 8,000. Hey, that's still pretty expensive. I gotta get my eyes checked. What did I get wrong? The sapphire is not worth that much, I guess. Oh, that's good to know. Well, this looks just like that aquamarine they had earlier. What's the difference? Oh, maybe the hardness, refraction, clarity. Dude, stones are so complex when it comes to like pricing it. If I owned a pawn shop, I would be so nervous about buying anybody's jewelry off of them. You can really only do spot price on the gold and the metal to know for sure you're not going to get fucked over. Right? Yo, they're cooking. These people are cooking on this dusty, rusty old wok-looking thing right now, but it looks good. Look at this burrito she's about to show. Oh, they already showed it? Dang it. Oh, no, look, the pita. Got the tomatoes. They got the tomatoes sauce. Just dip that in there. Hey, look at that. That ain't too bad. Shit. Look at that. Hey. They look at other, look at these, as if that's where they actually hang out. We just hang out on this rubble pile. They were like, hey, go hang out on the, look, these at the hookah. I don't know. They're going back to see what their house looks like or what? $40,000 houses or homes, or I don't know which it is. They said houses, but maybe they meant homes. Were destroyed though. 40,000 domiciles. They should say probably. It's in a house in there since I've been watching this.
Again, day 6, the ceasefire extended by
2 days.
You're waiting now for the release of a further 30 Palestinian prisoners, I understand. I heard 14 women, 16 minors.
Keep myself like looking.
You may correct me. To add to 180 Palestinian prisoners who have been released so far under this deal.
180. That's more than. That's more than they still have.
The total number of Palestinians released to
in the tunnels.
210. But at the moment, we are waiting here with many relatives and friends friends. There seems to be some delay at this stage because there have been some confrontations between Israeli security forces and some Palestinians on the in Bitunia, where the Ofer prison is. So what we know at this stage is that the International Red Cross has arrived at the prison, that all those who are to be released have been there for several hours and have probably been going through a practice that some of those who have been released told us about, which basically they have a sort of an interview with an intelligence officer, with an army officer inside the prison, and where they're given guidelines, or as Palestinians call them, threats, not to speak to the media, not to celebrate their freedom, not to post anything on social media, and stern warnings that they could be detained again if any of this happens.
As you said, it would be 210 Palestinian prisoners released, will be, when that latest release goes ahead. Worth reminding our viewers, I think, Hoda, that that is a minute number compared to the many thousands of Palestinians that are held by Israel in its jails. In the occupied West
Dude,
Bank.
if it weren't for
Many
Russia, we wouldn't
very
have won World War
trivial
II,
offences,
man.
many held indeed
The sacrifices that
without
Russia
charge, without
made
access to lawyers, without
during
any
World War
means,
II were
of
far
defense.
greater
And indeed,
than the
many of them
sacrifices Americans
arrested
made. I
since
know we
the
made a
events
lot, dude,
of October
but
7th.
they were putting their wives out there on the battlefield.
Well,
Our
since
wives are in
October the 7th,
the shops working and shit. I get it, Ribbit, Ruby, or whatever
Palestinians
shit,
have
but
been arrested, and that
Russian
number keeps on
families were
increasing
fighting on the front
every
line.
morning,
It was a little
because
different for them.
it's at night that the Israelis carry out their raids and have their detentions, and it's in the morning that we get
we can't
those
forget World War II
updated
so quickly.
numbers.
Everybody's
Now,
supposed to forget that
since
shit.
This,
I get that
ceasefire
Israel is a
deal,
little
and
over the
since
top with
release
comparing
of
everything to the Holocaust,
210,
but
another
we can't forget the sacrifices that were made during
by the
that
Israeli
thing.
forces. So it's really a zero-sum game for the Palestinians at this stage. And
I wish that Israel or the Jews would have fought back a little bit, honestly.
That they're told not to even hang a Palestinian flag on their front door, not to throw a stone. That could
they're sure
land you
fighting
15
now, aren't
months
they?
in prison, if not
Aren't they
more.
so fighting
And
back
then,
then?
as you mentioned, those administrative detention, which basically Israel is not under that regime, is
They
not
just did everything they were told, just like the Palestinians do now. Well, they do until the radical
It can renew the detention every 6 months for as many
soldiers
terms
do their
as it
thing.
pleases, and it just cites security concerns. And a lot of those who are going to be
But they're all
released,
seen as like these
later
docile
on,
people,
in
right?
the next hour
They're
or
not.
maybe
Their
2
kids are the
hours,
ones that are
have
becoming
been
soldiers for
held under
Hamas.
that
They recruit
administrative
15-year-olds.
detention, and we spoke to their families, we spoke to their relatives who are here now. Many of them have received phone calls telling them not to come here to this square in the center of Ramallah in front of the municipality, but rather pick up their son or their daughter.
That's why I don't care if
or
Russia
whoever
takes
the
Ukraine,
relative
you know what I
they're
mean?
picking up
They want
from
Ukraine, take it.
the road and
That's
go
not bothering me
directly
any.
home. Some of them were told not to
If
come
Ukraine
here
wants to
at
die over the
all.
land, that's
So
on them
certainly
too.
A lot of threats
Maybe they should just leave.
for everyone involved.
We go to meet them at night, away from the prying eyes of Israeli settlers and
Like, who the
occupation
fuck are
forces
we
nearby.
to tell them
3
what to do?
cousins, recently released, but with the specter
Or
of
to
prison
help?
still hanging over their heads. 19-year-old Qusay Abu Naim was sentenced to 15 months for throwing stones, a symbolic gesture by young
Europe's
Palestinians
different.
to
They
resist
need to help
Israeli
if they
occupation.
want to help.
I was warned not to celebrate my freedom and not to throw stones. Of course they can get me again, but in the end, what do you want me to do?
What?
I'm just defending myself and my village.
Oh, we
I'm
saw
not
this
a
earlier.
terrorist, as they say.
Yeah. You're defending
As Qusay
yourself
was
for the
driven
terrorists
out of
with
Al-Fa
rocks.
prison, his cousin
Bro,
Muhammad was
get your ass
coming
back in
in.
school.
He had been waiting outside for Qusay to be released when soldiers detained him. This wasn't his first time, but during this latest brief
What's a rock
stay in
gonna
jail,
do?
he noticed
You
the
think he's
conditions
David and
had
Goliath
changed.
going on and shit?
There is psychological torture. It wasn't like that before. Now they lock you in a room until you're broken and admit to anything they want. When I got home, the officer in our area told me my movements were being monitored, and next time they'd harm my wife as well.
Despite the threats, Mohammed thinks it's important to speak out and hopes the world will understand how difficult it is to simply be a Palestinian.
All of those we spoke to told us the same story. That they
we
were
gotta give
warned
the old
not
Billy,
to
baby.
celebrate their newfound freedom and not to speak publicly. In fact, we had interviewed a group of teenagers, but a few hours after... Israeli officers
They love
in
being
charge of their
Palestinian,
village
man.
had called each one of
They
them
love it when all the
individually,
cameras are on them and
threatening
it's
that if
Palestine
our interview
time.
aired, they would return to jail.
More than 3,300
Little
Palestinians
Palestine
had
becomes
been
Hollywood
detained in
for
the
a couple
occupied
months.
West Bank since October the 7th. The vast majority held without charge, cut off from the world.
Palestinians must pay the price for the attack, regardless
It's
of whether
Christmas
they
time
took part
too,
in it
and they're
or
in the
not.
media. Oh
And
yeah.
then all those detained
They
are
loving
used for
that.
exchanges during deals. That's why I say that those who were held after October the 7th are hostages and not prisoners.
Because it gets the donos coming in. We were just looking earlier, this Israeli bond thing that
Both
they
his
had, where
hands
you
were
get it
broken in what he describes
like
as nightly
6%
routine
interest on a
meetings.
15-year
Now he's back
bond.
home, seemingly
Yikes.
still in shock, and relieved he survived.
But the money goes towards buying up land for the kibbutzes.
For someone to help. When they finally arrived,
Oh no, was
they
that the
felt his
kibbutz one or
pulse
was that the
through
one for
bars.
war?
He was dead. After that, they would just insult us. When the soldier came to fetch me before my release, he said they would hunt me down and bring me back to jail.
All the Palestinians we spoke to, on or off camera, share a feeling of unease. They are relieved to be at home, but wonder how many
Definitely
nights they'll
broke
be
his
able
hands
to
by
sleep
punching
in their
something,
beds
so.
before Israeli soldiers come for them again. Hud Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, in the occupied West Bank.
Now talks are ongoing for a second extension to the ceasefire in Gaza. Hashim Al-Bara joins us now. He's on set with me here. Good to see you, Hashim. Just to remind our viewers, the ceasefire deal has been mediated by Qatar with the help of Egypt and the United States, mediating between Hamas and Israel, who clearly can't talk to one another about this. The ceasefire has been extended once for 2 days. We're about to hit the end of that period in just a few hours' time. No word of an extension, but lots of positive signals that one is in the offing. What more can you tell us about?
Indeed, been talking to many people, and they basically say they're confident there's going to be a second extension, and it is going to be extremely important. And this explains why it's taken some time before if it takes a final shape. They're talking about the new batch of captives and prisoners to be released, but at the same time, behind closed doors, they are exploring the potential for what happens next when they start the real talks about Israeli soldiers held captive by Hamas, which is going to be the final phase of the prisoners exchange.
But that's not what we're talking about now, is it? Now we're probably looking at another short-term extension.
It is going to be
1 day, 2 days.
Yes, they're even now thinking about the potential for 4 days, and it's going to be the same criteria. Israeli civilians held captive by Hamas in exchange for Palestinians detained by Israel. But it is very important because for Qatar, if that can happen and the ceasefire holds, it will pave the ground for more talks on the need to further expand it and continue within this framework until they convince the parties, you know what, after 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, it's about time for us.
I mean, there are lots of problems there, aren't there? Are there enough captives to take us 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you say, down the line before we start getting to the really high-value targets, not just the men, because we'll have to get through the civilian men first, but the soldiers. And for that, the price, well, the price could be far too high, a price that Israel simply isn't ready to pay. Hamas want the release of all Palestinian prisoners in Israel's
Indeed,
jail.
they say all for all. And it is
all
crucial.
For all, that's
yes,
right.
and it's crucial for Hamas. That's the only option that can offer them a dignified exit strategy, and they can come out to their own people and say, you know what, we did this for the Palestinian people, and this is going to further cement the position of Hamas nationally, not only in Gaza but also in the West Bank. Israel has been rejecting this option, which is basically all for all, saying that Hamas has to understand that they have to hand over and release all the prisoners, otherwise we will just continue our push south into Deir al-Balah, Rafah and Khan Yunis. But Qatar, which has been instrumental in the latest agreements, is adamant to see this one succeed, because they cannot afford and come now and see it collapse. A collapse of this agreement in the upcoming days is going to have a disastrous impact on the future of the region.
Hashem, you've been our eyes and ears on this deal and on the mediating efforts of the Qataris throughout. Many thanks for your thoughts. Hashem Ahalbara there for us. And a man has been shot in the foot by Israeli forces during confrontations near Ramallah. It's after troops stormed the town of Betunia in the occupied West Bank on Wednesday night. The raid coincided with a gathering of residents waiting for a convoy of Palestinian prisoners to be released. Israeli forces have killed 2 Palestinian children during yet another raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. A warning to our viewers, some of the images we're about to show you may find disturbing. This is the moment that Israeli forces shot dead 8-year-old Adam Al-Ghul in the head. You can see another Palestinian dragging him away from Israeli bullets in a desperate effort to save him. And this is the moment another child was killed. 15-year-old Basil Abu Al-Wafa was shot in the chest as he was trying to run away.
That's crazy, dude, that they're shooting them with live rounds for throwing rocks.
From
a little
crazy.
crazy.
Injured inside Jenin. Charles Stratford is following developments from Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank.
This raid is being described
you
by
think that
residents
would
here
teach them not to throw rocks anymore, though?
Being the largest raid they can remember, certainly since the beginning of the war. And yes, some truly
it doesn't work apparently,
video footage,
because they're like, yeah, I'm still going to throw rocks. I got to defend my neighborhood.
Boys. The Palestinian Authority is saying that it was an 8-year-old that was shot in the back. According to people that we've spoken to, he was playing football at the time as the Israeli forces were withdrawing. That's after a raid that lasted around 17 hours. And seemingly defenseless, as you see there, shot in the back, being dragged under a car or behind a car by one of his friends. All evidence would suggest. And also, yes, a 15-year-old boy also killed during this raid. That's according to the PA.
Doesn't make any sense.
And as I say, this is being described as one of the largest
Israeli
military raids, the largest military raid since the beginning of the war. Residents are describing there being hundreds of soldiers.
Dude, if that happened in America,
camp, but something that they haven't seen since the beginning of the war. Soldiers walking around the town as well.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. With just a few hours to go before a fragile ceasefire ends, high-level diplomatic efforts are taking place at the UN to try to avoid more bombardment of Gaza.
Thank you much. Hope everything is good and well. I'd like to share you. You shared this? Dude, thanks, man. I'm trying to get permaban. I spilled on all moderate. We'll try harder, buddy.
Brought to you by Visit Qatar. Hello, welcome to look at the international forecast. It generally looks dry across a good part of North America at the moment. We've seen some
Tell it to one personally.
Up around the lakes. Little disturbance still in
say.
place here. Further unsettled weather, but with high pressure further south, here it has been cold, light winds.
Tell Bob Ross
some
off.
Frost to watch out for as well. Things will
Bob
change
Ross,
as
tell
we
him
go
off.
through the next day. So you can see this area of rain pushing up across Texas, easing up into Arkansas, pushing a little further northwards as we go through the next day or so. Still a little bit of snow there into into Ontario, into Quebec. East of that, cold enough.
Shut the fuck up. Give a shit about that. This guy. Oh, American weather.
Pacific Northwest running down to northern parts of California. That'll
Yeah, baby. That's all that matters. Let's go. Let's put that back. California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city of Long Beach. Jack, hey, Jack in the house. What's going on, dude? Come up. Jack in the house.
Some of them are possible break. Just and you did it in the past 3 days. There is like 2 airplanes and north of Florida. Another airplanes in south of Florida.
Diamond is meowing behind me.
The big one. Also, we did allow them trucks to go to the west of and new.
Holy God, I'm good. Ooh, what's that worth? That's shiny. $30,000. That's a steal, folks.
This one here. And we want to grab your favorite necklace over there and show that as well. Now over here,
okay, show them at the same time.
I have a Burma ruby necklace.
Now that's going to be $15,000.
That we showed at the beginning of the show. I'm going to see if I can get it to cooperate with me.
90. Wait, hold on.
There it is.
Or was that 94,000?
All right, this is a Burma ruby necklace that we showed at the beginning of the show.
The last one?
With all those diamonds.
Probably.
And we
No.
dropped
This one's going to be worth $15,000.
$56,800.
But this one's going to be
$12,000.
$12,000.
And I want to hear an offer. $30,000. These are all Burma rubies.
$30,000.
All Burma rubies. $30,000.
I don't even hang out with the type of people that would blow $30,000 on some shit like that. What are these people? What do they do? What are they doing right now?
Throw us an offer. We're going to show your favorite.
Are they watching
piece. Remember that
CNN?
one? With the pearls and the rubies? Yeah.
Probably.
That's not one of my favorites.
Watching,
Tanzanite has like 100 carats.
We can show it.
Watching network,
I like
TV, news.
So unusual.
$30,000 on the Burma ruby.
Force-fed, spoon-fed the news. Not here.
I had it.
The Doe Show. We watched the Jewelry Network for the commercial.
Call in and throw
Learn
me an
about
offer.
scammers.
Over.
Okay.
This is a price point piece.
Let's
Oh, it's
get
a
it
personal
ready.
piece.
All right. Anything on the main,
What does
let
that
me know.
mean? You've worn it? It should be worth less.
Okay. We got a Tanzanite necklace over here that has over 100
I want to know how much
carats of
this
Tanzanite.
is worth. It's probably worth
Over
like
100 carats of
$2,000.
Tanzanite.
One of
on
the
this
cheapest things
one.
on the table.
$690.
All right, here it is. And we're going to have
That's
you
my favorite
show this
one.
one. And do your best
Which
on
is
that
one
one,
is your
okay?
favorite one?
Give that one away. In fact, if you
I
have
don't
to
think I would
auction it or
wear
do
something like
whatever
that.
you
I
gotta
think it's pretty.
do that. Oh, that's
Well,
neat
that's
how they
weird
did that, huh?
looking.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
This is-
Tell us about that one real quick.
This
I'll
is
be right back.
it's a signed piece by a famous jeweler, Oscar Friedman. This is
I think I've heard of him.
definitely a price point piece. This is 100. This is 104 carats of Tanzanite. Some of these Tanzanite,
I don't like the-
especially at the back. If you, I don't know if I can show the back, but if you go to the back, some of them are very big at the back
unevenness
as
of
well.
it, how it
So it
gets
goes all
bigger
the way
like
around.
that.
You're looking at
I don't-
100 carats.
That's something for like a
of
movie star or something, I
Tanzanite.
guess. They
The
wear it
smaller
one
ones are,
night out of the year.
over here, and it goes up. But they get larger as you go along. And ladies and gentlemen, this piece is appraised at $168,000.
by the appraiser that fucks shit up all the time. I don't
3.71
trust
carats
it.
in diamonds. Also, again, VS
They
diamonds.
mislabeled something
You're
as
looking
being a
at
Burmese ruby earlier when it
14
wasn't. They were
carat,
like, it's not actually a
25 grams.
Burmese ruby. I just got this
You
printed
can
off
work
the
it out
press.
any way
They
you
print that
want.
thing
We're
off
gonna
like
start this
on the
out
printer in there. Somebody type. It's
ridiculously
bullshit. I don't know, dude. I don't trust it. It never actually says who it's getting.
$5,000.
5?
Yeah, can you just divide that by 100?
Who it's getting appraised by,
105,
does he?
107, 108 carats. 35,000 divided by
Sure, he's
108.
the appraiser.
So you're not going to get these prices ever again. This is price point. It's an Oscar Friedman. Look at the quality. The best quality.
You're
money
never
could buy.
gonna get this
So you're
again. Do
looking
you
at,
get it?
without the gold.
You're
and
about to
without
fuck
the
up if
diamonds,
you
you're
don't buy
looking
this
at
right
around
now.
$340 a carat. Without the gold, without the diamonds.
You can actually put that in your ass.
And the gold is
And then pull it
45
out.
grams in gold today. So you're looking at $3,000-$4,000. The labor's $3,000-$4,000. The diamonds are $3,000-$4,000 easy.
You want to start with the,
So you're
the
looking at
little
this
one,
piece,
I
we can
think.
start it
No,
out if you
no,
want a
start with
deal.
the
What
fat
did we
one.
say? How
Yeah,
much?
yeah, you start with the fat one,
to start.
and when you pull it out,
then we'll
that
go in
way
$1,000
it goes little to big.
So the starting is $35,000.
I know how
If we
to
don't
use
get
it.
any bids, we will sell it
Simon?
at the $35,000.
Good question. I don't know where
So
he
let's
went.
put that
He
on the
probably went to
screen.
sleep
If we
on my
put
bed.
$35,000,
Dang it.
100 carats. Over 100 carats of tanzanite. So the big ones there, the big one, I don't know the exact weight, but some of those are 6, 5 carats, 4 carats, 3 carats, all the way around. That's the smallest one. This one right there, where my finger is at. That's the smallest one.
Guaranteed to show anyone up at gallery events.
And this is signed.
Carpet events. It's signed. It's beautiful. It's all matching. I mean, the color is just incredible. You can just swim in it.
It's intense.
It's intense blue.
It almost looks like a sapphire. That's how you know how good tanzanites are, when it looks like a sapphire. The color's like a sapphire.
That's right. Yeah, it comes from Tanzania. Was actually coined by
So,
Japanese.
we can start at $35,000 and $1,000 increments to start. And if we don't get it, let's pass it and we'll put the next piece up. What was the next piece? We can put up this beautiful. So I'm going to pass this piece. We don't have any bids at $35,000 to start. Can you believe that?
That's a great deal.
Over 104 carats of tanzanite.
Over 100 carats of tanzanite for $35,000 to open. And there's a lot of diamonds there.
And gold.
Guys, wholesale prices.
And gold.
315 carat. So just do the math right there.
Let me see what else we can put up, which is top quality. You have anything else we're going to put? No, I'll put this. Let's take this one away. So the next piece we're going to take.
Found him. I played with him a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Took me a second. I threw one of his toys a couple times. He was running up and down the hallway.
He's taking a little break.
Oh, play a little bit. Oh, now he's eating.
We haven't shown this piece
He just
at
wanted to
all.
play a little bit.
We just got this piece by FedEx.
I
Right
bet he
now,
would have went to bed without eating that
arrived
food.
by
I
FedEx,
would play with
we
him.
did so well.
That's got to be more
a couple nights ago, and then we had some
attentive
pieces,
to him.
and then we sent it by FedEx. Let's put this
We
piece
had to
in.
overnight more jewelry for you guys.
Yeah, we had to overnight more jewelry.
I
We
didn't
were sold
order
out last
especially.
night.
Is it Oscar Friedman?
Yeah, this is Oscar Friedman
Everything's
piece.
not on autopilot anymore.
But forget the. Look at the quality on this piece. Let me use the gun. Where's the gun? Let's put this piece in. This is a piece we just received right now.
18 carat.
Did that come on the screen?
What do you mean you just received it right
Ladies and
now?
gentlemen, this is
FedEx just
one
showed
of a
up.
kind piece. It's with the enamel or onyx. I'm not sure. The enamel onyx.
Black enamel.
Okay.
They were like,
11.75
out of breath.
carats of
I got it to you.
emeralds. 56
Just in time for the show.
grams of 18 karat gold. 11 carats of top quality diamonds. I'm not surprised. These are VS diamonds. VS2
How much
to
is it?
SI1 diamonds. So the diamonds
How much
are
did you pay for
incredible.
this?
The sapphires are incredible. This is
5,000.
a masterpiece. I wish you could get.
I'll give you- no,
and it shows
2,000.
the emeralds are top quality.
like it.
The diamonds are top quality. You can see that piece. What's it appraised for?
Oh, it's appraised for $102,000.
All right, we're going to blow it out of here right now.
And it's
2,000.
GIA.
GIA? Can we show them the GIA?
It's got a GIA cert as well.
It looks
Well,
ridiculous.
this is a top quality piece. We just received.
What'd you wear that with, dude?
This
Today.
You want to take over?
Today.
You
I'm gonna do something wild on this. You ready?
Yeah. Let's do something crazy. We want to.
Okay. For the next 20
Where are you going?
minutes that are left in
like
this
some
show.
special
For
ball?
the next 25 minutes that are left in this show.
This is the kind of jewelry
everybody
that
get ready
people
because I'm gonna get
rent.
really, really crazy now.
Or is that $1 million jewelry
Now
now?
we're really gonna get crazy.
That's the $1 million jewelry now. I forgot.
This in any jewelry store sells over $100,000. I think it's appraised a little low.
You know what?
In any jewelry store, this will sell over $100,000. You're looking at over 20.
Then
almost
why aren't you
23
selling
carats
it
of
for
diamonds
that?
and emeralds.
This is back from
That's all VS
from
quality, by the way.
2022, so it's over a year-old appraisal. We're gonna open it right now. Let's
Oh,
do
right,
it.
yeah, the appraisal's old, so it's actually worth
27,000 to open.
way more out.
That's just crazy.
27,000 to open.
We're running a charity event here, guys.
Who is that idiot?
Basically. Oh my god.
Then why don't you buy it and resell it then? You're all fucking just like giving shit away over here.
Oh, I shouldn't have done it then.
There's 3 guys in there. They're acting like they're giving it away.
That's also.
They're not even making money
also signed
anymore.
Oscar Friedman.
Anything you see there.
Oh wow, $27,000.
They're losing heavy, man.
To open.
This is a steal, by the way.
Earlier, remember he was like
23 carats of.
the Asian dude. If you weren't here, for something else, he really wanted to sell it because they were doing an auction.
This is
and
incredible.
they got a bid finally of 14,000.
I get so excited selling these pieces. I get,
or whatever.
Because I really like the action more than anything else.
The other dude was like, put a minute on the clock. The Asian dude was like 30 seconds.
He was
done with it. He was done with it. And then, like, yeah, they ended up moving on and not waiting for another bid on
I
it.
just can't. I'm so invested in these pieces. I get so excited when I sell pieces.
Or was that the bracelet that did that with too, man?
Actual money on these pieces. I really love jewelry. It's just because I started out when I was 20 years old, selling jewelry and making jewelry as a bench and making the jewelry. And I've seen it all in the last 40 years.
Bullshit
I'm
artist,
telling you,
man.
for that to be 27,000. I mean, look at the emerald.
The phone should be ringing on this piece. Ladies and gentlemen,
The phone should be ringing, man.
Look at the,
oh my goodness.
You're looking at those are 11, 1, 2, 3, 20.
It's gaudy as shit though, bro. They're selling jewelry. Why is he buying jewelry that's made to go to a ball?
56.5
What are you doing, bro?
Put that together.
It's
put
not.
the label together. And it's a signed piece. Oscar Friedman. You go to the Neiman Marcus and you see what these pieces sell for.
Oh.
The appraisal says 102,000. It sells for more than that. The appraisal says 102, but it sells for more than that.
Now,
let's put that. No bids on that. I can't believe it.
All right,
it's almost
I'm gonna
everything,
do something
Scott.
now that is the craziest thing that we've done on any piece. All right. So you got a ruby bracelet that we had up.
I mean, those are
We had it
cute
up
and
for, I
dainty,
think,
though. I
over
can see those.
$30,000.
Like a chick wearing those out to a club or
There's the ruby
something.
bracelet.
Even
We had the
they're
emerald
cheap
bracelet
enough.
up. And we had that emerald bracelet up for around the same price.
because they don't wear sleeves, you know, so a bracelet would be very showy for a woman.
And these are all appraising for over 50, okay? I am going to do your choice right now to open on any one of these 3.
Well, any one. I thought it was gonna be a 3 buy one get 2.
Don't hurt me, Rami. I'm gonna go really crazy now,
Sweet.
okay? I'm gonna open these up right now. Your choice.
2,000.
15,000 to open. Your choice.
15,000. God dang. Never mind. You ain't taking that to the club.
15,000 to open. Your choice. Now let's go over the ruby one. 15,000 to open on that ruby bracelet.
Earth, wind, and fire right there.
Look at the color.
Dang, man, that's crazy. That's $15,000. Is it really?
$1,000 to open that up. Pull up the cert on the ruby one.
What's the number?
It's number
511. Forget the L. 511.
511. Okay, 511.
There's someone here.
All right.
Got it.
Yeah.
Somewhere over here. The lab report. Yeah.
That ruby for $15,000 to open.
No, it's someone here.
Will
I'm
be
so happy Simon
the
ate all his
deal
food, dude.
of the event right there.
All his food, and we're low in the heart medication. Hopefully
That'll
we
be
keep
the
this up.
deal of the event right there.
I don't want to get too fast, so
$15,000 opens that ruby and
it's
diamond
only the first
bracelet,
24 hours.
and that is insane.
Tomorrow will be more telling. It's not even been 24
oh my
hours
goodness,
yet.
that is craziness.
I started last night lowering.
All right, craziness at 15,000.
511 now.
Yeah.
Have them right here.
All right, let me just show you the appraisal just on the ruby one, just so you know what a giveaway you're getting. Okay.
88,000.
Okay. $88,000.
That holographic seal, though, that's what sells it.
Right? There it is.
Dude, there were these, what's happening over here? The bus is there? It's a different bus. There were these holographic bracelets that had, the VA had a box of them. They got donated to the Veterans Hospital for some reason, like Girl Scout cookies do, and that's pretty sweet when that happens. I got a couple boxes of free Girl Scout cookies. I wasn't even eating sugar like that, though, so I didn't get. I could have got a ton of them, but these bracelets had like a hologram in them, and they were supposed to do something. Have you seen those? People believe in them, but I had that hologram on the sticker has nothing to do with that. Just reminding me of it. What? Hologram sports look at this hologram bracelet, bro. It's on Wikipedia. This is the exact one too. The Power Balance branded hologram bracelet. That's what it does to you when you have it. That's pretty worth it. Small rubber wristband supposedly fitted with a hologram. Manufacturers said that the hologram supposedly optimized the natural flow of energy around the body, improve the athlete's strength, balance, and flexibility. They have been unable to identify any effective performance in actual universities. So, yeah. Doesn't it look like it could do something? Hologram technology. I can't believe that actually sold though at all. Like somebody bought that. They were like, yeah, let's give that a whirl. I'm sorry if you're here, buddy. That's embarrassing. I got one for free and wore it just because I was like, I mean, it's free, so let's see. But yeah, nothing. Don't give me anything. Copper's supposed to do something. Some people think magnets will do something. Right? Oh my gosh, those are actually for sale right now on Amazon for $4.30. It's got 4 stars for their dude. This has 5-star reviews on it. Oh no, it only has 1 review and it's 5 stars. Good product. Okay, no, here's some 1 stars. Didn't help. Nostalgia made me buy this, said somebody. I purchased this product for a disabled friend. Personally, I did not believe in it. My friend swears by it. She claims she can tell the difference in her balance as the hologram begins to wear away. Something's happening.
מה קורה חבר'ה? מה נשמע? מאיזה ערוץ אתם?
כמה סוכניות יש פה.
נו, מה, איזה ערוצים?
צרפתי, רויטרס.
של חו"ל, לא?
מה זה?
של חו"ל?
כן, כן, כן.
מה, כל היום אתם עולים פה, לא? מה, הם יוצאים כל כמה זמן? יוצא מפה בכלל האוטובוס שעשינו, לא?
לא.
לא, יוצא מאופן. בית משפט. מאיפה אתם?
Dude, these power balance things are everywhere. It must have cost like nothing to make them.
אתה מוכר להם את השידור, כאילו, לא?
Well, dude, they costed $30 in the beginning in 2010. Trippy. Damn, now that's a little more serious.
מאבטח שם. היה את ההפגנות אז של השמאלנים, אתה זוכר? בא הכתב של...
In 2010, that was worth $30 was worth more.
מאחורה, בינתיים אני מקפל אנשים, ואני זה. אחרי זה עושה סרטון בטיקטוק, ואני נקרא... רנו לא פה! שם אחד שם ברק, ככה. לא, היה בלגן, אחי, תקפו את כולם. אתה יודע מה לי בלד הזה? אתה זוכר ששלחו סרטונים וצפיקים בפלוגה? שומעים שלי פורצו בזמנים? אז זה הסרטון. כן?
אולי יש פה עכשיו, אולי יש יותר
What? You want a 2 hour? What do you mean?
כאילו סתם מדינות באירופה,
We're in that time it's
כשאני באתי ב7 אני ראיתי אתכם.
לא, לא, אני ב6, וזה מ-12.
אתה ב-12 בצהריים פה? אתה גם
I got that fake dono on there. I mean, it was John didn't donate $27.
איזה קטע? 12 בצהריים? מה, מצלמה דלוקה, אבל זה לא שידור, כאילו. קבוע. תסביר למצלמה בדיוק. אורי, רוצים להחליף איתך כמה מילים. כמה מילים, מה? יאללה חבר'ה.
יאללה, לילה טוב.
What's the buffet bar? Honey, what are you doing, bro? You never came in hot with emojis like this before. Are you playing with the balancing effect? It's pretty sweet. That's sweet. I'm just like, are you high as shit right now? What's happening?
Simon, come here.
Guess we want to go sleep there. I can't remember if you meowed at me afterwards or not. Fine, what are you talking about, man? You said two things that don't make sense. In a row. A drive-by commenter, I guess. Jeez. So annoying. Is that the bus finally? Yo, it's the bus, the bus, the bus, the bus, the bus full of prisoners is coming home. The bus full of prisoners is coming home tonight. Yeah, oh, coming tonight. This one. The people they try to stab. One of them, like last time we heard, one of them was a stabber. One of them was plotting to be a suicide bester. And that was just last night. They're probably letting out more and more unsavory characters as time goes on. They're getting worse people out, more than likely. It started off lightly with rock throwers and shit. Now we're getting people that are like trying to kill people. They said they wouldn't let out any actual murderers, so. But if they're plotting a murder, maybe they'll get let out. Getting caught plotting a murder is actually illegal. Did you know that? I just made some bison liver pate. Turned out awesome. I thought I didn't like liver. Huh. Did you? Oh, was it because it was bison, or because you mixed a bunch of stuff in with it? Dude, I like pates. Pates are cool at in Europe for the continental breakfasts that they have at the hotels. Always have meat spreads. Different in Eastern Europe, they did different types. Half the time, I wouldn't even know what the heck I was spreading. I just knew it was meat spread. But I couldn't read the language in Prague and a few other countries. But Prague, neither one of us spoke the language there. She didn't know how to speak it either, so who I was with. So other countries, usually she could catch a good bit. In Austria, she knew German. Romania, of course, she knew Romanian. In Hungary, she could communicate with the Hungarian because they're connected with Romania. They have a lot of similarities. Plus, she was a linguist, so she was actually going to school for language. Doing now. She probably, I don't know, she should be working for the UN or some shit as an interpreter or something. She had a kid. She was begging for money from me. I haven't heard from her since. My kid. The dude was right next to her too. It was so awkward. I was sitting in there on the couch talking to her on the laptop. Skype. Trippy, man. What's she doing now? I would like to know. Isn't it crazy how the people we get the closest with, all of a sudden, they're just nobody to us? That's shitty. We were so jealous when they can't stand seeing that person with one of them. It's always one person who can't stand seeing another person with other people. So okay, that's why it doesn't work. How much is that one worth? Okay, we got blue tanzanite diamond. AIG. Oh, too late. It says it's got a phrase. Ask about tumor words. Oh, I don't know. That's what they're set up for 6,000. Never mind. Too late. Oh, baby. Are they both ending? facing.
It was one of the most terrifying.
They're not talking about how the bus is on the move? What's going on with this shit? Oh, Billy. Oh, he's leaving. That dude's leaving. That's probably the Reuters guy. This guy. Why are they talking about it yet on Al Jazeera, though?
It effectively criminalizes political association.
They're going to be down there in Ramallah waiting, watching. Oh, they're showing the border again. That there? Why didn't you go where I wanted you to, buddy? That's Gaza. Get your hologram, buddy. Get your hologram bracelet today. And start feeling better instantly. I tell you what, my hologram bracelet, it had me right on track. I was lopsided. As soon as I put it on, I was like, whoa! All of a sudden, I felt like a steel rod up through my back. Had me straight right up. Like a bolt of lightning. It's a little bit, a little one, a small one. Like, pop, pop, pop. I've been right ever since. I can't go anywhere without my hologram bracelet. Did they have infomercials though? That's what I want to know. Dude, did they? Hold on. Oh my god, dude, they do. It's commercial time. Hold on. I don't know what this is, dude, but it's a bracelet commercial.
We all have times when we feel. Let's face it, we all have times when we feel weak and run down.
I'm a student right now, so I'm pretty stressed out of my mind.
Okay, I need a break. Can I just sit down for a second?
So what if I told you that regaining your strength and feeling renewed was as easy as wearing this?
That is so cool.
That's crazy.
This is great. What is it? Wow.
Hi, I'm Art Edmonds, and all of these people are excited about iRenew,
Only 2 minutes.
the revolutionary bracelet that uses natural frequencies to promote strength and wellness. Just watch these strength and balance tests. Without iRenew, these people couldn't even stay on their feet. After slipping iRenew on, they were amazed at how their balance was instantly restored. And these aren't actors,
I'm not
just
sold
regular people experiencing iRenew's effects for the first time.
Because I can't hear what's going
Athletes wear
on.
it, celebrities wear it, and you've heard the buzz about it on Talk TV and the internet.
Maybe he just yanked on him and it's like, okay, let's try that again.
Oh, I need this when I walk my dog. She always takes me for a ride.
Well, the balance alone is amazing.
That is something else. Highly recommended.
Every iRenew bracelet is programmed with
How
the
was he
natural
paying to say
frequencies
that?
that your body positively responds to.
The iRenew bracelet is giving me energy and it's giving me balance.
I notice that I sleep through the night like a baby.
iRenew makes me stronger and more flexible.
Once you balance your body's energy with iRenew, you balance your overall health. Athletes and celebrities have paid hundreds, even thousands of dollars to get their hands on this technology. But now you can get your iRenew for just $19.99. And because
Dude,
we
I
want you
hope
to help
someone's
spread the
taking
word
one of these
about iRenew,
apart.
We'll send you
I'll
a
have to
second
look.
one free. Just pay separate
See what's
processing.
inside
As soon
of
as
it.
you get it, put it on and do the demonstrations for yourself. If it doesn't work exactly like you've seen in this commercial, put it back in the box and send it back for a full refund.
But-
No questions asked. You get 2 iRenew bracelets, a $40 value for just. If it doesn't work exactly like you've seen in this commercial, put it back in the box and send it back for a full refund. No questions asked. You get 2 iRenew bracelet box and send it back for a
Oh, it just says exactly what he just said.
full refund. No questions asked. You get 2
Blurry.
iRenew bracelets, a $40 value for just $19.99.
That's a $40
iRenew your
value.
life right now.
Okay, now let's see. iRenew energy bracelet. What the fuck is this doing? I'm like opening up the side of YouTube. If you click on the left side of your screen and hold it and drag to the right, it actually opens some other menu up. I'll see what's going on over here. Bracelet. Open. Okay, now let's look at this. Oh, was this weird? No. Okay, how to resize? What? No. Parity. No. Like open one. How to open? No, someone isn't really gonna break it open and show us what's inside of it. Okay, well, I already erased the disassembly. No, nobody's done it. Why not, dude? Somebody needs to take one of these things apart and show the world what's inside of it. Man. You know what I'm saying, bro? Come on. Can we get one of these and open it up, please? It's a 1,000,000 hit video. What's inside of the iRenew bracelet? Has no one opened one? Is there anything inside of it? I'm gonna find this, and now I'm on a mission. The ice cream truck's outside. Oh, you can still get these things. iRenew bracelets on Amazon. Wait, can you? They're $45 still. What? Studies have found that power balance. No, that's not what I want. So that's the other one. Go to the test. Oh, dude, Reddit has a thread on it. Everybody on Reddit knows it's a scam, of course, but I wish somebody would take it apart. What is that? A person? Well, they have some on eBay too, though. Well, they got them cheap on eBay. I can get you on eBay and open it up. Cut it open. There's one for $8.60 with no shipping charge right now. Where's the shipping out of? Oh, he's got a bunch of them. So they should be new. Out of Connecticut. Free shipping out of Connecticut, wow. Got 10 of them available still too. I could cut it open with some snips or something. How is it saying it's supposed to be putting off a frequency? Metal with leather? So all it looks like is metal and leather. Oh no, Billy. You be doing that to me, boy. God dang it. Losing them. Losing them. He's going to the party probably, Ramallah. Oh, that's right here. Sweet.
Minutes, as I said, 30 Palestinian prisoners have been released.
It's party time, baby. That's what we've been waiting for.
Released Israeli captives have travelled through the Rafah crossing from Gaza into Egypt and are now on Israeli soil. They include dual citizens from the United States, Germany and the Netherlands. 4 Thai nationals were also released. And earlier, 2 Russian Israelis were released by Hamas. 50-year-old Yelena Trupanov and 73-year-old Irena Tati arrived at the Sheba hospital near Tel Aviv. They've been released under a separate agreement between Hamas and Russia. And as all of this takes place, talks are ongoing to extend the ceasefire deal. Qatar has been helping to mediate the negotiations. Its foreign ministry says the main focus is to secure an end to the war. Well, let's go live now to Mohammed Jamjoom in occupied East Jerusalem. Mohammed, lots happening just as we speak. Palestinian prisoners have just been released, completing the latest exchange, the 6th exchange of captives and prisoners during this extended ceasefire. Earlier, Israeli captives released by Hamas in Gaza. Bring us up to date first on the progress of those captives now, we understand, in Israel.
Well, Jonah, what we've learned is that those captives have been transported to, we're told that they're now in the custody of the Israeli army and that they're being transported to various medical centers in and around Tel Aviv. And what we understand of the process is that they will then be evaluated. They will be given medical checks, physical checks, as well as psychological checks. They will be reunited with their loved ones, and then they will stay in those hospitals probably around 2 days before they are released. Now, also, let me bring you up to date with what we're hearing here in occupied East Jerusalem with regard to the reports that those captives, that those Palestinian prisoners, rather, are potentially on the move now. There are reports that there is movement from Al-Far prison. I believe my colleague Huda Abdelhamid in the occupied West Bank will be giving you more details about that in the next few moments. But what we're hearing here in occupied East Jerusalem is that there is still some concern amongst the families that are expecting their loved ones to be returned to them. Let me tell you where we are. We're just overlooking the neighborhood of Wadi Joz here in occupied East Jerusalem. There are 2 households close to us here where prisoners will be, we're told, returned later this evening. One prisoner is a 43-year-old woman. The other is a 14-year-old Palestinian boy. All throughout last evening and into the early hours of this morning, there's been a lot of concern amongst these family members because they had security officers repeatedly go to their houses, and this has even been happening in the last half an hour. What happens is the Israeli police forces go to the houses where these Palestinian prisoners are to be returned. They try to clear the houses of any extended family members. They warn relatives that there are not to be any types of celebrations, either indoors or outdoors, upon the release of those prisoners and their return home. What we've seen play out over the course of the last 5, 6, 7 hours is that these families are even now too afraid to talk to journalists. They have been adamant that they cannot allow journalists into those homes. That is very different than what we've seen the last few nights. Just last night, we were in the home of the family of a 14-year-old Palestinian prisoner, a boy who had been released. We were there when he arrived home. But tonight, families are not allowing journalists into their home because they've been warned repeatedly by Israeli security officers not to allow that to happen. We're told that they've been warned again and again that there are not to be any interviews, that their relatives who are released aren't to speak to the media, not to make social media posts. And there have been these raids on these homes again and again and again. So a lot of worry. Right now, Palestinian media reporting that they expect that these prisoners will start arriving in occupied East Jerusalem in probably the next hour or so, and it does look as though they are on the move, but it has been one of these nights where nothing has gone as expected. There have been a lot of delays, and that has caused a lot of concern, especially among those relatives.
Well, it was around from 52 to 15.
We're looking on our screen at the moment.
A meringue
live
of
pictures
creamy
showing
scrambled
us
meat,
the bus
made primarily bologna, mayo, pickles, onions.
Prison, or rather left the gates of Offord prison, is passing now through the Betunia
Yo,
crossing.
I bet people were just squirting that straight in their mouth, dude. Oh, look at it. Yo, that's a spread?
Who we'll speak to in just a moment. So that exchange is underway, as you rightly say. The
I
other
didn't
big
know. I
issue,
don't
though,
remember
of the night,
this stuff.
of the morning, rather, is the extension of
I
this
didn't know
ceasefire.
this
We're
was
5 hours away from it
spreadable,
coming to
though.
an end. There is
It
no
looks
word
like
as
a
yet of an agreement
sausage,
to extend it, although
like
lots of positive
thicker or
signals
something.
have been
I don't know.
reported. What are you hearing?
Just to slice it, maybe even cook it. Great on crackers.
So, Jonah, the Israeli government has not commented officially. Israeli media has been reporting that the country's war cabinet is meeting. And we understand that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be
why they took it off the
meeting
market,
with the
though.
war
It just
cabinet
didn't sell
also
well,
later
maybe.
today when he is going to be speaking with
The
Israeli
blast from the
officials.
past, so thanks to
The Israelis have
forgot
not
about that
been
stuff.
talking
I
about
recognize the
whether or
packaging
not they
now,
are
though.
willing to extend the ceasefire. Essentially, they have gone quiet on this, and they have been allowing the Qataris to talk
How do
about
they liquefy
the
the
details
hot dog
and what they
like
believe might
that?
happen with regards to any
bologna.
extension going
Is
forward.
it-
Of course, the ceasefire is set to expire 7 a.m. local time, so there's not a lot of time
So it's a
left.
pate
This is in line with how Israel has been talking about this publicly the last few
Pack it
days.
down,
Even
I
after the
guess.
last extension, Israel
piece,
never
right? It's got
really
all the extra
officially
stuff in there.
confirmed it. We know that Israel is
I would
looking to
try it.
try to get
Dude, he just said
to
try with
secure
me.
the release of all the women and
Oh.
children that are still being held captive in Gaza. But as to
Hey, is the
whether
awesome
or
still
not they
working?
have
Can you do
signed
awesome to
on
see if it'll
to a
give you
ceasefire
first?
extension, nothing official from them yet, although there have been a
need to
lot of
stop. I'll be back.
unnamed government sources speaking to Israeli media indicating that that is something they would like to see happen. Jonah?
Well, Qatari mediation, no doubt, underway as we speak to try and make that happen now that this exchange of captives and prisoners is underway, is in fact complete. The bus that you're looking at there on your live picture in the center of your screen, an ICRC bus delivering 30 Palestinian prisoners released from Offord prison under the deal towards where our correspondent, I should thank Mo Jamjoom there, shouldn't I? Thanks, Mo, for bringing us up to date. Hoda Abdel Hamid standing by in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Hoda, tell us what you're seeing and hearing and what people are saying.
Well, certainly people have been waiting here for several hours now. There had been several delays. We know that the Palestinian prisoners that are to be released, that should be on their way here, had been waiting at the Offord prison. The International Red Cross was late to arrive there. We don't know why exactly. And then just outside of the prison in Betunia, there were clashes that lasted for quite a while. We know that several Palestinians have been wounded by live ammunition, according to the health ministry. So that has delayed things. Now, if you look behind me, everybody's looking in that direction because this is from where the bus should be arriving. But that could take maybe another hour or so if we compare to what happened in the past few days, simply because all along the road you will have Palestinians who go down from their homes to welcome the newly released. Now, among the 30 being released is Lama El Khater, and she's the mother of Bisan Al Fakhouri, who's joining me right now. Bisan, مامتك على طريقها دلوقتي بالك قد ايه ما شفتيهاش
Your mother is on her way now. How long have you not seen her? I haven't seen my mom for about a month. She was arrested after the events of the 7th of October.
بتكتب محللة
Why was she arrested?
ليه يعتقلوها
She writes, she's a political analyst. This is the occupation. They are criminal. They don't need any pretext to arrest any Palestinian. We saw what they've done in Gaza and the people of Gaza and the children of Gaza. They don't need any pretext to arrest people from Palestine. My mother was arrested just because of her background. She was arrested without anything doing anything. Do you have any updates from her? At the beginning of her arrest, we didn't know anything about her, but then we heard some news from the other liberated prisoners that she didn't have enough clothes in the prison and that we can't even send her any clothes from outside because they have very strict regulation.
They do that type of shit too.
Also in regard to giving them food, they used to leave them with no food inside the prison.
And I've been hungry as shit too.
We also heard the news that there were threatenings. Yes, that's right. At the beginning, there was threats that if the person who arrested her threatened her that he will burn alive all her children and that she will spend the rest of her life in the prison. And other threats that we are used to from the occupation to Palestinian people.
It's like they're allowed to be racist.
Personally about her. There were insults. The soldiers were insulting her and giving her threats. You told me after her arrest, the soldier went back to your house to arrest your dad. Yes. The occupation army came twice to our house. First time they searched the house and broke everything. The second time they came and arrested my dad, who is still in prison, and he was sentenced for 4 months in administrative detention. You were telling me it's a happy or difficult day.
What do you do?
As I told you, the Palestinian citizen, you can't say has a happy day, a full happiness. It's always happy and sad at the same time. We are very sad today because of the scenes we saw in Gaza for the newborn babies that we saw in the hospital in Gaza. And we also sad for all the sacrifices that the people of Gaza has to make in order to reach here. Like, it's true, I haven't seen my mom for over a month, but we have arrived here because of the sacrifices that the Gaza people made. What else can we do? Even if our families spend their lives in prison, we can't give back to the people
many
of Gaza.
Palestinians here in the
Why don't they
occupied
just go somewhere else?
West Bank. It's been also
Why don't they just go
day
somewhere else,
on
man?
this side.
They gotta figure it
In
out.
Jenin, 2 children
Might be
were
time to
killed
go.
by Israeli forces
You know, the
during
Jews have
a
done that
long
before.
raid that lasted more
Why
than
can't they do it?
16 hours. That also adds to the amount of mixed emotions Palestinians are having at this particular time. Also, people would tell you that yes, there are prisoners that are being released, but at the same time, there's more or less the same number of people who are being newly detained. And some Palestinians would tell you that they probably, that those who are being released now, I'm just going to check because I see some commotion behind me, but it seems that the bus is still not here. But certainly, this is one of the rare moments where Palestinians these days can express a bit of happy emotions, knowing very well that overnight there would be more raids and that more detentions and probably more death, whether it's here in the occupied West Bank or indeed in Gaza.
Well, we've heard so many stories of these brief moments of hope and joy over the last 6 days, more there from Hoda Abdelhamid in Ramallah, even as those Palestinian prisoners make their way by bus slowly through occupied West Bank territory towards Ramallah. Hoda, thank you very much. Al Jazeera's Hashim Ahelbara says talks of a more permanent ceasefire hinge on many demands from both sides. He explains why it's important for Hamas to secure the release of Palestinians held in Israeli detention.
It's crucial for Hamas. That's the only option that can offer them a dignified exit strategy. And they can come out to their own people and say, you know what? We did this for the Palestinian people. And this is going to further cement the position of Hamas nationally, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. Israel has been rejecting this option, which is basically all for all, saying that Hamas has to understand that they have to hand over and release all the prisoners. Otherwise, we will just continue our push south into Deir al-Balah, Rafah and Khan Yunis. But Qatar, which has been instrumental in the latest agreements, is adamant to see this one succeed because they cannot afford and come now and see it collapse. A collapse of this agreement in the upcoming days is going to have a disastrous impact on the future of the region. I'm behind closed doors. They are exploring the potential for what happens next when they start the real talks about Israeli soldiers held captive by Hamas, which is going to be the final phase of the prisoners exchange. They're even now thinking about the potential for 4 days.
Look at all these
and it's
pansies,
going to be the same criteria. Israeli civilians held captive by Hamas in exchange for Palestinians detained by Israel.
Looks like it to me.
It's very important because for Qatar,
if
if that can happen and the ceasefire holds, it will pave the ground for more talks on the need to further expand it.
A man has been shot in the foot by Israeli forces during confrontations near Ramallah. That happened after troops stormed the town of Beit-Tunia in the occupied West Bank on Wednesday night. The raid coincided with a gathering of residents waiting for a convoy of Palestinian prisoners, the one we've been looking at, to be released. But Israeli forces have killed 2 Palestinian children during yet another raid in Jenin in the occupied West Bank. A warning to our viewers, some of the images we're about to show you may find disturbing. This is the moment Israeli forces shot dead 8-year-old Adam Al-Ghul in the head. You can see another Palestinian dragging him away from Israeli bullets in an effort to try and save his life. And this is another moment when a child is shot and killed. 15-year-old Basil Abu al-Wafa was shot in the chest as he was trying to run away. Israeli forces preventing citizens and paramedics from reaching the injured inside Jenin. Well, Charles Stratford is following developments from Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank and sent us this.
You can't get enough of showing that.
This raid has been described by residents here inside the Jenin refugee camp as being the largest raid they can remember, certainly since the beginning of the war. And yes, some truly horrific video footage has appeared of the shooting of these 2 young boys. The Palestinian Authority is saying that it was an 8-year-old that was shot in the back. According to people that we've spoken to, he was playing football at the time as the Israeli forces were withdrawing. That's after a raid that lasted around 17 hours. And seemingly defenseless, as you see there, shot in the back, being dragged under a car or behind a car by one of his friends. All evidence would suggest. And also, yes, a 15-year-old boy also killed during this raid. That's according to the PA. And as I say, this is being described as one of the largest Israeli military raids, the largest military raid since the beginning of the war. Residents are describing there being hundreds of soldiers that not only came into the camp, but something that they hadn't seen since the beginning of the war, soldiers walking around the town as well.
US President Joe Biden is said to be extremely concerned about Israel's next moves in the war on Gaza. Quoting two official sources, news website Axios says Biden warned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that an offensive in southern Gaza would worsen the humanitarian crisis. Well, these concerns have been taken to Israel by US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Patty Culhane has more from Washington, D.C. Patty, talk us through.
Very clearly, this is them sending a message that Antony Blinken is going to be talking tough. He's going to be also meeting with the Palestinian Authority because his remit is to basically look at how Gaza is governed after all of this ends. But they want to see an extended ceasefire. The other thing is they're saying the humanitarian aid, if you start this fighting again, it has to continue as it's been. Not sure how you could do that if people are bombing in the south. I think it's important to point out, U.S. President Joe Biden has been a stalwart supporter of Israel. He has never publicly demanded things from them, and he's never actually imposed consequences on Israel. So this could be just tough talk, but it is a change.
Well, let's talk about that change and bring in Lawrence Korb. He's a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress and a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense, joining us from Washington, D.C. Good to have you on the show. I want to talk about that evolution because it's not just Antony Blinken now in town with a message of constraint. 24 hours ago, President Biden himself put a message out on X saying essentially, you know, more war is what Hamas wants. We can't allow that to happen. What's going on in the administration, this shift in tone, and is it too little too late?
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind that I think privately, up till now, they've been saying these things, but they didn't want to go public. Now, of course, as it looks like they need to put that extra pressure on, because the ceasefire is ending, and the last thing we want to see, or the United States wants to see, and I think the world, is another Israeli massive attack like they had in northern Gaza. And don't forget, we also have William Burns, the director of CIA there, you know, I think trying to put pressure on the Israelis. Bill has long-term connections with the Middle East. That's where he was first assigned before he became ambassador to Moscow and then head of the CIA. So I think what's going on is they feel if they don't go public, Israel can ignore their private entreaties that they've had up to now.
Well, we've got a few hours left before the ceasefire expires, and it may well be that we get word from Qatari mediators that an extension has been agreed. That presumably would be the preferred outcome of the administration, do you think? And to what end in that case?
Well, I think what they're hoping is if you can extend the ceasefire, then you can begin talks about how to end this war. And I think it's important to give credit to Qatar and all the positive role that they have played in this. When Prime Minister Netanyahu was going to get out of it like 2 days ago because he didn't like what was happening with the hostage exchanges, they went there and they convinced him to change his mind. So I think the feeling is that if we can continue this ceasefire, then we can begin talks to see how to settle this. And don't forget, the United States has been very clear publicly that we want an independent Palestinian state, and we don't want Israel to be reoccupying Gaza. We have said that very, very succinctly several times to them.
Lawrence Korb, we're going to leave it there with you for the time being. Many thanks for your thoughts.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Well, with just hours to go, as we've been saying before a fragile ceasefire expires, high-level diplomatic efforts are taking place at the United Nations in New York to try to avoid more bombardment of Gaza. Gabriel Elizondo reports from the UN's headquarters in New York.
We're here at the National
At the United Nations, foreign ministers from an Arab Islamic bloc of countries with the aim not just of extending the ceasefire, but ending the war altogether.
Fancy looking.
So we are here to make a clear statement that a truce is not enough. What is needed is a ceasefire. What is needed is a credible peace, and a peace that lasts and that allows the Palestinians and the Israelis to live side by side in two states. Anything else will result in continuing crisis in the region.
The UN Secretary General began the meeting by saying that while the aid entering Gaza has increased during the current pause in hostilities, it is not nearly enough.
Intense negotiations are taking place to prolong the truce, which we strongly welcome. But we believe we need a true humanitarian ceasefire.
Qatar has been a key player in the negotiations to end the fighting.
We hope that the progress made will underpin efforts to put an end to the bloodshed and lead, ultimately, to serious discussions that would relaunch a political process to put an end to the suffering and realize the aspirations of the Palestinian people.
The United States, Israel's most loyal ally in the UN, continues to call for a longer pause, but not a full end to Israel's bombardment of Gaza.
We want to see this humanitarian pause extended. Israel has been very clear that it is prepared to continue the pause in fighting for every day that Hamas releases an additional 10 hostages. The ball is now in Hamas's court.
Here in the halls of the United Nations, it's clear that the pause in fighting was welcomed, but now worry that it was only temporary, and that if or when Israel decides to resume its bombardment of Gaza, it will likely mean that more innocent civilians are killed and a setback in diplomatic efforts. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera, at the United Nations in New York.
Well, before I go, let me remind you that in the past few minutes, 30 Palestinian prisoners have been released by Israel. They've just arrived in the town of Beitunia in the occupied West Bank. 10 released Israeli captives have traveled through the Rafah crossing from Gaza into Egypt and are now on Israeli soil. They include dual citizens from the US, Germany and the Netherlands. 4 Thai nationals were also released. As all this takes place, talks are ongoing to extend the ceasefire deal. It runs out in just a few hours. Qatar has been helping to mediate the negotiations. Its foreign ministry says the main focus is to secure an end to the war. Remember that you can find more on all our top stories by visiting the website aljazeera.com. The weather is next, then Inside Story and another full bulletin of news in half an hour. Do stay with us.
Hello, we've got more snow in the forecast for Japan.
This audio is working over here this time. Oh, no drone. Talking over it though. I found a video of what's happening right now. Should be coming back to it eventually over here, hopefully, unless they're like done with that noise.
الأسرى المفرد.
And I was unable to walk with great difficulty until we reached Rafah. We saw death with our own eyes. We felt that we were dying and we had nothing. Life was very difficult.
The UN says there are 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza. More than 5,000 are due to give birth within a month in unimaginable conditions.
180 women are delivering babies every day without water, without painkillers, without anesthesia for C-sections, without electricity for incubators, and without medical supplies. Yet, they continue to care for their children, for the sick, for the elderly, mixing baby formula with contaminated water when they find it, going without food so that their children can live another day.
Day after day, women do what they can to keep their families safe, fleeing Israeli bombs on foot.
It's the road that leads to death. It's like the apocalypse. It's difficult, very difficult. We walk and walk and walk. There are those who have lost sons and daughters, the wounded, pregnant women.
Searching for shelter and salvaging food.
Life is not normal. We are 127 people sleeping here in this room. Our husbands, brothers, and sons are sleeping outside.
All without any real hope for peace and nowhere near enough humanitarian aid. But day after day, they refuse to give up.
This is not the first time it's been destroyed. It was demolished in 2008, in 2014, and now in 2023. And it will likely be demolished again. But we will rebuild it again.
So far, more than 4,000 Palestinian women have been killed by Israeli bombs, a number that's likely to rise. But in spite of these seemingly insurmountable odds, Palestinian women are determined to survive. Alexandra Byers for Inside Story.
Well, let's now bring in our guests for today's show. In Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, is Noor O'Day, a political analyst and former spokeswoman for the Palestinian Task Force on Public Diplomacy. In occupied East Jerusalem is Yara Hawari, senior analyst at Al-Shabaka, the Palestinian Policy Network, and host of the Rethinking Palestine podcast. And in Cape Town, South Africa, is Heather Barr, associate director of the Women's Rights Division at Human Rights Watch. Ladies, welcome to your you all. Thank you very much for joining us on Inside Story. Noor O'Day in Ramallah, let me start with you. Is Israel's war, you think, deliberately targeting Palestinian women?
Thank you, Foley. I think Israel's war is deliberately targeting the fundamentals of life in Gaza. And in that sense, it would go without saying that it is targeting women and children and affecting them most adversely. When you see that entire neighborhoods have been wiped out, that the medical infrastructure of an entire society has been debilitated, has been completely destroyed, the people who will feel that destruction first and most will be the women and children. The displacement will affect them the most. And so in a way, I think, yes, they are the primary targets, because if the women can't handle all of that pain and all of that agony, if they can't survive this war, then really the society itself can't, because they're in Palestine in particular, and after so many years of oppression and occupation, they're the glue that holds society together. It's the women who do that.
And Noor, interestingly and significantly, all women killed in this conflict in Gaza have come from all walks of life. They were journalists, they were UN workers, they were healthcare workers as well.
Bro, she's not rooming the
and
future.
That will have a long-term impact on everything, on all walks of life, on services, on different professions, on the way the society will function even after the war is over. Nothing basically will be the same.
Yara, let me get your thoughts. What do you think the impact of this war has been on Palestinians, women's rights and dignity?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's important to note the absence of Palestinian women in Gaza on this panel. For Palestinian women, there are different experiences of violence at the hands of the Israeli regime, and for decades, Palestinian women in Gaza have been at the forefront of that violence. So only they can speak to that from a place of experience.
Indeed, and we have tried to reach Palestinian women in Gaza, but you know there are connectivity issues as well, and it's been extremely difficult, but we have tried to reach out to them.
Yes. I was just about to say that so many of them are not able to share, their experiences in this moment because communications are deliberately being limited, and also because surviving the ongoing genocide is understandably taking precedence. And, I think it's very difficult at this moment to get accurate figures on who's been killed, but we do know that at least 15,000 Palestinians have been killed, and there are a further 7,000 under the rubble. And of that 15,000, 2/3 are women and children, at least 6,000 children, and at least 4,000 women, and probably the same amount of men. And there is this tendency to put women and children in the same category, and I think it stems from the understanding that in war and conflict, they are the most vulnerable. And I think it's important to highlight that vulnerability, but I also think we have to give agency to Palestinian women, and I think we have to be careful that we don't depoliticize them. They're adults, they are in their own category, and I think inevitably in situations of conflict, in war and genocide, because of existing patriarchal structures of gendered issues that disproportionately affect women, I think women are going to be disproportionately affected in the ongoing genocide in Gaza, which is incredibly brutal, which is targeting residential buildings, which is targeting health services, which is even targeting UN shelters. So as Noor said, the Israeli regime is essentially targeting Palestinian life in Gaza, and inevitably women will be a part of that.
And Yara, you raise an important point, which I'll come back to Noor with in just a few minutes, the role Palestinian society and how they're viewed, Noor. But I want to bring Heather into the conversation first. Heather, Yara mentioned that in war and conflict,
they're not covered on English sites. The fuck? They're not covered on English. Oh, they're English. The bus is there now, though. Look, they got one of those Jew chairs. No, that's a different one. They have three. They had three plastic. Wait, is that it? No, I don't think that's it. I don't think so. Oh, is that who they freed? She's a terrorist, dude. My favorite drink. Put that in there. That'll make it better. Welcome to Ramallah, West Bank. These are the freed prisoners from Israeli prison. They are probably terrorists or wannabe terrorists. They're terrorists in the making. They will one day die for Allah as a martyr, probably. Oh, Mark. Okay, yeah, I'm not really a big tequila drinker. I found out. It's just not that tasty to sip on. It's all right. I like my drink a little sweeter. There's not much sweetness to tequila, unless it's like añejo or extra añejo, something that's been aged in a barrel, and then it's going to taste like a whiskey that's got some agave flavors to it. How do I only have 8 people here on YouTube, man? Nobody else is really showing this except for this one other station. And no one's there to speak to them in English. Can I get more likes, at least? There's 22. A whole day I've been here. 10 hours and 70 minutes. I got 22 likes. There's so many people that get that in the first second. Tim Pool, man, before he's live even, he's got hundreds of likes. I could take all day to... Oh, somebody took one away. That's awesome, man. Thanks, man. I get that I'm supposed to be happy for what I got, dude, but I've been grinding my ass off all day on here trying to keep content up. Like, I could be doing anything with my life, man. I get it. I probably should. Matter of fact, fuck y'all, YouTube. You can blame it on the guy that took his like away. Bye.